patriots. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom. In freedom. In freedom. Peace and unity. Arise, my people. Arise, my
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Thanks for joining us this evening on this platform. It's been a wonderful day, and it's nice to be alive. There is nothing as good for the eyes to behold the sun. A lot of things has happened. First and foremost, let me give my condolence to those who lost their life in the unfortunate accident in respect to the oil tanker in the northern part of Nigeria recently, a few days ago. And according to the report, 140 people so far been confirmed dead, and a mass burial was conducted. And it's sad that this happened every year in the country. If not once, it's probably twice in the year. And it's very sad. These are all avoidable accidents that we often find ourselves into. When this will stop, I don't know if it will ever stop. And it's a very sad thing that these things happen in our country or in a country like Nigeria. Nobody at the end of the day will be held accountable. And even though there are people who are we should do this investigation, but unfortunately, I don't think that will ever be. Again, our condolences from this platform to the family, to those who lost loved ones in the during that tanker explosion, and why people would choose to go and be scooping fuel when anything that ignites it will go up in flame. Uh, this again, I repeat, are avoidable death or avoidable accident, but unfortunately, it happens. Again, my condolences. Welcome, Mr. Tony, on this platform. Thank you for joining me. This is our will I say midweek Bible study. We continuing. It's a follow on the last one we had, which is uh, uh, biblical leaders in nation building, and a lot of questions will be thrown out there. Uh, Hopefully, you'll be able to weigh into it. And well, the question is the name Emmanuel. We find that in Matthew, I think chapter 1, verse 23, and it was first used in Isaiah, if I'm correct, chapter 7, if I'm correct. The Emmanuel meaning God with us. Does beg the question, is God with Nigeria? Let me put a little bit of context into it so that we understand where I am going, because I know a lot of people will see the question and they will ask, what's this electricity saying again? If God is God. But like I said, it is a follow-up to the last podcast, biblical leaders in nation building. I would like to thank those of you who have joined in the comment section. Let me see your name. Tokwe O, thank you for joining. And Comfort Barber, Quinty A. Also, thank you for joining. We know others will join as well too. We'll start with we look at our biblical leaders in the past in nation building. This is nation building we're talking about here now. We look at people like Moses, people like Abraham, people like Gideon, Joshua. All these individuals, what they did in terms of nation building, they recognize God being with them. But Mr. Tony, in present day that we are now, in the context of Nigeria, by that name, God be with us. Oftentimes we say we are the New Testament church. We are the church where Christ established. The second church, the first one was what was in the wilderness, and we are the second one. So here it is again. We're back to the same thing again. Is God with us, or God is with Nigeria? And as such, if it's the case, again, why are we not seeing the role of the biblical leaders in nation building, just as we read in the Old Testament? Because if we say God is with us, that means you and I must be ready, prepared to take that risk. If you understand what I'm saying, sir. When Elijah had his own encounter with Jezebel, at a point he ran for his life because he was tired. And despite all persuasion from God himself for him to go back to Jezebel, he did not. But we saw the exploits that he did. We saw people like Daniel. But these days, we've reduced that to just inside that building, four walls building. And we often argue that they have their own calling. They have their own role. These people should not be involved in politics or nation building. So the question is, if God is with us, Why are we not seeing these people as it is in times of old? The floor is yours, Mr. Tony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Electricity. Thank you, viewers. Pleasure to be on this platform yet again. The topic is God with Nigeria. Is that right? Is that a focus?
Yes. Is God with Nigeria?
Okay. And first of all, I want to look at Psalm 22, verse 28. Psalm 22, verse 28. If you look at that verse of the Psalm, it tells you, first of all, that God is the governor of the nations. And so, by that extension, Nigeria being a nation is a nation also that is governed by God. Scripture says that the earth and the people, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and all who dwell in it. But how does this apply to Nigeria? How does it apply to Nigeria? I took some time to do a few jottings. Because if you look at the things that are happening in the country today, the way our leaders behave, the way we behave as followers, you just think that God has nothing to do with this type of environment. But you see, God has given us a will. He has given us a choice to choose. He's given us what he wants us to do as his own creatures, and has given us choices to make. So, if our country is not going the way it should, it's not the fault of God. It's our fault. That doesn't mean that God is not with us, but because he has given us a choice to make decisions for ourselves, we are responsible for the choices that we make. And the choices that we make will either be positive or negative. And so we have the tendency of trying to blame God for the choices that we make that are not in tandem with what he wants us to do. And I think the result is part of what we are seeing now.
Okay. Mr. Tony, sorry. Daniel, Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego were slaves, if I'm correct. Were captive, were slaves taken by Nebuchadnezzar to Babylon. And these four individuals were involved in nation building in Babylon. And we know what Babylon represents. So here is it again. My question is this. We have men of God, or those who said God called them, and the ones that what, and the ones that called God. In that country, not willing to, I use the word, I'm picking my words carefully because I know they will come, some of them will come, not willing to risk their life or to put their life on the line in respect to the nation building. And the question is God with Nigeria? If the claim is God is with them, why are we not seeing the biblical leaders in the country, the biblical leaders in the country spitting out fire on the leaders, on the political leaders that we have at the present moment forward for an effective change. Revolution. Thanks for joining. Dan, thanks for joining. That is the question before us today. This right now. First question. I yield the floor to you, Dan. Then I'll go to Mr. Tony. Okay.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, brother. Tony, electricity. My own opinion about, if you want to ask it, I'm not a pastor, or I don't believe in. I'm a Christian. I believe in God, but I'm not into that. Like we are taking verses from the Bible. I used to know some of them before, but after a while, I put that aside because I start to, those people who are preaching it, I saw a lot of criminals in them. So I lost faith in those type of people. But if you ask that question, it's a big question, bro. If God loves Nigeria, it's a typical yes. You understand? I've traveled a lot. There are some countries when you reach there, say, you go cry. Say, man, now my country be this. See another man country. And our own, we cannot hold it. You understand? Especially in African level. If you travel to some African level, see sufferation. In fact, you will come to some place, you will think there is no hope in such a place. But we have a country blessed with everything. Even water, if you throw tomato from the window of your house, those days where we did cook, instead of going out to pour, you just do like, you look left and right, you pour out through the window. If you don't careful, the first 2-3 days, 1 week, that tomato will germinate. On cement, if we find one hole somewhere where they soft, that tomato will come out from there. I'm giving you an example of the type of blessing in Nigeria. God loves Nigeria so much that, and we are blessed so much. The only problem we have there is that problem of how can we live this our way. You know, Nigeria get way. We get one kind of way for Nigeria, whether those way they say we go divide or all these things. But Nigerians, we have one way. And that way has been the blockage. Now they block the way make many people go say God forsaken country. I've seen so many Nigerians will go tell say, God forbid, I will never go back to that country. And they mean it. I saw one, the other one died the other day. Before the sickness was getting hard, he told them, say, make them no ever, if they know say they respect them, make them no ever try to say that they carry him body back to Nigeria. You understand what I'm telling you? So these are the things. When you ask this type of question, Nigeria is well blessed. In fact, over blessed. Let me just stop there for a while.
Yes, everyone will agree with you that Nigeria is overblessed, myself inclusive. Given to that, why are we now in abject poverty? Mr. Tony, that is for you, Dan, but I'll come back to you, Dan. Mr. Tony,
Yes.
John the Baptist approached Herod, if I'm correct, and told him of his act for taking his brother's wife, if I'm correct as well too. Though history, Bible scholars, Bible history says actually it is the wife, it is the woman that actually approached Herod. He lost his life in that process. His head was beheaded as a gift from the same lady. In recent times, we've not seen, personally, I stand to be correct, men of God coming out to challenge the present government, to tell them, again I repeat, to command fire from heaven and consume these leaders, as it happens in the days of Elijah and Elisha and Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Why is that, sir, please, if you don't mind?
You know, when Jesus went with his disciples to preach in a city called Samaria in Israel, when they got there, the Samaritans refused them. And the apostles who were with him, I think Peter and some other, were angry. And they said to Jesus, Lord, should we call fire from heaven to consume these people? And Jesus was angry and said to them, what kind of spirit do you have? Because that is the spirit of Elijah, quote and unquote. That's what Elijah will do. You know, call fire from heaven. Cause the other one, cause small children who were laughing at him because he's bored and making jest of him. Gorimakwa, Gorimakwa, Gorimakwa. And then he cursed them, and they were consumed by wild animals. If that was your own child, if your child was there, what are you going to do? Wouldn't you go there and beat up that prophet because it's inhuman? Pardon me, pardon my language. But that's the understanding in the Old Testament. So Jesus was saying to his disciples, listen, this is a new dispensation. Even though he had authority and power to do that. No, because the understanding of God and how to use power is different. So I think in this dispensation that we are, you don't exercise power because you have it. You don't take a sledgehammer to kill a fly just because you have power. So I think it's probably in that spirit, in the new dispensation that we are in now, dispensation of grace. And that's why God is allowing us to do all the kind of things we are doing.
Okay.
And people are getting free with all kinds of things. And at some point, you begin to wonder, is there God? Because there's grace. And people are victims.
What you're saying, if I understand, is given to the sufferings of the present, given to the current situation in the country and the suffering that the people are experiencing, it is because we are under grace?
Yes, God is giving the leaders, a long group, but grace has an end. Grace is not forever. If you check, there is no government on earth that is no wicked government, as it were, no government that is oppressive over its people, has not been dismantled. I mean, when we once had a military head of state, that people fought and went to exile, they did everything. The church, did what they did, prayed, fasted, and all that. People did all the things that they did. The man was there. In fact, he succeeded in getting some politicians to say, oh, you be the life president, you are the best man. You are the best. You can transmute from civilian military to civilian and be a life president. And he was almost getting there. But we just woke up one day and it's gone. But I want to, I just, because I just did some write-up to show that there is still God in our nation, in spite of what is happening, just in agreement with what Revolution has said. You see, only a few countries, if any, with our complexities and size, faced with the challenges that Nigeria has been saddled with since independence, will survive. There are not many countries who, if you go through our trajectory, and who that has the same size and complexities like Nigeria, that will survive all the things that Nigeria has gone through. A lot of them will crumble. And I think that the only thing that is God's grace that is keeping us together. Because otherwise, from the things that has happened in this country, I tell you, this country would have ceased to exist.
Okay.
Now,
what are the challenges? Before I come to you, Dan, I'll come to you. Can you list, please, just give 3 examples of the challenges that we are facing right now?
okay.
And as such, we couldn't get it right. We couldn't overcome these challenges.
I want to quickly, if you permit me, please, I just want to beg you, even if you don't allow me to speak again, because I taken time to put down a few things, that I call Revolution talked about when he said that God even has over-blessed us and put even Jara. But I instead of calling God is a blessing, but I would use, Jagun say I shouldn't use a blessing, I should use endowments. I don't think that there's a country on earth, I stand to be corrected, that is so endowed, or to use a Revolution's word, so blessed, richly blessed as Nigeria. I don't know. Now, I'll give you a few reasons. We have exceptional land and topography of highly diverse and rich ecosystem of rivers, of lakes, of fauna, of flora. We have places like Adamawa Plateau, Mambila Plateau, Jos Plateau, Obudu Plateau, the River Niger, River Benue, the Niger Delta. We have forests, savanna, freshwater swamps, mangrove vegetations, etc. All rich and potential sources for agriculture and tourism. The question is, how well have we utilized this for the benefit of the nation? We have beautiful climate. We are situated in an environment where there's no major seismic activities, as earthquakes, tremor, hurricane, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions. These have been very, very devastating, in so many countries. And we don't have it. We have music, culture, movie industry, food that are world class and are sought after and appreciated all over the world. We have a youthful population that is virile, active, and a potential source of wealth creation, if well managed. That's a great asset. Nigeria has the world's largest youth population, with nearly 70% under 30 years of age. We have huge diaspora population, highly educated, savvy, and making waves all over the world. According to the International Organization for Migration, in their estimate for 2024, they put the figure of Nigerians in diaspora to about 1.7 million. Now, if you take the total official inflow of remittances from these groups all over the world, excluding unofficial sources that are not captured, according to World Bank figures for 2023, it is said that the Nigeria received $20 billion in diaspora remittances. And this is equivalent, the equivalent of 35% of total remittances for sub-Saharan Africa. Again, a very vital part of our national GDP, for our nation's GDP. The World Bank estimates that in the next 2 years, this will increase to about $26 billion. And that's not counting the discounting competencies that the diaspora have acquired, which, if translated, if properly harnessed and integrated in the national development plan by the government, would take Nigeria very, very far.
Okay.
And we're not doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Don. Let me ask Tony.
Yes.
Sorry. My apology. Revolution. In respect to what Mr. Tony has read, how does this translate to food on the table for the ordinary Nigerians?
I have not finished. Just give me 2 more minutes. Let me round up. Now, if you go to material and mineral endowments, and this is where I weep thoroughly, that God has endowed Nigeria with. They are very huge. And let's look at a few, because because of time, we can't go through all that. Niger State, for instance. The largest and the most fertile land for agriculture is in Niger State. It has a land area of 74,365 square kilometers. And that is 10% of Nigeria's total land area. It is capable of feeding, it is capable of being a major hub of agricultural products and livestock for the country. In fact, alone, Niger State can feed Nigeria. Question, is it doing that now? The land is fertile. Whose fault? God? No. Now, if you speak about, in fact, when the former Vice President Osinbajo was talking about the potential of Niger State, this is what he said, and I quote. He says, it is, quote, an undiscovered jewel, a real treasure hiding in plain sight, unquote. Take Zamfara. This is Nigeria's most endowed state in terms of solid mineral deposits. Yet, it is one of the poorest countries, one of the poorest states in the Federation. It holds 60% of Nigeria's solid mineral deposits. And these include gold, bauxite, copper, iron ore, tantalite, manganese, chromate, etc. Every week, light aircrafts and helicopters fly in and out, taking out minerals illegally mined for sale in Asia, in Dubai, unchecked. And the returns go to private pockets. We take Kogi, rich in iron ore reserves, lead, zinc. We also have the same thing in Benue, in Ebonyi, in Nasarawa. Again, my question is, what have we done with it? These are endowments that God has given to Nigeria. Niger Delta, it has the largest tract of mangrove forests in Africa. It has vast crude oil deposits. It has 5.94 trillion standard cubic meters tons of natural gas reserves, the largest in Africa. The coastal areas, seaports, rivers, riverlets, etc., offer rich potentials for fishing, tourism, farming, shipping, maritime activities, yet about 47% of the population live below poverty line. Most of the environment is polluted and poisoned, making life difficult for the people. Southwest, we have here all sorts of gold, tantalite, columbite, limestone, marble, etc., etc. Seaport, the largest commercial seaport, the largest commercial hub in West Africa. We have, of course, a seaport, that encourages maritime activity. Southeast, we have bauxite, we have iron ore, we have sandstone, we have lignite, clay, coal, we have tin, we have columbite, crude oil, natural gas. You have very enterprising and ingenious set of people. All these in one country. And the question is, why is Nigeria the way it is. These are endowments that God has given to Nigeria because God loves Nigeria. And why is it difficult to put all these things together to move the country forward? Is that the fault of God? No, it's not God's fault. It's our fault. Let me stop there so that the evolution can continue.
Dan, again, Mr. Tony has read out a lengthy endowment or what Nigeria is that.
Yeah.
How has this helped the people, and how does it translate to food on the table, to electricity, to good roads, to good transportation, to good healthcare? Why are our religious leaders, that is the focus tonight, why are they not calling down fire from heaven to consume these bad leaders as it was of old? Why are they not calling down fire? Is it the case that they think that God is not with them, and as such they don't have that faith, or they are just taking the peace from us by making unnecessary demand? The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, make una allow. I want to talk wetin Tinubu talk. Na statistics we go shop. Brother, they give us statistics. And we go shop. Everybody knows what is in Nigeria. I told you, I've been around some West African. If you did, those days we were hustling to survive. If you enter some country that you go begin cry. You go to ask yourself, what's in there here? So now to the question you said about all this, you call them man of God, or they call themselves man of God or whatever. I've said it to you, Andrew. Sorry that you too, you are pastor. Make you not think say they target you or something like that.
It's okay, please.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Because the thing is that these guys are criminals. They just use that. You know, when you like my brother was calculating and mentioning all the things God blessed us with. I was happy to that you allowed him to go down. He touched all parts of Nigeria. Every part has something. Now, these guys were hungry people. The other one they say is a mathematician. Some people who knew him very well have described him as a person who no fit succeed for that lecture level. He can't calculate. Say, man, this country, there's trouble in this country. If I become a pastor now, hypnotize some people, my life can change. And it worked for him. His life changed. So these people, when you are talking of the man and women of God in the Bible time, there's a big difference with those people were people sent, like people like Moses. You saw how Moses' life started. You saw the day God captured him. All these people you see calling themselves the people we know today, or Nigerians, there are many Nigerians who worship them more than God. So many Nigerians don't even worship God again. They worship their pastor. I've experienced a lot of it. When they fake miracles, I don't know if you have gone to church where they fake miracle, you go see like this. When you go behind the stage, you go see somebody where they tell you say na cripple. They rehearse. I'm telling you, say we don't work out, investigate.
Okay. So Dan, is that the reason or part of the reason why the country is suffering? The country at large is suffering.
Of course, there's a lot of.
But they are not in government.
No, let us just start. You know, these are the people holding the people of Nigeria down. Because when Nigerians are supposed to rise, I can tell you about 90% of Nigerian population are attached to these people with the hope that it will be better one day. And these are people holding the Nigerian population down. Don't worry, it's a spiritual problem. Let us pray. Let's do this. In a good sense society, these people should have been calling the government out. Talking. How many of them have you seen talking? How many? None of them, because they are even happy that the politicians are not doing their job. You understand? So if the politicians are failing on their job, they have a good day to do their job. So how can they come out and when the people say protest, they will tell their people, no, let us pray. Let us keep praying. God will touch them one day. but they are sharing the best cars among themselves, living well. So, Andrew, that question you asked me, why they are not asking fire to come from heaven to come and burn all these politicians? How can they cause fire to come upon them? If the fire burn on the politician, it will burn them too, because they are not honest people. They are not religious people, my brother. Some of them don't even believe God. I'm telling you the gospel truth. Most of these guys you see, religious leaders today, with Muslim leaders or Christian leaders, they don't believe God. They don't even believe, say, there's hellfire. For them own, the life ends in this place. When they die, that's it. Yeah, that's my how I can figure out that question.
Mr. Tony, I'm back to you in this regard again. You are vast in this. What I'm trying to say here is, I want us to understand what I'm saying. We're not here to give out on any of these leaders. No, that is not the point. The point is, they occupy a position where they can influence, would I call it regime change in a different way, addressing the power that be, to let my people go. If you refuse to let my people go, maybe with T-Pain, they will have to address him. Let these people go. If you refuse to let these people go, then a fire from heaven will consume you. Mr. Tony, why are we not seeing that, please? You're muted, sir.
Yeah, I think there are people, in fairness to some of our pastors, I think there are some who have actually been spitting fire and, challenging government. We have seen them in the past, we still see them, currently, who are speaking and pointing government to pointing those in authority.
Please name one, only one. Name one, please.
There's a pastor from the north, El Buba. I'm sure you know him. He has held crusades. He has come out on the street. They have threatened him. They offered him money, according to him, to mellow down. But he refused. He refused to take their money. And he's been speaking. He's moving. He has carried out campaigns and so on. But the problem with the office of a pastor is, if you go to 1 Timothy chapter 2 and reading from verse 1 to 4, you see that the Bible, this is Paul writing to Timothy. He specifically instructs Timothy, who is a pastor, that he was mentoring, that you pray for those in authority, pray for kings. So part of their responsibility is to pray for them, that they will change. Pray for them, that they will listen to the voice of the people, and that they would bring out policies that will impact positively on the people that they are governing. But that said, again, you have, on the other hand, you have people who, if you go back to the period of Jonathan, for instance, as president, that was one of the worst periods that we saw men of God, quote and unquote, hobnobbing with government. Took him to where they prayed for him, told him all lies that he's going to win and all that and all that. We saw pastors doing things that are untoward, so much so that CAN and the Pentecostal Fellowship, began to speak out and to criticize, to single out some of those people, calling them out, because the gospel is, the church is a pillar of truth. That's what the Bible says. So once the church leaders and pastors deviate from speaking the truth because they are gratiated because of the things that they get, or when you see things going wrong, and then because you have a large following and people listen to you and people see you and respect you as a leader, as a pastor, as a leader of a great congregation. And instead of speaking truth to power, you say that Nigeria has a spiritual problem, or that Nigeria, you find something else to say instead of really calling out and speaking directly to authority that they are not doing what is right. So if Nigeria has a spiritual problem, and then you are a minister of God, just like Electric is saying, and you are a minister of God, why can't you pray for that spiritual problem to go away so that the nation can move forward? Why can't you lay hands on those leaders, go to them and lay hands on those leaders so that they will change? So you see the way that the church, or some church leaders, have debased the word of God by just trying to be nice or trying to be diplomatic. And yet, the example that electricity gave with John the Baptist, he was bold. He just went and accused, he accused Herod. He was not mincing words. Told him, listen, you can't take your brother's wife. You can't covet your brother's wife. It's wrong, for which he paid the price. Do we have ministers like that who will look government in the face and say, listen, what you're doing is wrong? And they don't care whether whatever harm will be done to them. So that's the problem that we have today. We have people who, like some people say, call themselves into the ministry. Call themselves into the ministry, because what the scripture tells us is that he who the Lord calls, he equips. So if the Lord calls you and he equips you, why are you afraid? Why are you going around with all kinds of convoys, and bulletproof cars? And you're a minister, and you tell people, you stand on the altar in the pulpit and tell people to pray and cover yourself with the blood of Jesus. But you are driving in a bulletproof car, and you have policemen all guiding you. So what example are you showing to the people?
Thank you, Mr. Tony. I'm trying to phrase this question very well. This is for both yourself and Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony, thank you for that in terms of referencing the bulletproof car and the bodyguards and the excesses that we see them display. So here is what jumped at me when you were speaking, sir. If John the Baptist spoke to authority, we've not seen any speak to authority. Is it the case that they feel that God is not with them? Or they are just afraid?
You want me to answer that?
You can go first, then Mr. Tony go next.
Okay, that is, you bring me back to me, I used to hit the nail on the head very straightly. I don't want to bend around. I tell you that most of them are criminals, especially the prominent ones. This one that we know.
Dan, you don't have evidence to that. Okay?
No, electricity. That is where we get that problem of Nigeria. Why they tell you say?
Do you have evidence to say that?
There's evidence now. Okay, let me now give you an evidence.
Can you highlight the evidence, please?
The evidence I will give you, you will compare. Because what you are putting on the ground, you are using John the Baptist now, to compare these guys who are in power. And if you see John the Baptist,
to compare,
I mean, these guys, these
the biblical leaders,
these are our modern day John the Baptist. Them, days of John the Baptist and Jesus Christ. Look at how they lived. John the Baptist lived when you see the pictures we've seen about, maybe in a fake picture, as people might say, but if you see the way John the Baptist lived his life, his hair was bushy, everything about him is unkept, only preaching the word of God. You understand? Then you can now compare this. When I tell you that most of them are criminals, most of pastors of today will tell you, okay, now let me just point it, because me, I like to give a point. I have a brother. I spoke to him some few weeks ago. He just wrote me and told me he needs support. Just like that. I say, you need support for what? It's for business. Now let me now come and learn for you. So I let him speak to me on the phone. So I kept quiet. I gave him time to speak up what he wants. Suddenly he told me, now I'm a pastor. Immediately I just burst laughing. He allowed me to laugh reach ground. Small time he come ask me, say, bros, why this is the last born of my family. He said, bros, why are you laughing? I said, no. I started laughing more. Then I asked myself, this na person wey be say, if you give am money to go and do something for you, now you send money come, he go begin to tell you, say, now he go come, they tell you how to use that money. You that send the money for him to do something for you, immediately the money reaches his hand, he start telling you how he will spend the money. At the end of the day, you will quarrel because he will keep the money to himself. And now telling me that he's a pastor. You understand me? So I started laughing. So these are the things I tell you, that most people in Nigeria, if you want to compare them to John the Baptist, and you tell me, what's the proof I have? We've seen the proofs. How do they get all this money to be living extra large in Nigeria, while the people paying all this tithe to them? Some of them, I have friends, they don't even have money to go to church anymore. So if you want to compare and asking for proof, we don't need to look at them to do the way of their life. They say the way you present yourself tells somebody who don't know you who you are or what kind of person you are. There's no proof. You don't need any proof. You just have to watch their lifestyle of today, the pastors of today, and the pastors of the time of John the Baptist. There's a big difference. Jesus was living a selfless life. He don't want to do anything special or anything, you know what I mean? But the guys of today, they wear the best suits, they enjoy the best life, and they will tell you not to. Let's see, somebody came and told us he was drinking 3 cups of tea a day. How many Nigerians can afford 1 cup of tea a day in Nigeria today? These are my evidences, so maybe it's not the type of evidence you want. Maybe you thought I catch them do something. We have seen evidence of pastors who are doing fake miracles now, that people caught them. Investigators, journalists like Una, have caught them doing fake miracles, convincing Nigerians. We have seen it. So let me stop there. Make I no go cause more controversies about this question.
Thank you. KJ, welcome for joining. The protest led by Adeboye during the Jonathan era, would you be able to tell why has the same protest not taking place, given to the hardship that the people are experiencing right now? Could it be because the wife is a pastor in his church? The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Electricity, for welcoming me. Thank you, Tony and the Revolution. Thank you guys I've been listening to you when you started, and you know, Mr. Tony had done a great job, and also Revolution, who has come from the other side. We all enjoy it. Everyone's view is welcomed, and we can equally test them. So that's one thing I like about discussion, is that you allow people to express their view, whether you agree with them or not. That's why America is so great, because the big and the small, everybody's view is welcomed. They may insult you, they may not agree with you, but they will allow you to express yourself, and they tell you that you own that view, and nobody should stop from expressing it. If we do that in Nigeria, probably we will have been a better nation now, because within that that rambling or that pandering or that rattling of people or whatever they say. You can pick one or two things that can help you become a great nation, become a great country, become a great leader. Unfortunately, what people do in Nigeria, that once you're not with them in the ruling class, they see you as a dangerous and an opposition. And so whatever you say is not processed and it's not considered. Having said that, I will come back to what the question is, so it doesn't look as if I'm running away from it. Pastor E.A. Adeboye is somebody I have a lot of respect for, not because I'm his, one of his sheep. I don't go to Redeemed Church. I've done one very big interview with him many years ago when we extracted the membership and the size of his ministry. We try to, talk about it. And we realize that he is, and I must be honest here, it's possible that, as a human being, when God speaks to you, you can equally decide to say the one he wants to say and leave the one you don't want to say. God will not kill you. Uh-huh. God can tell me now, give Revolution $10,000. I'll go there and I'll begin to pinch the money in my pocket. And I eventually bring out two and give him. It's not because God didn't speak. It was because the person he has spoken to refused to carry out the instruction the way he has spoken about it. And as a person who has worked in this part of the constituency for so long, I realized that Pastor E.A. Adeboye is an exceptional man who can lock himself up inside his office for 40 days and 40 nights, praying to hear what God wants him to do. And in one of those occasions that I said we did this interview, it was one of those his 40 days prayers. And we were told right from when we got there that we couldn't meet with him. But when he heard, I won't call the name of my organization, but when he heard that it was us who were in their camp to do that interview, he decided to oblige us, something he rarely does. And we realized that even in his office, he didn't have any form of food. So even if he maybe breaks his fast, which I don't know, I cannot discuss what I don't know. Even if he didn't fast throughout the 40 days and 40 nights, if he had anything, wanted to eat anything, he would probably eat fruits. There was, a lot of fruit, collection of fruits on the table, right in his office. And after we met with him briefly, he thanked us for coming and tried to solve our problem. The challenge we had to do an area shot, which he did, give us a helicopter take us up. But what I'm trying to drive at that the man spends a lot of time in prayers. And like Tunde Bakari will say, a pastor at the highest point of your pastorship, at your 100% spiritual, you are still a man with breath. You are still breathing in and out. That means that you are also prone to misinterpret whatever God has told you to say, even though you are very anointed and spiritually filled. So I think that Jonathan's match, if you ask me, I'm not trying to, tackle the elderly man. If you ask me, some people were misguided because those people are still around now and they are not saying much. But you see, a man of God at the class of Adeboye may not necessarily speak. He may ask his, I don't want to say cronies, but people who are much in a lower rank to speak on his behalf. And that sometimes is what happens in this situation. They were people like their pastor, who I respect also, Tunde Bakari, who was in that match. Some of us felt so bad because we had a better understanding of what the situation was at that time. But they were the ones who led that parade. So now I was one of the first people who asked Tunde Bakari, so where are you now? Why have you not led another one? Tunde Bakari is somebody I've known. He was one of the foremost apostolic pastors in Nigeria and is well grounded in the word of God, if you ask me. So he should have known. And then, earlier somebody said, well, we should not, criticize them. The truth, it remains that we Nigerians have prayed for our leaders. If there was anything, a prayer, prayer can change somebody from being black to white. All our leaders would have been Oyibo people by now. God will have prayed them out. There's white, black skin should have been changed. I, for one, speaking, there was a time in Abuja that we prayed for Nigeria for more than 6 years, every Saturday from 6 a.m. We meet at 6 a.m. and we stand up praying for Nigeria till 12:30, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, praying that Nigeria should, God should usher in a new crop of leaders, a new change in Nigeria. Am I saying that God didn't usher in that? No, He did. Because after that, some of those very fake men of God who are not called disappeared. But the country, you look at, the more you see, the less you understand. And then we also have to draft in some men of God into government at that time. And when they got in, I'm sorry to say this, but they are also carried away by the largesse that fall from the office.
Okay.
That is always the question. You remember in this program here, one day I discussed about when you talk about the sons of God, and there are 5 levels of sonship.
Okay.
The ones that always been
KJ, hold on first. Don't take us there yet, okay?
okay.
Welcome, John Abba. Welcome, Desta. And what we're
Okay,
gonna do is
can I just stand up?
Okay.
Yeah, so I can time my phones.
Okay, just give you 30 seconds to round up.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say in essence that those the protest that was led at that time should have been what they should be leading now. And if you ask me as an individual, I would have said, since we also march that time, we should equally march now. I would have just gone ahead to say, look, let us march out right now. But I'm glad that somebody mentioned people like Prophet Buba, who has always been in the forefront. The other person who has also been in the forefront is people like Ade Farasin. Okay, Paul Ade Farasin. And I know for sure, but it's not coming into this, but I know because I'm an insider. I know that Adeboye, Oyedepo is also doing a lot, but he will not come out to say it. And so there are men of God who are equally behind, talking to the government, talking to the people, and trying to make sure that things get better for Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. KJ, thank you very much. Okay. Listen, the topic is, I think KJ, you are dipping in and out. So is it me or you are dipping in and out?
No, it's you because I finished. I thought everybody heard me. I hope
Thank
you guys
very
heard
much.
me.
Please, can you indicate if you are hearing me? Are you hearing me very well?
I'm hearing you clearly.
We are hearing
Hello?
you.
Gentlemen, are you hearing me?
Maybe
Yes.
change your
We hear
headphone.
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We're
John
hearing
Abba, can you hear me?
I hear you.
I can hear you
Hello?
loud and clear.
Okay, so you are not hearing me. So it's coming from my
Can you
end
hear
here.
us? Can you hear us? We hear you.
Okay. The topic is God with Nigeria. Okay, thank you. No, I just wanted to indicate. Mr. Tony read a list of Nigerians, what God has blessed Nigeria with. My question is, why are we still in this abject poverty? Why are the people still suffering? 2 days ago or yesterday, we heard of the tanker that exploded, and 140 people so far has been buried, mass burial. These are avoidable deaths. These are avoidable deaths. What are our religious leaders doing? John Abba, you being a pastor or a reverend father, why have they not spit out fire from heaven? Okay, we lost John Abba now. So, Desta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Electricity. Thank you, Electricity, and everybody on the panel today. I hope I won't get anybody angry. let's before we. I think one of the biggest problems we have in quotes church today, or religion today, is that on one side you have ministers who claim to be walking in the grace of the New Testament. However, they want the aura and the respect of the Old Testament, and then they don't want to do the things that the Old Testament prophets did. The church basically in Nigeria has lost its relevance. That's what I would say, because the church is supposed to be the conscience of the government. I think somewhere in the Bible says, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, when he was talking about describing Jesus. So the government is supposed to rest on the shoulder of the church. But and one thing we should know is that, look, countries like China are doing well without a church, without Christianity. And I think it's very clear. The Bible says, I think somewhere in Proverbs, righteousness and justice. If you want to prosper, righteousness and justice, those are the pillars upon which prosperity is based for any nation. If not, reproach will come. Now, unfortunately, what you have there in Nigeria today, the so-called ministers cannot speak the truth. They can't. They have, it's now the god of mammon, so they cannot afford to, because of they have invested so much. When Jesus was talking about where are your treasures, where your treasures are, that's where your heart will be also. So in Nigeria today, what you have is that many of the churches, especially the big ones, have their treasures on earthly things. And I will point you to Idahosa. I was fortunate enough to live in Benin City during the time of Idahosa. Yes, please.
Desta, could you give me the definition of what the church is, please?
Of what the church is? The church is basically like I think the church comes from a German word. I've forgotten the root German word, but it's a place where people come where people gather. The church is like, it's like a spiritual place where people their consciousness are enlightened. That's what I get for what the church is really.
Okay.
From what the German word. Yes.
The church is a group of individuals.
Yes.
It's not the building. It's not the structure.
No, absolutely
not. So, are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian. Christian.
You are part of the church. So you agree with me that you contribute to part of this failure that you're talking about.
And I contribute, and I have been saying this thing ever since I came to consciousness. I was in a church service one day, and they asked, it was an open discussion, and I told them the church in Nigeria has failed. The Southern church in Nigeria has failed. One, the Southern church in Nigeria is more interested in money, instead of them to go to the north and build schools and take education there, take hospitals there. Look, the reason why many people accepted Christianity back then in the South is that the missionaries came. They came with education. They came with healthcare. Look, do you know that till today in the walls of Kano City, you don't have a church in the walls of Kano City? And I was telling people, you don't need to go and build. Look, if the church is interested in investment, you go to the Emir of Kano and tell him, I want to build hospitals here. I want to build hospitals, and you must guarantee the safety of all my staff. I want to build a school here. It is not a religious school. It's not. Then you employ Christian doctors into that hospital. Look, by the time the people start getting touched, their personal lives, it will not take time. Their lives will change. Look, many people that transformed to Christianity were worshiping idols. But by the time they saw schooling, hospital, good health care, they started asking themselves, look, what is the rationale? But what happens in the Nigerian church, especially the Southern church, they are not interested in that. How can you look? What are you building all these edifices for? For who? Hagia Sophia is an evidence that edifice does not determine Christianity. Hagia Sophia was there for 100 years till today. Now Hagia Sophia is now a mosque. And what happened? The people, they stopped developing people. The church is supposed to be focused on developing human resource. And if you want to check the temperature of any, in quotes, Christian nation, check the temperature of the church. The church in Nigeria is not interested in human capacity development. That is why you have one pastor, G.O., preaches every Sunday. Every Sunday from there's nobody. Look, a church that is growing, a Bible study teacher can do sermon because the pastors are empowering the people, and even a member can hold an argument. I was in a vehicle one day in Port Harcourt, and there was an Islamic cleric in the car, and he was having a conversation with one of these faith-based churches, a member. And do you know that the Islamic cleric actually knew the Bible more than that guy? Because all that guy knew was my pastor say, and the Islamic cleric was destroying the boy. The boy will say something, the Islamic cleric will quote the Bible for the boy. The boy was so shocked. The boy couldn't hold an argument. Why? All he's interested in is my pastor say, I'm not casting aspersion on anybody. But you have people that go to church. What they talk about is the God of my father. The God of I tap into covenant. And let me land on this point. The reason why Christ came was to break the veil so that you have direct access. And this is why I say the pastors today, instead of them to direct these members direct access to God, they want the members to say the God of my father. And it goes back to this. That is why our society is not developing. So people cannot even go and make objective decisions. This is evil. Speak against it. Instead, what you have people do will be placating it. They will be papering over it. That's why the revival in Nigeria, unfortunately, you see, God does not wait for anybody. God uses the vessel that is available. The revival in Nigeria, the church has missed its opportunity to bring about the revival. It will come from outside.
Thank you, Dexter. I want us to take a step back here, because when we are saying about the church, we're talking about individuals, which you and I possibly are part of it, and we are looking at biblical leaders, a follow-up to biblical leaders in nation building. Their impact, doing comparison with men of God or biblical leaders of old, such as Nehemiah, such as David, such as Solomon, such as Joseph, such as Elijah. These people were involved in nation building. Some of them risked their life. If we read Hebrews chapter 11, it tells us those who laid their life, who even refused deliverance. And in the context of what is going on in Nigeria, we are looking up to them, John. We're looking up to them for hope. Jonaba, how do we deal with this issue of how can we motivate them, or why do you think they are not coming out and calling on fire from heaven? Please forgive me for what I'm about to say. To consume T-Pain and his government so that the people can be free.
Electricity and my brothers, good evening from this end. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I saw you and I said, let me
sorry,
stop.
John, Abba, sorry. KJ will be moderating for the next 20 minutes. I'll be back soon. Thank you.
Oh, it's a pleasure being with you guys around on the issue of religion and talking about Christianity. It's not so much things I want to dive into because I think the world is looking at us, the black race, whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, they laughed at us because the Bible also say that the eyes or the ears of God are not blind. The eye is not blind, the ear is not deaf. We are being separated if you go by the Bible context. And the so God we preach around is never eat anything in our land because the motive is very clear that the Bible say you pray and you don't receive answer because you pray wrongly. So it's not about prayer. You can pray till you until whenever, but the people need to step up and take a fiscal responsibility. What they need to do for themselves, they have to do it. Spirituality have its own place. The law have its own place. Being just a decent human being with morale have its own place. And we don't have all of those things. So we don't expect anything to happen. Whether the pastors are praying for fire to come down, such prayer will not work because they themselves, they are not clean. So how do the unclean have their authority to talk to somebody because they mentioned the name of Jesus? So in fact, sometimes I don't want to go into this Christianity or Islam. Religion doesn't count that much to me. Humanity is my own. If you see your brother today that have a need, and or if you are drowning and somebody reach out to help you, do you ask them about their religion? So you just being a decent human being with a good moral, that is enough for the society and the whole world that brought whatever you guys say religion is part of this thing. But whatever we can say, those people have do away with Christianity. They have solidified their law to an extent, and if you do wrong, the law will hold you accountable. Period. So why Christianity or every religion is your own spiritual world that you want to seek. We say idol. What is idol? I think people seek for something bigger than themselves. The demonization of the African, that whatever we were worshiping before we are introduced to Islam and Christianity, is still what kept us, and that's why the world look at us, they laugh at us, because what you are saying, you don't have a practical evidence of it, and the world doesn't work that way. And we are still living in that world, thinking that that is a reality. Well, one pastor that have been living off his own people over the years, that have make a career over it, and then you think God is the one talking, or because you spend so many hours praying, or because many of their prophecy never even come true anyway. So what is the deal about it? Christianity, especially in Africa, is delusional. We are just trying to have a hope in the midst of our confusion, looking for our identity of who we are, that we lost everything. Our resources have been taken away, and if those people are the one, all the jet they bought, Nigerians don't make jet. You know how much those things cost. They used to furnish their lifestyle, and the poor people that are looking for one way or the other, they can go there. I think they should turn out the churches in Nigeria to a charging point, so that the people contribute money and they get electricity to charge themselves and go on social media, so that everybody can have electricity and we can talk like this, and then maybe they can wake up. But taking advantage of each other in the name of Jesus or whatever the religion, whether in the north where they talk about whatever they do after the life here, they have somebody waiting for them on the other side. It's all delusional. There's no such thing. But if that is what you guys believe and it's keeping you guys here, that's fine.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John, very much. We are still on this issue: is God with Nigeria? Most of it's everything about God is transparency, accountability, fairness, equity. We lost John Abade, and it doesn't matter what religion you practice. So we're gonna shift it a little bit away from here, and we're gonna talk about the recent revelation information that came out in respect to Abia State. We all know that Alex Oti has been a shining light. We're still on the topic, is God with Nigeria? We're not left there, but digressing a little bit, we'll come back to that. Alex Oti came out saying that there was an error in respect to 1.5 billion budgeted for Elos Van in Abia State by Alex Oti. I'll start with you, Mr. Tony. I'll give you 5 minutes each because we're Ed. Welcome to the platform. it's been I don't know. Alex Oti has been, everybody looked up to him. But here we are finding out today, or some few days ago, coming Punch newspaper, that 1.5 billion for Elos vans in Abia budget. And I'm going to read what I got, the message I got, that the average citizen can barely afford a decent meal. But in 2024, Abia State budget, you plan to spend 1.5 billion on 2 Toyota Hilux. Two. I don't know if this is correct. Please kindly confirm to me, gentlemen, if this is correct. 1.5 billion on 2 Toyota Hilux. 10 billion to establish a film village. 1.5 billion to buy cars for commissioners, judiciary, and permanent secretary. 2.8 billion to buy bursary for government house MDNA. Abba, Mr. Governor, how will this help the common people of Abia State? Now, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to start from, and let me start from Ed that just joined us. Ed, 1.5 billion for 2 Toyota Hilux. Ed, are you the one driving one? Are you the one going to drive one of the Toyota Hilux?
Well, I mean, I don't really know much about that situation, but it's kind of. I mean, I would like to get more information about that before I can really speak on it because, I mean, as you said, Mr. Alex Oti, right? He's been like a glimmer of hope in Nigeria. So I want to give him the benefit of that and learn more about that before I'm able to speak on it. I hope.
Ed, Ed, don't play this game with. Don't play this game with. Okay, no, don't do
I
this.
mean,
No, no,
the
no,
truth
no, no.
is, let me tell you something. Electricity.
Just go. Listen, this is from Punch newspaper. Okay, this is budget. You don't need to know more about it. So I'm reading from. I mean, KJ, can you confirm the story? KJ, you're a journalist.
Can you project it? Let's really see the information you are saying. That would be good.
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not behind stage. Backstage, I will have been able to project it.
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay.
Yeah, so
I think I can show it on my phone.
Because if you're saying Eluxes,
This
now
is the publication.
How many Eluxes is buying?
From Punch. Punch
Okay.
newspaper. And the headline is 1.5 billion for Hilux vans in Abia budget. And error.
How many Eluxes?
2.
No, that's wrong. That's
You see, what? Sorry, Ed. Let me come in a bit because I'm from Abia State, and Alex Oti is a governor who have struggled to bring to government for the past three terms of election season in Nigeria, and now he's actually sitting in the seat. So the onus is on him to prove that what the Abia people believe about him, why they've gone ahead to struggle to get him in, is that his hands are clean. And I want to commend him for one thing. At least he was honest enough to say, yes, it's there, but it's an error. So since it's an error now that he has discovered that's an error, can he be able to please correct it? And check to see if there are other errors which he has not been able to see. Because if you know how government works, sometimes, and that's why some politicians, they almost work all night, because you can sit in, excuse me, in a political meeting, okay, that will end around 2 a.m. and you get up and jump into your car and think it's gone. It's all done. You have given out what you want. But between that 2 a.m. and the time that will go to the press, a lot of things change. So sometimes that is done deliberately by those who want their interests to be taken care of. Sometimes it's done with the knowledge of those who are preparing the budget. I want to believe him that he's saying it's an error and that should be corrected. But the thing is, even if you go down to the other ones that he didn't say they are errors, they look very bogus. I understand that Abia has a very large number of actors and actresses. But 10 billion to do that, to develop a film village, I know again that it may cost a lot of money. I know that a film equipment, especially if you want to equip it yourself, costs a lot of money. But is it the best we can do right now? Is that what the people of Abia will be needing right now? Is that part of what will bring up, turn around the economy quickly and put food on the tables of people? If that is what he thinks, then I appreciate he's bringing it in. But if it's not, if they don't have, people who are ready to go into production, that will get young people employed, get electricians employed, get carpenters employed, get actors employed, get costume designers employed, get makeup artists employed, and even floor managers, then I don't think it is necessary to spend that amount of money now, but rather to put in something that can bring food to the tables of people, which is agriculture. Thank you so much.
All right. Can I speak now? Electricity, can I speak?
Sorry, I
Yes,
forgot.
please go
I
ahead.
forgot I muted. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I
All right.
forgot I
Thank you.
muted.
Thank you, KJ. I mean, as I said, honestly, while you were, talking about it, I thought Mr. Tony was going to speak, so I didn't really pay too much mind on what you were saying, and I didn't want to make comments. That's why. On the issue that actually brought me here, is God still with Nigeria or not? That's the question, right? Yeah. I think
Ed. Someone called you my brother, so thanks for being there. If you don't mind, if you just give me just a few minutes to say something.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Someone, Mr. Abba, said something. First of all, let me acknowledge Voltaire's statement that everybody, that the right to free expression of everybody should be respected. In fact, in the statement that Voltaire made, I can't quote it, all by heart. He did say that, I would give you the opportunity to speak, to air your views, and if it's necessary, I will die for it. So that's just saying that, I respect everybody's views here on thought, but I think it doesn't go down well with me to say, one, that Christianity is delusional. I don't think that's a fact that can be sustained. I think it defeats. It won't stand critical analysis. I think that's his view, but I think it's wrong. Two, I think that it is also wrong to make a blanket condemnation of the church. I mean, of leaders in the church, because we are saying that because the reason why we are asking for their intervention is because the political leaders have failed, essentially in our country, and so we are looking at these so-called leaders and pastors to be, the ones that will whip them in line. As far as I'm concerned, they're supposed to be just guardrails, to help, to remind them of their calling as leaders, and to direct them to ensure that they, as leaders, they ensure that they turn out policies that will augur well for the well-being of everybody. And they can do that in so many ways. They can do that by praying. They can do that by advising. They don't necessarily need to come out in public and say things. They could talk to them, one-on-one, and we don't know. Some others probably would come out, like El Bubara we talked about, and hold demonstrations and lead, particularly people are not listening. So, my point is that there are people who are doing great things, great work, contributing, building schools and so on. And there are still some bad eggs also within them. And that's life. Even with Jesus, out of the 12, there was a Judas. So in discussing, I think we should balance our discussion, our views, so that we can make we can be more objective in the discussion. For OT, I agree with Ed that this is an issue for me personally that I am not so vast in. I'm just hearing it. I haven't read that, so it's difficult for me to comment. But I think that if indeed what Punch has reported is true, it's going to be an issue that will be on the front burner, and OT would have the right to respond to whatever allegations that will be brought against him. Let me stop there. Ed, I'm sorry I took.
No problem. No problem. Thank you for your comments. I actually, as I said, I came because of the main topic that's on the rider, whether God is with Nigeria, and I'm only able to speak from the Christian perspective because that's the religion that I practice. I think, in a generic sense, we could say God is everywhere. God is, I mean, God is still in Nigeria in that sense, because if you're reading from the Bible, you kind of get that understanding that God is transcendent, right? But then, in a more specific sense, the Bible says, "Draw near to me, and I'll draw near to you. Let the wicked forsake his ways," right? So it kind of makes it sort of a conditional presence, that if God is going to be in a place, or God is going to really relate with a people or a person, there are some prerequisites in terms of you cleansing your ways. And in that sense, it should look like God has forsaken Nigeria, or the majority of Nigerians, because if we look at ourselves, are we really being godly? Right? So as a nation, dealing with us as a nation, it should look like, okay, something like that. But here is where I want to actually happen when it comes to the role of religious leaders in the country. I'm not going to pretend as if even in Christianity we've not have excesses as a religion. Whether it's a prosperity gospel, which is very common in Nigeria, especially in the South, or just a kind of Christianity that's mixed with some parts of our tradition and culture, that's like we've given Christianity a kind of a specifically Nigerian flavor in terms of some of the practices. I don't want to go into maybe the very details of it, and all of those things. I tend to frown at it, but overall, can I really say that Christianity has not been a force for good in the country? I can't say that. Christianity has been a force of for good, even from its entry into the country, the whole idea of Western education that it came with. To that extent, I would not want to make a judgment on the Christian religion in Nigeria. I believe strongly that that's the right faith to practice, and I believe that if people, including the leaders of the faith, are practicing it properly, we would probably be a better country. That's just the truth. But having said that, let's look at what makes a country work. On Monday, the Nobel Prize announced the winners of the Nobel Prize in Economics. They're Darren Acemoglu. I think Simon Johnson and Richard Johnson and Simon. I don't know what his last name is. So these guys are world-class economists. Asimoglu is one of the most cited economists. He's at MIT. Originally a Turkish person, went to school in UCL, London, and then teaches at MIT. Brilliant guy. These three guys, the main thesis of their research that won them this Nobel Prize was what determines the prosperity of a nation. And guess what that is? Economic institutions. So many times we come here and we want to we make the point that, oh, religion is the main problem of Nigeria. No, it's not. It's not. It's not even empirical. The real problem with Nigeria and any country that struggles is not religious institutions, is a lack of economic institutions that work, right? And when they did the research, they did a couple of research. And one of the research they did was to look at the development of North Korea vis-a-vis that of South Korea. These are countries that in economics you call it a quasi-experiment. Like it's just something that you can have a treatment and a control for, right? So very sound research. And what they were able to find out was that while the South had democratic economic institutions, the North does not. So how does that relate to Nigeria? If we had economic institutions, which it is the leadership that determines that, most of the symptoms we are seeing from maybe our religious institutions and other para-economic institutions in Nigeria, will not see them. They are not the disease, they are the symptom. So for example, if a young man who happens to be a fake pastor, he graduated from university and he got a job, he will not set up a church to continue whatever fake charlatanry is doing, right? So it's more of that is an effect. But when we come here, we always judge that as a cause, right? The same goes for even our African traditional religion, for Islam. A lot of the things that we judge about them actually the result of a failed leadership and the absence of sound economic institutions, right? So I think we should, if we want to really talk as scientific people who speak based on empirical facts, we should, because when we do this whole thing of, I'm not saying I'm not saying don't criticize excesses. I just did. I'm not saying don't criticize religious excesses, but if you want to really pin down the issue, it goes to our economic institutions, which can only be controlled by our leadership. That is the real problem of Nigeria. All these other things you're saying, even the prosperity gospel brand of Christianity that's very popular in Nigeria, is a result of, is a reaction to poverty, right? That's just it. The prosperity gospel in America, for example, the proponents of those prosperity gospel, I'm in America, they are not respected among the evangelicals. Because it's just very easy to know that they are preaching, what they are preaching is fraud. Whereas that kind of message is the predominant one in southern Nigeria because people are looking for an escape from poverty. And the result of poverty is a lack of proper leadership and economic institutions. So let's pin it to that and not just give our leaders, our economic and political leaders, a free ride. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is next? I think I said I'll go from Ed. Okay.
Let me just, because I want to go to work now, please. Let me just round up. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me beg the other panelists, please. Is it okay for Dan to go first, if you guys don't mind?
It was my turn, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, because Tony has spoken. He borrowed his time from Ed, so he was going the other way around. Anyway, let me say, I like what my friend Ed just said now. I like the way he rounded everything, and sometimes our brother Tony also, they rounded everything up. They don't want to hit the ball, the hammer on the nail. They always try to find a way to pardon or to convince people like us that our problem in Nigeria is not the religious leaders. They blame it on economic. They find a way, just anyhow. They will always find a way to excuse these guys. But they forgot that Nigeria is Nigeria. These guys have taken opportunity of our problems in, like Ed said, economic problem, to capture Nigerians. You see, so sometimes they will try to see, okay, it's like this, but let us don't pin it on these guys. The big problem of Nigeria today, as I'm telling you today, is these religious people. Whether they are good people, whether the one who that honest, whether the ones who are criminals, that is the biggest problem. When John Abba came and spoke that Christianity is delusional, or what they call me, I don't go school much. All these things are fake things. Going to heaven, some people will go this. I live in Europe for many years. Churches in Europe are now museums. Many of them is just where people go and light candle. You won't see anybody there because they have woken up to the truth. All these things are just games they play. You can pray at home. Andrew, you said that Jesus came so that people can speak directly to God. I believe in Christianity. I believe in church, but I don't believe in the system that is going on. I go to my knees and pray to God if I'm in trouble, and he hears me, I'm satisfied. But to take my money and go to church and give it to somebody, or go and listen to somebody like me, who will tell me about Bible or by God? Nobody can tell me. I know the good things. I know the wrong things. I know when I'm trying to commit a sin, and I know when I'm living righteously. Until we Nigerians come to that stage of understanding, our problem will continue, because these people, they have so many power. When Oyedepo speaks, many Nigerians will listen to him, as far as you're a Christian. Whether you go to deeper, to winners or not. When they come publicly, occasionally, when they come, anything they say. I travel to Africa sometimes. When you go, if you meet some people, when you are telling them the truth, all they are telling you is about our pastor. My pastor said this. They don't talk about God said anything anymore, or I believe in God. Even when they are giving testimony, instead of giving testimony to God for helping them, they will say, I called my pastor. When my pastor prayed something on the telephone, the problem disappeared. So this is where we get into, where I get problems with this Christian. I want to talk about Christianity, because defending them or not trying to pin this on Nigeria, the days when we don't have all these people, Nigeria was doing good. But when these people came, they controlled what I call hypnosis. They hypnotized Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians don't even look at this, our problem in Nigeria today. When they call for protests, you will see people come on TV. No, we were not going there because of this. And they cannot feed themselves. So I don't know. I don't want to.
Can I ask you a question, Daniel?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's Dan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In 2015, I know some pastors were very vocal that Buhari should not be the president. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that there were people who felt like that was religious fanaticism, that we wanted Jonathan to be president just because he's a Christian?
But I want to answer your question by telling you, do you know that a lot of pastors who came and who said that Jonathan should leave? Did you hear that again?
No, I mean, both sides, yes, true. But I'm telling you, did people listen to pastors? I know of pastors, a lot, even Oyedepo, they came out. Adeboye was more like a bit indifferent. Did you people listen to them then when they told you? And let me be honest, I don't agree with everything about Oyedepo. There are some things you said about the excesses of religion that I totally agree with, right? But I'm telling you that even the same power you think those pastors have, when it's time, when they speak on these national issues, sometimes you people don't even listen to them.
I don't listen. To be honest, brother, let me just round up so that you guys
why blame them for what they do and what they don't do?
Why I blame them is because they have captured Nigerian population. 80% of Nigerians has
But
been
this Nigerian
captured.
population did not listen to them when they said don't vote for Buhari, did they?
Who? How many of them was there?
Oyedepo came out very well. I said don't vote for.
brother. These people
Uh,
they are part of the system. Honestly,
Gentlemen,
it's a big
what we're doing is we're having a free flow discussion now. You see, that's I'm doing less moderating. Okay, I'm in the
Okay,
Okay,
let me
background.
round up, Andrew, so that I
No,
leave.
no. What I'm saying is, hold on. And you can interject yourself, but with respect,
Okay.
the person allows you to interject. So that's what we call a free flow
okay.
discussion. So
Can I say something to?
But let me go, HKJ, so that I disappear and you people continue. My time is out. Just to conclude, bro, religion has caused more harm to we Nigerians. God saved me that I left Nigeria at an early stage of my life. So I was able to clear my mind and my head. But I can tell you, the people I left back home, bro, if you are talking to them, you will be surprised. What has happened to them? I say good night with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Revolution. I want to start from where you ended. Religion has caused more good in Nigeria than would bad, and I will start from mentioning institutions in Nigeria that are being supported and built by the church. There are many of them. In fact, if you are from Abia like myself, majority of the people who are anything today came from Holy Ghost College, Umuahia, or from Ozuakoli Methodist College. There are people who are also great teachers today who came from women college, women teachers college, WTZ, women teachers college, Ozuakoli. These are institutions that have stood the test of time. Not to talk about the ones in the west or the ones in up north, which I don't want to, continue to count. If you go to Makodi, Benue State, where I grew up, the most the five top schools are all owned and run by the church, which is I have colleges like St. Michael Alede, Martin Gabriel Secondary School, St. Joseph Trade Center, which was training people in carpentry and all those other stuff, and the list goes on. Even when it comes to women development, education. You have colleges like Mount Carmel in Makodi and Queen of the Rosary and St. Anne's in Otukpo. These are the top schools in Benue. And at that time, it was all run by the church, and students graduated with flying. In fact, Mount St. Gabriel remains who that have produced people like Suswan and many more great people have come from there. People like Two Face were also in those schools. Now, why am I calling them? I'm not trying to drop them. I'm simply saying that these schools have contributed to the development of Nigerian society very well. And what just like Ed said, you cannot have good and not also have some, bad apples among the bunch. But doesn't necessarily mean that because there are bad apples among the bunch means that the whole tree of apples should be cut down. Now, even in the society where law and order is part of our everyday running, you still have people who know that police is there and they still go on to commit crime. They know that the court is there and they still go on to commit crime, and they are ready to face the law and by all means be able to defeat the law. The church and I hate the word church because it reduces the power of Christians. The word itself is called the ecclesia. Ecclesia simply means a gathering of lawmakers. And if we accept that that is who we are, then it will have given us more power and authority. And people who come into it will operate with a different mindset. And but like electricity said, I don't want to go in deep into that because we'll go into things that probably will turn it to a church service. But here is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to simply say that you cannot take it away. And I keep saying this thing. You cannot take it away from the church of how great the church have contributed to Nigerian development. If some Nigerians now have taken over and they're beginning to play kalokalo with the Nigerian people, it's not because that is what the church is meant for. It's not because that is what the church is meant for. The only reason why the light is being thrown so much on the church because the government institutions have failed. They failed to make provision for certain things that is necessary in the society to run well. They failed to be able to live up to expectation in the eyes of their people, and so everyone looks up to the communities which the church is one, to be able to help them overcome the immediate challenges. And I can say without mincing word that a lot of churches in Nigeria do a lot of humanitarian activities. They may not be publicizing it, but I'll give you an example. Churches like Family Watch Center, I know in Abuja, once almost every time reaches out to its members, pays a rent, pays school fees and all that. And churches like Word of Richard Jeffo does a lot of work in a worry that you will not see or hear in newspapers. So when we stand up and say the church, no, they are fake people who are in the church, yes. And we did not say that the church is a perfect place. Nobody has ever told you that when you come to church, you are coming to make sense. And the Michael just came down from heaven. He's the one who's going to be there. No, it is the same dysfunctional society in which the church exists, that those members come from, that their pastor come from. And so sometimes you may not have a pastor who has been able to overcome his personal greed. And so when he brings that to the church, does not mean that that's what Christ wants you to preach, wants to that that's what the church stands for. Now, if you are somebody who follows people like Kenneth Hagin, he tells you something. If you used to be in the occult and you get into his church, he doesn't give you any position because he wants to be sure that you have totally cured yourself of what you used to mix with. So you don't bring magic into the church thinking that you are now a miracle worker. Meanwhile, you are practicing what you used to do before. These are these things people who understand how the spirit functions will make sure that they put a distinction. Is Nigeria going to be built up by church? The church will not build up Nigeria, but the church can help Nigeria to get to where it's going by bringing continuously to train new and people like who can uphold the tenets of what Christ is preaching. We're not saying religion should become part of government. We are simply saying that we will train people who will be able to hold their own. When they get into position, they know what is required of them and they are able to bring that to bear. So let's not overflog the horse. This has not to do with the church. Okay, the society has broken. All we've come to, or the church trying to do, is to repair it, and that's what the church continues to do. Thank you so much.
KJ, sorry, I know it's not my turn. Sorry, please. I want to just ask a question.
Okay.
Can we imagine in Nigeria, like let's take away all the churches in Nigeria. Can we paint the kind of scenario we're gonna have? Like all churches gone in Nigeria. Nobody can, because we tend to think of the church as suppressing political dissent. Like, oh, you want the church is holding people from going to protest. Can we imagine if we also translate that energy into violence, like as in nobody ushering young people and making them kind of just urging them the normal thing that Christianity does, make you someone of peace, someone who abhors violence. So let's say we take away the church like that, and with all the crazy things that's happening in Nigeria, what will happen?
Let me shock you.
Okay.
Those who leading the protest right now are members of church. I can call Dr. Moses. You know Moses, okay? He's I know he's a pastor in his own right. He's the one leading most of the charge that's going on right now.
I'm even saying that.
So I'm just trying to let you know that.
I agree with you. I'm trying to.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say that if we do what you're saying, and we
I'm not. You know my stance.
Yes.
I'm saying that
what I'm saying. Hold on. Understand me. If the church goes away, and today everybody is not, we will have all slaughtered each other.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to drive at.
It's the church that is trying as much as possible to calm people down.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Go ahead. You are.
You know why I beg to differ?
Wait. You have your turn. You have your time. Don't worry. You can differ as much as you want. It's a civil discourse. All right. Now, there's a testimony that someone was telling about a police woman today. Just today, the person was telling me here. Said they were in a traffic holdup. Okay. And the policewoman, they thought they missed the road. They thought they missed the turning. So they were waiting. I know in Nigeria, once you cross that white line on the police will just jump into your car. Wow. So the police women, the two of them approached them. So they were saying, oh, these people are now coming to meet us and, to begin to ask for money or say, oh, yeah, let's go to the police station. But They cut a long story short. The woman came and said, so she said, sorry, we almost missed this thing. He said, no, I want to approach you and find out if people have missed your road, so I can direct you to the side you have to take. And I was kind of moved and said, this is a different policeman. So they got into a conversation why the light was still waiting for them to. And the woman said to her, Madam, please, look, we are waiting. Any day now they keep us here because they realize that she's a pastor. Now they keep us. Any day when it starts, see my shirt. I come to work every day. I carry my inner shirt. When it starts, I just pull this one and join them because it goes start. What am I trying to tell you? The church is helping to stabilize the system, at least for now. Okay, we are going to church and people are saying, hold on, help is coming, and the help is coming because God is putting people like some of the leaders. If I saw Peter Obi now, they say I'm panning to Peter Obi. No, there are other leaders around Nigeria God is putting in place who will eventually be able to
I think you and Ed made very, very valid points. But I just want to add to what you have said. The church, which is ecclesia, with the Greek word, and it's a compound word made up of ek and kaleo, and if you put them together, it's the called out. So what the church is the called out, people who are called out of darkness to shine the light of Jesus. Now, Christianity has a message, and I think we must distill the message of Christianity away from the individuals who themselves are part of the church. Now, the church is not necessarily an assembly of perfect people. I think KJ said that. It's not an assembly of perfect people, but of people whose imperfections were forgiven. So if you begin to look at the church as a place where you find angels from heaven, and that will be an overreaching statement. I agree totally with KJ and Ed that the church has contributed immensely, to the growth of Nigeria. That is not something that it should be disputed because we see it everywhere. We see schools, we see hospitals, we see interventions everywhere. We see all kinds of things they've done. In fact, someone did say that you will not believe that in Nigeria, of all the universities that we have, it's just one that was able to make, out of the between 500 and 800, the world rating, university rating that was done not quite long ago. There was no Nigerian university except a university that was established by the church.
Actually two, Covenant and Landmark.
Covenant, yeah, okay. So no government university, no public university, made that. Not even my alma mater, University of Ibadan, but the one that the church runs, and that tells us a great message. That tells us a message. I mean, we can't overlook all these things. So for me, it's actually not something that we'll talk about because we can see it everywhere. When Abiola came to my church, local church in Nigeria many years ago, he told us that even though as a Muslim, he went to a Catholic school as a Muslim. So the church is impacting and has impacted people, but that's not saying that you don't within the church organization, you don't have leaders who are pursuing goals that are far different from what the Christian goal should be. They are there, and when we see them, we condemn them. But you cannot make a blanket statement and say because of A and B, therefore, it's like saying because of Judas, then every other disciple is evil. No, you can't have that. Even in heaven, you had an angel that revolted against God's authority. It doesn't make all the angels bad. It doesn't make God a failure. So I think we should get that fact straight. Christianity is not a delusion. A delusion is something that is false. Christianity is not false. A false belief. It's not. And so I take that to be a misunderstanding of. You may not be a Christian. You may not believe in the Christian tradition and the faith, but that doesn't mean that it's a delusion. I'm a Christian, but I wouldn't say the Muslim religion or traditional African religion is a delusion. No, it's a belief. And people have a right to hold their beliefs, But that said, I think going to our focus, which is, the impact of church leaders in nation building, I think that if we look critically at our nation today, yes, the church should have done more or should do more. But again, we must not neglect the fact that the role of the church, even in doing that analysis, has to be situated within the context of what the church is set out to do. What is the goal of the church? Okay. So if the political leaders have failed, we're not going to blame it on the church. We're not going to blame it on the church. We'll blame it on the society, the kind of society that we have. We'll blame it on the structure. We'll blame it on leadership. And what the church has been doing and preaching all this while is to produce people, leaders, who we can trust to go out there, and show example and show leadership. And I think every other religion does that. Their goal, I'm not sure there's any religion that preaches, violence and, to bring down the nation and so on. Every religion that I know, preaches peace. But you might have individuals within that organization who are preaching violence. It doesn't change the message. It doesn't change the message. And then lastly, I think there's something wrong with followership, because people have itchy ears. And so when you give them the gospel, when you give them the good news, when you give them the message, a true message that will augur well for them, they don't want to hear it. What they want to hear is that one that if you raise your phone, and I pray, then you get a lot and there'll be money in your account, which doesn't make sense. So the society itself needs to be blamed, because if you have ministers who are teaching and you have the Bible yourself to read, the facts are there. If you have leaders who are teaching what is untoward, what Paul calls another gospel, it's up to you, to walk away from it, as Paul says, or to disagree with the message, but not just to say that the entire institution, the entire church organization is bad because one or two people are bringing it to disrepute. That's. Let me stop there so some other people can contribute.
Can Dexter actually give his rebuttal? He was going to say something.
Thank you. So I think you see, I think we are being a little bit disingenuous the way we are framing these like you said that, well, you kind of allude to the fact that if the church is because of the church that Nigeria is not progressive, that Nigeria has not gone bust, and I think that is a very, very it's not a good argument, because one, you have now said that the Nigerian people who don't even understand the value of a good society. And you kind of don't realize that before the church came, before you had this religion, that many regions of Nigeria were already successful, without them. So it's a reality. These people were existing.
Do you mind operationalizing success, like telling us what success really means?
Well, you had the Benin Empire. you had kingdoms, you had Opobo, you had people, you had look, the fact that and we can use other nations as examples where the church is not in existence and they are doing well. Okay, I'm a Christian, but we cannot now make it look like humanity, our humanity and our progress is kind of tied around. No, it's not. It's not.
So I think you're answering the wrong question. What we asked was, we
You-
say a lot about people always going to church. We are saying that if people were not applying their energies in that religious devotional sense, and with what is going on in Nigeria today, they decide to release that energy. Do you think it's going to be a manageable situation? Is it going to be a violent, combustible situation, or something like that?
let's not think that it's because of the church that it is not going to be combustible. So what you are doing is that just imagine that you have a gas cylinder and it wants to explode. So each time you shake it, do you understand? Then somebody rushes and puts it into to cool it down quickly. But when they cool it down quickly, somebody now puts more gas inside of it, compresses more gas inside of it. That is what the church is doing. So the earlier you allow it to diffuse out, and then you will have space. What we are doing is that, just typical example, what happened in 2014 or 2013 when Jonathan took out fuel subsidy. Okay, what did the people do then? What did the pastors do then? They came out and protested. Okay, now that protest, we thought that it was in good faith to transform Nigeria. But later on down the line, we found out that it is not in good faith. But now, what are they doing? They are telling people, oh, don't worry, manage, take care. They are compressing the situation. Now, what is pushing, it is now pushing Nigeria clearly towards a failed state. And it will get to a point whereby their message will not resonate again with the people. Look, the people of Nigeria are getting disillusioned. That is the truth. The people of Nigeria are getting disillusioned. And if the quotes, the ministers, the men of God don't start saying the truth and speaking truth to power, what will happen very soon is that the people that their followers will stop listening to them, and then they won't even have control of the situation again. So my argument here is that I know the church has benefits. Look, the church in many societies like KGA can point out many examples of where the church, and what that is when you talk about the early church in Nigeria, the missionaries that came, people that had vision. Now these new churches, this new generation Pentecostalism does not do anything for human development. That is the truth. They mostly focus, maybe not all of them, but many of them mostly focus on, in quotes, things of the world. That's the way I would say it. That is the way I would say it. If you look at the churches that, okay, let me ask a question. If you go around, there's one thing the Catholics did. They invested in healthcare. You will see nursing institutions around Catholics. That is influence. Can you point one Pentecostal church, all these big Pentecostal churches, that has any hospital facility in 10 states in Nigeria? Can you
Yes,
point
I
them?
can. I can.
Which one?
For instance, my brother, I think you're not confident what's going on in the church
No,
environment.
no point.
Now,
KJ mentioned. KJ just mentioned
man.
it.
I will start from worry. I just mentioned Orishija first listing now.
I
Orishija
say in 10 states, one institution. Don't tell me of
No, I can give you in Benin. I can give you two in Benin. Actually, I
No,
can give
you're
you two.
not getting. You didn't get my question. Look, like the Catholics, the Catholic Church,
listen.
has.
I
Let
think
me land.
I think you're
Get my
missing orange
question.
with apple. You're missing orange with apple. Now,
No, I'm
the
not.
Catholic Church. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Let me
Okay.
explain to you. The Catholic Church is an institution that's already established and has a headquarters and a commanding structure.
Yes.
Majority of what we have as Pentecostal churches do not have branches beyond their major place of establishment. And those ones who have, well, listen to me, and those ones who have these facilities available. Unless you don't want,
Okay. Hey, KJ, let us not make too much grammar. We know the biggest churches in Nigeria. Let me just mention the biggest churches in Nigeria today: the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Winners Salvation Ministries, Winners. Can you tell me that Salvation Ministries, Redeemed Christian Church of God, or Deeper Life, or Winners have in 10 different states hospitals that are functioning, providing healthcare? Can you tell me
Yeah,
that?
again, hold on, sir. Hold on.
They are not the biggest churches in Nigeria. They are not.
Yes.
No. They are the biggest Pentecostal
No,
churches.
don't worry. Even those ones you mentioned.
Yes.
You said something earlier on, which is very important.
Yes.
The question is, at the time God was commissioning you, what did he say you should do?
Uh-huh.
If he says you should, if he gives, you see, you are not the one in charge of what you are doing.
You are
If
KJ. You see this argument? This argument is what is still. Look, let me tell you. See, the truth is this: one of the reasons why the missionaries came to Africa was because in the Berlin Convention they believed that they were going to bomb the whole place and kill people.
Okay, Dexter, let me ask you a question.
Which history tells you that?
No.
Yes, that is part of. Yes.
Dexter, let me ask you a question.
Yes, ask me.
You are in Germany, right?
No, I'm not in Germany.
Okay. Where you are resident?
Yes.
How many hospitals are handled by the church?
How many hospitals?
Yes, that go to the church.
That's
a question.
No, this society here has so developed that because of the taxes they pay, the people here don't go and pay
Nigerians don't pay taxes.
Wait now. Calm down, my brother. The church in Nigeria taxes more than the government. Nigeria operates, many states operate single digit tax. Meanwhile, church collect 10%.
No, that's
what are we talking about?
I think we are going now.
Wait first.
Discussion.
Excuse me, sir. Wait, sir. Is it the responsibility of the church to build hospitals, or is it the government? That's one of the government responsibilities.
Let me give you rebuttal. Many of the universities in America and in the UK were started by the church. Many of the
schools in Nigeria, many of the secondary schools in Nigeria were started by the church.
You are talking about the missionaries. Leave the missionaries out of it.
Which missionaries?
The missionaries is not a church. The missionaries No, you're not a church.
The Blackstone. The schools, the universities have teaching hospitals. Many of the universities have teaching hospitals. Many of the universities were started by churches. So this thing you're talking, let us not.
How many apart from the federal universities, how many other universities have teaching hospitals in Nigeria? Apart from the federal universities, how many other universities has teaching hospitals?
How many have now? Tell me. I don't know.
No,
how many.
I said apart from the federal universities.
Yes.
How many other ones has a teaching hospitals?
The
state one doesn't even have teaching hospitals.
See, look, what I'm saying here. Let me tell you what I'm saying.
Don't make it. Maybe try to blame it on the church.
I'm not blaming.
Blackstone, can I ask Dexter one more question?
Yeah, what's the question?
Apart from the church, tell me any other institution, religious or non-religious, that has built schools, that has built hospitals, and I mean. I understand your reservations about
my argument here is this. See my argument here.
No, just answer my question.
Look, ED. I'm not saying that. I don't think that I'm saying that the church in Nigeria has not done well. But what I'm saying here is this. You see, the Southern Church in Nigeria has not taken its responsibilities. And this is the reason why. Wait, let me land. Christianity came into Nigeria. From the south, the Christianity came into Nigeria. From the north, it was Islam. Okay? Now, what propagated Christianity in the south was actually the provision of services. KJ can point to schools around that were hospitals that were built. That is the truth. Now, look,
no, that's not true. Let me just quickly tell you something.
Okay.
The schools were just a tool, as it means as a tool, not the main thing. So, for example, if you come into a community, you want to teach them about Jesus, they have to read their Bible. How can they do that if they are not literate? So those were the things. Those were the things that
they didn't coax. They didn't coax the people. At least I know that
no,
my father.
they didn't coerce people.
See,
Of course,
it
we're
came
not saying
from
they coerce
number
people.
one. It came from except you were going to maybe a Catholic school. Many of the schools that came through the missions through what do you call it CMS and all that, they were not coaxing them. But even the hospitals, example, if you are a mother, you came to give birth, and it is people it was a soft way to pass the message. My point is this:
so it's a tool. It's a tool.
Yes, it's a
not
tool.
the main purpose.
So good. Now let me ask a question.
Yeah,
What has the Southern Church, with all its wealth, done as a tool to permeate the gospel into the north?
Okay, let's even start from the issue of using schools as a tool. Do you know that most of those schools that were built by the Christian Missionary Society, which is CMS in Nigeria, right? Most of them were actually funded by organizations in the UK, not just the church. And some of those organizations, so for example, someone like William Wilberforce, that was a politician, a congressman in England, was actively funding CMS missions.
Yes.
With government funds. So will you be okay with the government helping the churches to say, I mean, because that's the model. That's the model.
No. Yeah, do you know what they are doing? Do you know what they are doing? You are jumping the gun.
I'm not jumping the gun.
Let me tell you why jumping the gun. You see, when the missionaries under CMS came, the people that came as missionaries, after they finished their mission in Nigeria, they went back and handed the church over. See, let me tell you what they are doing. You are jumping the gun in the sense that there's a call when you are doing a project, you start with initiation. Okay, let me give you a typical example. Very Dark Man has initiated an idea, a project of paying school teachers. That's the project he has initiated. He wants to be paying school teachers, and people have been donating money to his NGO. That is initiation. He took the step to say he wants to do this thing, and then people started supporting him. Now, my point is this: the point you're making is that the church should wait for who will be sponsoring. Which effort has
I'm giving you the funding model. That was the funding model.
Let them start. Look, the church in Nigeria is building edifices. Let me give you an example.
No, but even they are coming into Nigeria was sponsored. So
no, I'm talking about the church. The church in Nigeria already has money. A church in Nigeria has 50,000 capacity. They want to build 100,000 capacity. Let me just tell you. Let me
ask you a question.
Yes, please.
Please. Let me question. You said that the church responsibility. What are the church responsibility to the society?
Oga, if they are giving you 10% of tax of tithes, you have a responsibility to them. Let me tell you the truth. Wait now.
So, what is the focus of the church?
Excuse me, sir. No, sir.
Yes.
Why don't tell me that the church doesn't have workers they are paying?
The church don't have workers they are paying. The church has workers they are paying.
So from the tax they are collecting, they are paying their workers. Right? They are paying for the land. They are maintaining the land. They are maintaining their facilities and everything.
Oga, let me ask you a question.
Not call me Oga, call me by my name.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me tell you something. You see, things don't lie. A church has money to build a 50,000 capacity facility. He finished building 50,000 capacity. He now say, we want to build 100,000 capacity. A church has money. It can buy private jets and all that. It shows you where your priority is.
Sometimes we assume something we don't know. We assume something we don't know. Okay. Either have a jet. Excuse me. Are you sure it's church money, or it is a gift, or it's a contribution?
Oga,
we assume something.
The Blackstone. What ED said is that William Wilberforce was funding the church at the CMS. Imagine that.
With government money. Wait.
What you are talking about? Government money, whatever it was freebies that came. They decided to invest it in the church. Imagine that William Wilberforce, the money that was supposed to be used for the church, used it to buy private jets. You use it to buy private jet. Then the money is sent to the CMS, the person in charge. We use it to buy.
That's time. If private person buy a private jet, it's not a problem. If a pastor buy a jet, it's a problem.
Dexter, let me argue. Let me make my points as a Christian and just as maybe like as a Nigerian, like someone who's involved in civil society. As a Christian, I don't even think, to be honest, I think there are a lot of excesses that we're practicing. You know, like I totally denounce the excesses of our pastors, of some of our pastors, in terms of acquiring wealth through the church. You know, and I also believe that there are a lot of things that the church is involved in today that that is not really the purpose of the church. And the reason why people outside the church can really drag the church is that we've kind of missed some of our focus, and it's now making people give us more things to do, since it looks like we don't know what we should really be doing, right? But I haven't said that. People coming together to the people in the church gathering their money together and deciding they want to build 200,000 capacity. There's no way that should be like a crime. You have like meetings, August meetings, of women coming together, and they decide this is what we want to build for our meeting hall. You don't tax them. You don't now, demand from them responsibilities that are not theirs inherently, responsibilities that should be that of the government. So that's where I have a problem with your argument. The church's mission, the people that are giving the money, right? They are not saying they are being defrauded. No. Listen, let me just land, please. They are not saying they are being defrauded. Do I approve of some of the ways that we behave, like in terms of the Pentecostal church? I don't approve of them. But the people are not saying, the people who are giving that money, they're probably receiving some utility from it, right? So you can't just, it's like you are telling people how to use their money. That's what you're really doing now. You're telling people who decide this is how they find their satisfaction in church. They're not committing a crime. They want a church that is like 500,000 seater. You're telling them, oh no, you should go and be tying road. Now you get their money. You see that when you should
you're missing the point of soft influence. Let me tell you, ED. Let me just answer ED in this question. What you have read, you have said a very valid point. But what you don't realize is that, you see, if I want you to, if I'm a pastor, it is the vision I sell to you that you believe. It's the vision I sell to that you run with. If I sell a vision that we need a capacity, this thing, maybe 50,000 capacity, all of you run with it because you hold me in high regard.
People don't have personal agency.
No, but let me tell you, most of the churches today, it is not the members did not just choose that, we want this facility. Many of the members are looking for what is the direction.
Let me give you another argument.
Okay, give me another one.
Let me give another argument. I'm born a free man, right? I'm a free man, right?
Yes.
But if the church was not there, I'll be servicing a traditional institution that probably does not build schools for me.
Yes.
That does not build churches for me.
Yes.
But are you going to hold me to this same standard you are holding church people to for doing that? You see, it's very easy to, this whole argument comes from this Marxist dialecticism that when you see, it's the conflict theory. When you see a society, Marx will say for a society to work, the bourgeois, the lower class will have to fight with the bourgeois. And so we're looking at the bourgeois now, and we can't really reach to the government to fight them. Who is the next cadre of people who we think are successful?
School of thought.
It's a conflict school of thought, right?
No, that's what we're
doing.
No, that's not ED.
That's what we're doing.
ED, look at what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. Look, I support capitalism. Anybody that makes his wealth, it doesn't owe anybody. If you make your wealth, there's no, because the truth about it is that if you share the whole resources in the world today and give everybody maybe £10,000 or $10,000. The truth about it is that In the next 10 years, when you come back, the billionaires in the world today will still be the billionaires after 10 years. That is the truth. Because the people that have the mindset to make money, they will naturally go into that business and make it. And I support them. I don't agree that I don't say, oh, you must pay more money because they are wealthier. No, I don't say that. But my point, this is my point. Look, this is my point. On the church that you are talking about. And it's the Nigerian church I hold responsible. You know why I say so? The Nigerian church is a beneficiary of the largest, like you mentioned, of people in UK. It's a big beneficiary of the largest of politicians who decided to send money there. What I call the Nigerian church is I call them the churches owned by Nigerians, started by Nigerians. These Pentecostal churches, they have not replicated the same thing. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying.
Let me just say something. I'll leave. Sorry, Blackstone. Let me say something. I'll leave. That argument, don't you think it's supposed to be the people whose money is involved? Don't you think that they are the ones who are supposed to be like arguing within themselves, like Christians, making, and not outsiders coming to tell Christians how to spend their time and energies? Because you don't do that with any other institution.
Dexter, let me help you here. See, the thing is, I was telling somebody the other day that
I sent you a message on the private chat.
Okay, the day I received salvation was the best day of my life. Salvation in the sense that the day I pulled myself from the captivity of Christianity, from the dangers associated with Christianity and any form of religion, be it Islam, traditional religion, and whatever. That day remains the best day of my life. Now I can speak to God directly. It's like you trying to wake a dead horse. It's not possible. It is only the Almighty God himself, that is going to salvage our people. There's no way you can change them, right? I would just urge you to just calm down and enjoy your freedom. But here is it. A lot of our people are running away from the truth. Dexter was trying to draw our attention to the dangerous movement or moves that was made by not just Christianity, not just by this, sorry, I don't have to paint my words, not just by these dangerous fake Pentecostal churches or pastors, but the dangerous imams in Nigeria, the Islamic clerics. During the 2000, I think when Buhari was, elected, when they pushed Goodluck Jonathan out of office, have we forgotten how these people were revolting, protesting against Goodluck Jonathan? Most of these church leaders, both Christianity and Islam, what happened since then? When Buhari came in, with all the impunities from Buhari, who among them has stepped out and led any protest? None. And this is just one out of many other similar moves that we've seen from these people. And they call themselves religious leaders. Yeah, there are so many good things that the old, when I mean old, I mean Catholic Church has done to humanity. For example, Blackstone asked the question. He asked if you know of any hospital owned by churches in the country where you live. I don't know where you live, Dexter, but I know in United States, there was a healthcare initiative or hospitals owned by Catholic Church called CHI, Catholic Health Initiative. I think they merged with one other strong health network, and they become a very, they are the second largest non-for-profit hospitals in this country, helping the underserved, helping the less privileged, if you may use that word. Now, but coming back to Africa, where we have all these Pentecostalism, see, I will be honest with you. I see Pentecostal churches as one radical, rascal kind of church that they're just out for money making and nothing else. They know nothing about God. They know nothing, zero knowledge about God. All they do is to steal, wreck, and destroy the society. I have not seen one. If you see one that preaches gospel, salvation, if you see one that is true to himself, please let me know. But see, my brother, I will urge you, leave these people. They will wake up one day. One day they will wake up. You can't wake them up. They are dead asleep. It's only God that will wake them up.
Can I come in? I'm not sure you are familiar with the atrocity of. I used to be a Catholic, and I was in the seminary to be a Catholic priest. You need to go and read the
I'm not defending any.
Hold on.
I'm not defending. I just call out one good thing that I've seen in Christianity. I'm not defending any.
You need to go and do a study of the Catholic Church, and you see the atrocities that the Catholic Church have committed.
Tell us from here, please. Save us energy.
The Pope, even here in America, we have had priests who have been jailed and priests who have for various things that they did. For that the Catholic Church, and they are being sanctioned now. But like I said, I don't know.
Like what did they do? Can you tell us what they did?
Go to the Catholic website. You see it.
No, just tell us, please.
To castigate the Catholic Church because you are
No. See,
hold on.
I can help you. I can help you. If you are running away from speaking the truth, I can help you.
No,
here.
I'm not running away because it's not an issue, but I'm just replying to what you just said.
We're talking about issues. So there's no point talking about things that are not issues. We're talking about issues here. How religion, be it Christianity, Islam, is negatively impacting on the development of our people, development of our countries or of our continent.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion for which you are entitled. That's your opinion. You see, because the focus of our discussion here is we're looking at a situation where the church, what is the impact of the church in Nigeria on good governance? That's the focus.
Thank you. Impact, both positive and negative. Are you talking about the positive only?
The impact of the
impact will be negative impact or positive impact.
Hold on, please. Let me don't disturb my line of thought. And you people seem to be suggesting that because the church, the pastors, didn't call out people for and so on, therefore they are not playing their role, or because churches are building gigantic edifices for worship, therefore they have become worldly and they are not focused.
They are deceiving. They are using the name of Jesus Christ to deceive our people, to cloud their sense of reasoning. That they are not. They are unable to reason like proper human beings.
That's a blanket statement that you cannot sustain. It's
Dan Revolution. The revolution was here telling us how his own friends that he left back home are reasoning like that. See, the truth is.
Can you let me answer the question? Excuse me, nobody disturbed you when you were. I didn't interrupt when you were speaking. So
no, you interrupted me. I've not finished. You're the one that interrupted me. I was still rolling, and you kept interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The truth is, I'm not taking side. Whether you are Catholic or non-Catholic or all I know is that Christianity and Islam has done more harm than good in our society. However, if I want to be specific now, if I want to rationalize now, I would say that Pentecostalism is the worst of it all.
Now, don't make a general statement.
I have the proof. I will tell you, since you are running away from telling us the truth, but I will tell you the small truth that I know.
He who accepts must prove. You accept must prove.
Yes. The little truth that I know is this, right? If you accuse Catholic Church of maybe child molestation or anything that has to do with us, right? I will agree with you because I'm one that I'm of the opinion that they should get married. The priest should get married and respect themselves. One. Now, Now, apart from that, we're talking about what negatively impact development. That is what we're talking about. What impact development of a society? Catholic is helping to develop the society. I am not here to speak for Catholic anyway, but if you see the truth,
give us proof. That's the point.
And I gave you one. I said in this country, in America, we have Catholic Health Initiative that later merged with one other strong hospital or healthcare network, and they become the second largest non-for-profit hospital in this country.
Okay, Kene,
now
you've made your point.
Providing affordable healthcare for the people. We want to see one in Nigeria. We want to see such in Africa where you come from.
Evangel hospitals are in most states in Nigeria. And
we don't have them in Nigeria, right?
Who is the Evangel?
Evangel hospitals are owned. They are owned by Assemblies of God. Right?
Assemblies of God.
Yeah. So that's a Pentecostal church. If you want to go by that, right?
Okay.
I know Faith Mediplex.
Evangel. You know, you can't actually categorize Assemblies of God.
It's a Pentecostal church now. Like it's actually.
It's not actually.
Can we look it up? Can we look it up? I don't know about this.
Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. I want to also ask you, Kene, now that you've put the church.
Is there Seventh-day Adventist?
No. Evangel is Assemblies of God.
Assemblies of God.
Yeah, Assemblies of God. Yeah, just look for Evangel hospitals.
Their names even sound better. Assemblies of God, not one temple on the mountain.
Okay.
Or mountain on the temple.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Kene. Give me the institutions that your African traditional religion has built in Nigeria.
Just a rebuttal. Evangel Hospital is owned by ECWA.
No. Evangel is Assemblies of God. I'm an Assemblies of God member, so I know that.
But what I can see online here is ECWA.
ECWA is also another church, right?
ECWA, we all know that ECWA is a northern, is a church that is dominated.
Why are you trying to slice the church?
I'm not slicing the church. I'm not. I'm just telling you the truth. Look, see, if you don't want to accept it, it's okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
The wealthy churches in Nigeria have not done what they
Dexter, I believe you know what outlier is in statistics. Those wealthy churches that you're talking about in Nigeria.
You said Evangel, right?
Evangel, not Avenger. Evangel, as in evangelism. Evangel. Okay. Just look for evangelists in your.
If the churches,
they're in Nigeria.
Yes. Look for it even in your city, the city in Anambra. Look for it in Onitsha.
Ed, if the southern church.
I'm not from Onitsha now.
No, I'm just saying look for in your state. So you
But
know.
see, that's why he was trying to take us to ECWA. And I'm seeing when it comes to Nigeria, if you're looking for Avenger, it's ECWA.
Evangel Hospital.
Yes, Evangel. When you look at Evangel Hospital,
Evangel School. There's a school. There's also a school. You know, Maya that goes by that.
Evangelical Church of West Africa. See, the Evangel you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about.
I'm not disputing you, Ed. But let me tell you.
Okay, yeah, I found it. Evangel Hospital, yeah. But it's in Lagos now. It's only in Lagos. Where again?
The one I know is in Benin. I can give
only
you
Lagos and Benin.
Lagos and Benin, 36
If there's another one in Kaduna.
No. Don't go far. Don't go far. See.
No.
I just have it here.
Ed, see my point.
I can give you the link now.
Let me not say it is only down to church to hospitals. You see,
we've been praying for the good of Nigeria from Catholic Church since my childhood. Nigeria should be better. Today, Nigeria is getting worse. So, how effective is our prayers in churches praying for Nigeria?
Wait. I was going to ask Kenny a question. Give me just two institutions
that
were built by your African traditional religion.
By African traditional religion, no. But all I know is that hold on. All I know is that when the Westerners came, it was the African religion that fought them off. Nobody did. We fought them. We fought them for our land. We gave them the.
Did you build us to spare people?
Yeah, you say what?
Now that you've won that battle, you fought them off. Did you build hospitals for your people?
No, we did not. See, we were fighting them off until people like you, because you have no throat. You have no throat for kai kai and this thing, what they call it, Holy Communion. And then you sold us off. You betrayed us and embraced them. When we are mounting guard, fighting them off, you went behind and began to collect bread.
Let me
betrayed us.
Let me make this point. Let me make a progressive point here. Let me make a progressive point. Ed, see, let me tell you the truth about what happens is that if every society, in every society, even in the Western world, religious bodies like the Catholic Church, the Church of England, they play a very strong role. My point I'm trying to make to you here is that, you see, the church in Nigeria has missed the opportunity to play a strong role in leadership selection in Nigeria. Now, countries are built on economies. That is the truth. It is the economic power that drives countries. It is not really the president. The president is subject to the economy. Now, the church in Nigeria had the opportunity to become a strong power player in leadership selection in Nigeria. They had the opportunity.
Are you really serious about what you are just saying?
Wait, now let me land. Let me tell you where. Now, the church in Nigeria is still dependent on that. They still go with tithes, offerings. But the church in Nigeria had the opportunity, one, to build factories. Do you know that in Germany today? Wait. Do you know that in Germany today, 60% of bed spaces, 60% of bed spaces in Germany is owned by the Catholic Church? Because the Catholic Church, the Catholic Church invested so much in housing. Now, the church in Nigeria today had the opportunity to invest while they were building all those edifices. If they had spent that money building factories around the whole country, the church in Nigeria could. Ekwa is an example. Ekwa in Kaduna has farms.
Dexter, I'm not trying to cut you off. Let me add to this thing. Very, very important point. We have our brothers, the Islamic brothers, right? They came together and formed what they call Islamic Bank, where they loan their people money without interest, with zero interest. Even your so-called Christians go there to collect loan. But in our own Christendom, all they do is buy private jet. One was making mouth the other time that he's praying for. The African religion, African religion, you know, they don't take nonsense. They are for good. Either you obey or you receive your karma immediately. They don't take rubbish from anybody. Now,
what have they done with that power?
Now,
what have they
done? Hold on now. Let me finish this. Even your so-called Christians will go and collect interest-free loan from Islamic Bank, and that is why today, from the southeast, especially Enugu and Imo people, are joining Islam like mad because they are getting free loan. But Christianity, they could not come together and develop what they call Christian Bank or Christianity Bank or whatever to help their people because of their selfish interest. All they do is to buy. Hold on now, let me finish. Is to buy private jets, build edifices, have concubines. See, Solomon, you see Solomon, Solomon is learning from the hands of these pastors.
Can you count more than 10? No. Let's be honest. Count 11 pastors that have private jets in Nigeria. I'm not supportive of that, but count 11.
11 pastors. If there is equitable distribution among them, there will be up to 50. But we have one has about 4. And the other day, he was gifted Rolls Royce or whatever they call that useless car. Then the other one from Kogi State was making out that he prayed for more COVID so that he will keep buying a private jet because during the COVID he had one, so making it 3. He owns 3 now, Suleiman, according to him. Then we have the other one, the failed mathematician that was drinking tea with God and stopping snow in Colorado.
Be respectful to them. I mean, you can.
No. Is it not what he did? He said he was drinking tea now.
No.
Did I disrespect him? He was drinking tea. with God.
You called him
All these examples that you have
I called him what? I called him what? Hey, I called him what?
You called him a derog. You use an
Okay, I apologize.
I can use anything, no.
all these
I can use anything, no. These people, they are as bad as Nigerian politicians. If I can use any word on politicians, I can use that
you can
on
disagree
them.
with them, but please, I mean,
See,
disagree with him.
I take responsibility for whatever I say. See, let them summon me to their God to strike me if their God is that powerful.
Kene, you've not still answered my question.
Ed Anthony.
Are they not DBS in your village? How many schools and hospitals have they built? And then you talked about the north, right? You talked about the north. What's the biggest problem in the north, right? What's the biggest problem? I can name one. The Amajiri issue, right? How many schools have these people built for those Amajiris?
Ed.
Hold on, man. Hold on. They built Almajiri school for them.
Who did it?
Jonathan built.
They built Almajiri school.
What did they build as a group?
Almajiri school.
No, them, the people you're talking about.
The Islam?
As in the people
that have the bank, that established bank that you are praising.
No, you're not getting
hold on now. Hold on. So are you now trying to say that giving free interest, interest-free loan is not a good initiative? Is that what you're saying?
It's a good thing. I didn't despise that, but I'm telling you that.
So, hold on now.
Problem, right?
Now choose between giving free interest loan and buying private jet. Which one is more profitable to the society?
But you're also assuming that the people, like even all these pastors that you say do private jets, right? Even the one that you said about COVID, there's a restaurant he even has where he's that gives free food to people. You know that.
Have you heard Watisi Walisi? Have you heard what they call Watisi Walisi? What they call it? I don't know how to put it. Sacrifice. And you know what they call sacrifice. I don't want to say anything. You know what they call sacrifice, right? Give and take. See, God will judge.
You don't know that
free food.
Restaurant call. So in the morning, a grown man will go to one pastor restaurant and sit down and eat free food. He and his family.
Well, Tinubu did not provide for them. What did you expect? Should they die?
My brother.
Imagine if Sule.
We're going well outside that focus of discussion.
Had built a factory where he will be paying people salary.
No, that's not
exactly.
Let me be honest here. Dexter.
Oga Tony.
Yes.
Aid. This is what I will urge you to advise your religious leaders to do. This thing that Dexter just said now. We don't even let them not even give free loan. Yeah? Let them build factories for their people to be employed.
Okay.
And then they can pay them whatever tithe or offering or whatever they want to give them. That is fine. But let the people be employed. Genuine employment, not employing them as visitors, as a usher and all that nonsense in the church and be giving them peanuts.
Go advise your
when you become your own pastor, you can build factories and build. But I want to say something.
No. See, you guys are here talking about how to build Nigeria. Now we are urging you to help us to build Nigeria, and you are running away from it.
Hold on. Let everybody talk. We've been talking about the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the Pope is the head of a country. He's a political head. So and he has representatives all over the world. In fact, if you go to history, you'll find out that at a point, the Pope controlled the whole world, but his power was limited when you had the Papa publication. So he's both a political head and a religious leader. So he has the infrastructure. That the Pentecostal churches that you're talking about don't have. It's organized, it's old, it's orthodox. So when you are talking about the Catholic Church building this, building that, it's a whole country. It's not, you have to compare.
So you say that the Pope is a political leader of which country?
He's a political leader.
Of which country? Which country? Pardon me?
Vatican City.
Vatican City. The political head of Vatican City.
Yes, Papa Nuncio, who are equivalent of ambassadors all over the country, all over the world.
So not a leader, not a head of the church any longer.
I said he's both a political leader and a religious leader. I said it.
Oh, okay. I don't know about the political leadership here.
If the Pope is coming to a country, you give him what you.
Yeah. I don't know about the political leadership there, but I know he's the head of the country. Church.
Oh, you don't know that?
No, I don't know that. So I'm just learning today.
Oh
no! Hold on. Vatican City is a religious city, right?
It's a country.
It's not as a country.
Vatican is a country, and he is the head of that country.
Yeah.
So, as the president of a country,
he is actually.
So, a country in a country.
Oh, you are just hearing that?
No, a country in a country.
A country where Vatican City is a country of its own, with its own government, with its own rulership, with its own. So what's the point?
I want to understand the point of the argument now.
The point I'm making, when you are talking about the Catholic Church, and you are comparing it with Pentecostal churches that have one branch or that don't have the same status, you are not. You
are trying to be defensive. See, I'm not speaking for Christianity. For me, as far as I'm concerned, Christianity, Islam, all of them are the same. I just made a comparison, a slight comparison between the or contracts between the Pentecostals and the Catholic. And why I made that contrast is because I was trying to at least have a positive impact or say something that has positively impacted the society. Unfortunately, it was coming from the Catholic. That was why I singled Catholic.
For comparison, that's why I'm telling you. Right. Because the equity
you protested. You said Catholic wasn't doing right, and that was the why you protested and become a Protestant. However, you could not do anything that is as close as what Catholic has done. You protested that Catholic wasn't doing it right, and we were expecting you to do better than Catholic, but you failed. And now we are advising you to advise your leaders. In as much as they failed, they could not even do half of what Catholic has done.
You are getting it all wrong. You are getting it all wrong. Your comparison is wrong. Your focus is wrong because, listen, what we're saying is, I'm saying that there is no way you can compare the Catholic Church with any other religion, any other Christian religious organization. In terms
can I say something before we go and close out? Yeah. I think Ed has asked a few times whether traditional church religions have done anything. That is because they are not there right now. If you look at like Benin Republic, where they have traditional beliefs, the outcomes are not so dissimilar to what you see in Nigeria. So I don't think the religious organizations are actually doing anything exceptional. And what that tells you is that if our religions were in charge right now, maybe we would even be further ahead. Because when you're practicing,
you want to tell me we don't have traditional rulers in Nigeria and people who adhere to traditional beliefs?
They do, but they are not as they don't.
Okay,
they are the same
when
power.
they were the majority, when
you were busy destroying their traditional institutions.
Can you let me ask you a question?
Before the white man came, what did they do?
In the 1950s, let's say. In the 1950s, for example, Christianity was not the most popular religion. You know that. What were African traditional religion, the heads of those religions, what were they doing in terms of educating people and providing healthcare for them? Can you mention?
Have you also forgotten? That civilization started from the traditional institution? Have you forgotten that?
What are you saying?
Civilization started from traditional institutions.
How do you measure?
Let's not do this now. The traditional religions.
Forefathers, let me answer your question.
Don't answer my question now.
They have constant electricity. They have constant electricity in the Republic.
That to the government.
That's what I'm saying. That's a good point, actually. That Benin Republic have constant
They
electricity.
have constant electricity
No,
under
but
traditional institutions.
it's not the church or the African religion that provided that. It was the government.
Yeah, but
No,
that
because
tells you something.
they
Now,
take
what does that
out of
tell you?
office. They take out of office with juju. That's why they will not mess up.
What I'm trying to say is that you should not necessarily give the credit to what is happening in Nigeria to the church, or if anything, they took something away from us. If somebody comes and takes your belief that your ancestors and ancestors have practiced, you have lost something. Make no mistake. Whether it is good, generally it's not good. If you look at historically around the world,
you took their Western education though.
You took the Western education. Okay, if you say Western education, you can, I guess you could argue that. Depends on how you look at it. However, can you say that the Western education is doing us that this thing good now? We have to reshape it in our own way.
Nigerians are illiterate now.
No, you are misunderstanding me.
What is the definition of illiteracy?
You have to own it. You have to change it to your.
What's the definition of illiteracy? Because you speak English, that makes you literate, right?
No, can you stop?
Is that what you mean?
We're talking within the ambits of Western education. Why is it that everything the white man gave to you people like it apart from the white man's religion? Like
no, everything.
Like everything. You like their electricity. You like.
Let me answer a bit. Can I see the thing about the Western religion? My own issue with it is not the fact that it's a religion, is the fact that we don't control it. That is my issue with it, because most of the imagery in that religion is not for us. If anything, it abuses us, it insults us. I've seen pastors cursing devil. Devil looks like a black man. The angels look like a white man. What kind of madness is that one? That one is madness. You can't this
before now.
What is there to go through? Is it not a fact? It's an issue.
All the angels are white people. All the angels, they have white names. All of them.
I've also told you that even in
all descent to white name.
If you go to Ethiopia, you're looking for imageries about Christianity. They are most likely going to be black.
But that's in Ethiopia. I'm talking. That's not my point. You want to control it,
and I'm telling you that is even anti-Christian to even have images.
Even the Bible is against. What does it even matter? Either way, the way we
matters. It tells you that it tells you that what they're doing is a distortion of the truth.
However, while I was growing up, every single thing associated with angel is white. Everything associated with devil is black. Are you trying to distance yourself from that?
Have you seen a person that's colored white, like white as a color?
No.
Have you seen a person that is colored black? No. Have you seen a person that is colored black?
That is not the argument.
Have you seen a person that is actually black?
Exactly. So it doesn't make sense.
I have to remind
these are just symbolisms. Like even in Africa, for example,
But you were referred as black. The point is that you were referred as black.
You see our Lord and personal Savior. You see what I mean? Does that look like a black man behind me? Does that look like a black man? No, that's not a black man.
No,
that's the problem. Exactly. And that is not a Jew. That's a blue-eyed European.
Forefathers, this is my house, you will not see any image like that. The church I go to, you will not see any image like that. I can even, if I show you my house, you will even see Benin bronzes, as in those Benin carvings.
Yes.
You will see.
And when they are praying in that, I can tell you that in their head, their God is white.
I know. Because
I can tell you that in their head, their God is white and their devil is black.
Nobody takes all these things serious. Nobody takes all these things serious. Even if you read Christianity.
Why do you keep saying they don't take it serious? They take it seriously. I tell you.
You see, so they are not serious. He is not taking his religion serious. So your religion is not serious.
No true Christian takes imagery. All this imagery.
Of course they take it seriously. That's why they make it.
Because even
there's nowhere in the Bible where you find it stated that the devil is black and Jesus is white.
Exactly. Nobody cares about this thing.
The picture of the devil.
That's nowhere you find it.
Right now. Let me get you one for the devil now.
You know what? Let me say something personal. You know, one thing that makes me really laugh when I hear people talk about African traditional religion. How many of you have really practiced African traditional religion here? I am from a family that practices it.
Yeah,
I am. My parents today are not Christians, so I know what I saw. So
because you deceived them. You brought Jesus to them. You deceived them.
No, I'm telling you, they are not Christians today, and I know what I want.
Because you made them believe that what they are doing is wrong. You brainwash them just the way that they brainwash you. I'm telling you.
What are you
You
saying?
brainwash your parents.
I'm telling you that
it's not good.
I'm telling you that you don't have enough information to make comparison. Kene, you were born in a Catholic home. Forefathers, you were born probably in a Catholic home too. I'm telling you, I've experienced both sides. And I can
never be sure.
We know the picture.
It can never be too sure.
We all know how devil look. How many have you seen devil? No, let me ask you that. How many have you seen them portray devil as a white man?
But I'm telling you that people portraying is actually anti-Christian. We don't. True Christianity should.
That is even from this thing from the times of the dominance of Catholicism in Nigeria. You still see
even that is a distortion.
See, okay, you can make that argument, but people like you are not the one that controls the narrative. The narrative is that the holy ones are white light and like white skin, and the devils are black. You know that's what's going on.
Let me say something.
And they are busy destroying our traditional institution everywhere they go in the name of Jesus.
You want African traditional religion that will kill you if you are twins, right? That's what you want, right?
No. I want African religion that will kill you if you do something. If you take what? Hold on now. If you desecrate the land, it will buy you. So I want African religion that if you stole, if you embezzle the money meant for hospital, meant for road construction, it will buy you straight. I want African religion that if you shed blood, it will buy you straight. That is the type I want.
Religion that kills albinos, right?
That what?
Why haven't you used that religion?
No, there was no such thing.
To change the
There was no such thing. They were all made up stories. They were all made up. It was when Christianity came, actually, it was when Christianity came that they began to buy twins in Calabar. It was when Christianity came that they began to buy twins in Calabar. Before Christianity, hold on, there is a deity in Calabar that is, the deity is meant for twins. Like I've forgotten the name, but it's a deity that is associated with twins, right? So when Christianity came, they began to kill them until the women of Calabar revolted and fought against that. See, it was Christianity that brought about all this nonsense that we're seeing today.
Point of view. Even if
I'm being honest with you,
even if there are some practices that are not up to scratch during the times of our ancestors' religions, it doesn't mean
it was Christianity that brought about discrimination among us.
Most of the ones
and Islam.
Christianity and Islam. They were even doing slavery, for crying out loud. Slavery,
Christianity brought about slavery.
They were feeding our children to alligators. Come on, man. Some of these evil that they've done.
And one of the ships that we're using to transport our slave, to transport our people then was named Jesus.
Oh my God! Now you have opened a can of worms. These are people that destroyed
Christianity was evil.
They destroyed continents with their religion and white populations, and you want to compare them?
Same as Islam. Same as Islam.
Let me make a point.
Same as Islam.
Let me make a point.
Okay, go ahead.
Are we saying that? Okay, now. Before someone comes to tell me that, and they just take a shot of what I say now and go use it against me, I do understand that people who said they were Christians actually came to Africa. They, slavery. I agree. I'm not going to take that away because, like I'm saying,
it looks like they surrendered. Though they left.
No. Let me make my point. Let me make my point, forefathers. I haven't said that. I haven't considered that. Are you saying that within Africans we were not enslaving ourselves?
Okay, no.
Our own slavery was
before Christianity. Hold on. Before Christianity,
the nature of slavery was different. It's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah. No,
before cattle slavery.
Forefathers don't even fall for that. Let me answer him. Before Christianity, hold on. Before Christianity, we commune as brothers.
Really?
Before Christianity, yes, really? I'm telling you the truth. Yes, Among us, sometimes we have issues. No, hold on now.
That's not true.
We are not
Why
perfect.
always
Hold on.
among themselves?
Hold on now. Hold on.
Don't lie about that.
Sometimes we fight ourselves, but there is one thing that we never do: desecrating the land, because our belief system, our belief is that if you desecrate the land, for example, sleeping with somebody else's wife, or forcing yourself on another person.
Christianity says people should do that.
Yes, pastors do that now in their office.
Native doctors don't do that.
Hold on now. See, now you come. There are evil people everywhere.
Okay, so
there are evil people everywhere. But what we're talking about, hold on now. What we're talking about here is what actually affects our development generally. When Christianity came, Christianity came with deception. Christianity kidnapped our people. Islam actually did that first. Kidnapped our people, sold them into slavery. That is destroying our development, our human resources. They balkanize it. Right? Islam did that. Christianity did that. And that is the worst form of atrocities. The worst form of atrocity on earth.
Let me just say,
accept your surrender, and
he has surrendered now.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing before I leave. Recently, a very popular Nollywood actor died, and he died because I think the scenario there was about throwing soft drink into the river to appease some gods or something like that. And that guy died a death that he should not have died, right? Imagine if it was a church that you took that guy to and you didn't take him to a hospital. There will be a lot of outrage. But now it happens because of your religion, Kene. Where was your outrage? It's even an Igbo guy. Where was your outrage? You're muted. You're muted.
He said Igbo guy did what?
Oh, Junior Pope. How did Junior Pope die?
He died by accident. Water accident. What happened there?
Could he have survived that death?
I don't know. Accident happened everywhere.
Why was he not rushed to the hospital?
Because of the illiteracy of your people. Illiteracy.
No, they were not illiterate. They were practicing your religion.
No. It's not true. It's because of illiteracy.
No. It was your religion.
Illiteracy is not about practice.
They saying that because Christians all the time.
They know that they should have rushed into the hospital.
No, they should have. They said they wanted to appease some gods, right? That was the story. We were all here when it happened.
Yeah, but even if that was true, the same thing happens. They are always ignorant people in both sides.
Now in the church, hold on now. In the church, somebody was sick. Somebody need blood transfusion to survive. And the church said, no, you can't take blood. Exactly. And the person died.
That's just a sect in Christianity. That's just a sect.
What you just mentioned now about it's just a sect. A traditional believer. In the traditional belief.
I agree with you, but the reason why I bring all of this is that.
But it's a sect. That's why I said there's evil everywhere. And you argue.
So Ed, take that point back about trying to compare our ancestral religion. You have acknowledged that now everyone has faults here and there, isn't it? It's a level playing field.
I'm saying that you guys train when you hear that anything negative is associated with Christianity. Whereas when that thing happens in your own religion.
You know why? Because Christianity said that our own is evil and they will not do anything better. They're even
worse. Also saying Christianity is evil.
No, we are not.
Yeah, if they had done better, we would have followed them.
Your African traditional rulers do not, as in your African traditional religion people, they've not built one school. They have not even built borehole for their people.
The one you build, how far? The one you build, how far? Where have you come with it?
Let's go.
What have you seen?
That's so funny. It was good. It was good yapping with you guys. Have a great evening.
That's what all of them ran away. All the Christians, I don't know.
Oh, they hate the truth. You dare not tell them the truth. They will run away.
Jesus
That's what
Christ.
they do.
Look at how quickly they surrendered the whole panel. Where's Pastor? Who is going to argue for Christianity now? Okay, look at the picture I have now. The dark man is the devil. I don't like the idea that because when your children grow up, they see black people, they look a lot like we are some kind of evil people.
Exactly.
Attacking. I don't fancy that. And whenever I see those images of them painting black people as the devil, I don't like it. And our people don't see any issue with that.
I was telling some people that you see Christianity here, when you are engulfed in, I don't want to use some word, but when you are deeply immersed into Christianity, sometimes you behave like somebody that don't have common sense. For someone to tell you that, you see that picture you shared before on your background, that person is Jesus Christ, and you believe, and some people will actually erect it, and they'll be bowing down to it. Some people will even carve another one and say that he's his mother, and they will be reverencing the mother, and then they will put something that look like a wood, like two solid wood, correct wood that they should have used to build table. They will cross it to each other and say is a cross, and they'll be bound to it. So these things, seriously, sometimes it's really, I would like God Himself, the God that we all know, is not even a Christian. You see all those people that they will be shouting, God of Elijah, send down fire, or let the God of Abraham be my God. Let the blessings of Abraham follow me. You know that kind of mantra, yeah? So they've forgotten that even Abraham, Elijah, Moses, all of them were not Christians. In short, Moses was a magician. He was performing magic.
Yeah, it's very, very fascinating how they all ran away. Yeah, this is scary, man. They can't start the real deal. Eh?
They've forgotten that even Jesus Christ himself was a traditionalist. Jesus was not a Christian. He participated in every tradition of his people, all the tradition of his people. He participated in it. But today, the so-called today's Christian will tell you that, oh, it's evil. Oh, it's devilish. Is that. And that is why we are where we are today. Because none of them could resurrect us from something that they think that they had the power to change. When we were practicing our religion, JJ, they came and said it's evil, that they know how to do it better. Now, we have been waiting for them to do it better. They could not. Instead, we are going back every day.
They could not. They've had their time, isn't it?
They say,
all the people that are embracing Western ways for decades now, where has it gotten us?
Exactly.
We have to start doing our own thing. Rename our country. Put native languages as official languages, and promote our traditional religions in all the different groups.
China did that.
Yeah,
and China is very strong today.
Yeah, they started doing that recently. They started changing the building of a mosque from the Arabic way to their own. Now, if you want a mosque, you can get a mosque, but it's going to look like Chinese building. You can't.
Then it's not only the Christianity. The Islam will tell you that for you to communicate with Allah, which is God, you must communicate in Arabic.
Yeah, that
so
too.
Which means God does not understand Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. It must be Arabic. You see that level of brainwash?
Yeah, it's too heavy. It's too heavy. They call it what they call it, language of the angels, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, I was just talking to some Israelis today, and you get this. I think Kurdish guy was coming to make it look like the Shiites are the evil one in the Middle East, and the Sunni. I was like, in Nigeria, do you know the trouble Sunnis are causing in Nigeria? That they are the worst. They are the ones causing most of the problem in Africa, around the world. The Shia are restricted to the Middle East more by and large, like Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. The rest are Sunnis causing trouble everywhere. And don't go and start telling me that that is the Shias that are causing the trouble. Shia in Iran, they have more women engineers in Iran than the men. If they are so conservative, why are they like that? But while the Sunni ones are busy slaughtering people left and right everywhere around the world. So, and that's an Islamic this religion. People should not think that I hate religion or I hate Islam or anything. I just feel like the way we practice it is wrong.
Exactly.
We have to practice the way it benefits our people. Our people now are not getting educated. The other day, we were checking a list now of states that are educated in Nigeria. I knew there was disparity in education, literacy rates, but the gap, I didn't think the gap was that big. The gap is too much. People in the north, they lack a lot of education. This is the literacy rate. The literacy is so low. If you cannot read, how can you even get educated properly? They have such a low literacy rate. And you know what surprised me in that literacy rate? One, the Igbos tend to get some of the highest ones. The South tend to get some of the highest ones, which surprised me a little bit, because I thought those things would have changed because of Nigeria. You know, Igbos say they are marginalized. The South say everything is getting destroyed and all the rest. I was surprised to see that those ones, they still maintain very high literacy rate when I saw it.
Now, you know why?
Nothing.
Let me try to cause problem here. Let me try to connote it to our rejection to Pentecostalism in the Southeast. We reject that thing like bad. It is now that they started coming in gradually. But when it comes to state like Anambra, Imo, Enugu that I know too well, they reject this religion, this denomination, because they will come in and they will make you to understand that there is hope, right? Just be fervent in your prayer, be an ardent prayer warrior. Come to church every day, Monday to Sunday. Just be prayerful. Speak in tongue. Miracle is going to happen. One is even sending money from heaven to their private phones, to their private bank accounts, right? And I don't know who, if it is the account was owned by Jesus or by one angel there. So they now tend to becloud their sense of reasoning. All they believe is that so far you believe in God, so far you a prayer warrior, so far you speak in tongues, miracle is going to happen. Subjecting them to perpetual laziness. These people will never, everything they do, they will say, oh, we bless God. They say we bless God.
But do you think that that is the reason why, or is because my suspicion?
No. In my state, we are running away from that. We are seriously, and that is why today you see them, all those pastors, they climb their pulpit. Oh, Anambra boys are becoming traditionalists everywhere. They are changing. They are becoming traditionalists. Well, personally, I don't belong to any of them. Like I said last time, I'm 50-50. I go to church every Sunday. I don't even, if I miss church, is a problem. But yes,
it's a problem.
it's a problem. But there are some other things I don't do when it comes to Christianity. There are some other things I do traditionally. Like, for example, I know that my father gave birth to me. And I know I had a grandparent that fought with their blood to make sure that that land where my father is living today is secured for us. Do you understand? I know that these people were the one that discovered onugu soup, ora soup, egusi, obono, all those sweet delicacies that we are eating. Though these people, a kind of, in short, my own family story is that some laid their lives so that we may live. My ancestors. And yet today you are not telling me that I should forget about them. I should be calling Saint Christopher, Saint this, Saint this. Does it mean that I don't have Saint Okonkwo or Kafo and all that? So I tend to remember my ancestors too.
You have to.
I'll go to church. I remember white people's ancestor that I don't know. I don't have association with them, no family relationship. Then, but my own, I must remember them as well. I must pray for them. I must ask them to fight for me as well. You
Very
see?
important.
So those are the kind of things I picked from tradition. If I can go to Catholic Church, for example, and open my mouth and receive Holy Communion and drink wine, I can as well pray with cola in my house, break the cola, share it to my children, drink palm wine. The same thing. These people copied us, man. It's the same thing.
It's how it's supposed to be now. You have to embrace who you are. You can't run away from who you are and expect to grow in this.
I cannot change my name. I cannot, though our parents did make that mistake. But if I should have a child and my child will be bearing Matthew, Mark, and all that. But on the other hand, the people that my child bears their name, I don't see any of them bearing Audu, or Obina and all that. Doesn't make sense.
Why would they? They don't
So,
have any
and that is why we must stop naming our children after these white people. No, they should not bear white people's name. They should bear our name. There is nothing wrong with our name. Our name has more meaning than theirs actually. Because I don't even understand what Leona, you see, the one who say, there's one a pathetic name. I've forgotten that useless name. Then that has no meaning. One is serpent, actually, snake. You name your child snake.
Yeah, I see. I think I agree with you on that. However, our reasoning on that day was that because we had encounter with the British at first, So generally, we tend to be more educated than most parts of the country, and it appears that structure system, because you know how you know that structure is still there, because the South have no reason to be the most educated groups in Nigeria right now, because they have been marginalized for quite a long time. They've suffered all kinds of reverses, but still their numbers still held up. And I was like, wow, like this thing, it looks like it does endure no matter how long. Because in the UK now, the reason why London, the South, is more developed than other parts of the country is because 2,000 years ago, the Romans were here, and this is the area they stayed. And it remained like that till now.
Now, do you know that even today, these people that you are referring to now in the North, they are still busy, seriously rejecting innovations. They are busy rejecting education. I shared one picture of a vehicle, like these are IAS buses. They bought new IAS buses, and on the IAS buses, they wrote in Quran. I don't know what Quran is, but they did us favor by translating it to English, which means eradication of innovation and some other stuff. So they are eradicating innovations. I'm telling you, now is a project that they are doing in Nigeria today. And Nigerian government is aware of that. Anything innovation, they are eradicating it from their region.
Are you sure you didn't read it upside down?
No. I can share it here right now. I don't know if I can share picture in the this thing.
I don't know. Maybe you can.
Yeah.
If you can,
So and they have an agency for that. Now, on the other hand, some were carrying arms and then saying that education is haram, is abomination, right? Western education is abomination. That is Boko Haram, right? Now, and the government is aware of that. And then we're talking about the one that was approved by so-called one-time president called Sharia law. Do you understand?
Was it not Babangida Obasanjo that did that?
Obasanjo, yes, Obasanjo. Now, so these people, they know what they are doing. I think it favors them most to remain uneducated. To them, that's what I understand it to be. I think it favors them more, because if it doesn't, the people themselves would have revolted and said, see, this thing is not favoring us, and we refuse to follow you guys. We refuse to take it, because their own children, they send their children. They send their children abroad to go and study, then come back and take up from where they stop.
Let me explain. I think they are saying they are playing a different game. They are following Islamic teachings, one, and they are going by population. They don't care too much about education. They care about population. See, one of my experiences in Nigeria, when a Muslim Hausa man told me that his ambition in life was to ride Okada, that they had to push him to ride the taxi that I was taking with him, that they had to like force him to come and ride. I thought it was a joke, that cannot be true, some of the things he was saying. But when I look at that literacy rate in the North, I can see why. In some of the states, it's so low, it's not even funny at all. And that's why you can see why people don't have aspiration there. I don't know how they can allow that to remain. I don't know. I'm not a northerner. If a northerner is around, come and educate us on how this thing can be. One day when what's his name, Masker comes along, I will be asking him this, because where's that list? I will need to find it again.
Now, there is something you need to know. There's something you need to know in the North. We have Christians in the North and Muslims in the North. Now, the Christians in the North tend to send their children to school more than the Muslims in the North. In short, it is a duty for a parent to send his children or have their children to school in the North. Northern Christians, but the Northern Muslims, they would rather put them in a vehicle. Because last time, I think about 2 years ago, a year ago, we were having this debate here, and one guy was trying to shut me down. They will give birth to children, put them in a vehicle, maybe from Kebi. They will go all the way to Meduguri and drop them there with a stranger that called himself Imam or Malam. So they will be under this Malam as students, Islamic students, learning Quran.
Hello?
This Malam has no job.
Can I? 1 second. Listen, for that, I'll leave it for you. I'm off, okay? So.
Okay, we are going to be rounding up soon, actually. Thank you for Listen, let me just finish. See, I'm looking at the data now. Borno
So
State,
that Malam has no
14%.
job, so he will now send these children out on the streets. He will give them balls like plates, plastic ones or iron ones, to go and be begging on the street to bring for him and his household, right,
Yeah.
to be eaten, and then they will eat from there too. And that is how their life. They will grow without parental care, parental love, nothing. And that is why when they are behaving, you'll be asking yourself, are they really human beings? And these are the kind of people that will tomorrow carry arm and join Boko Haram because
I
they
think
have no love
I
at
think
all.
Oscar Blackburn is right. Let me read this. Borno State, 14.5% literacy rate. Katsina State, 21.7%. Taraba, 23%. Jigawa, 24%. Kebbi, 25%. That is too much. It's too low. That is just too much. I don't know how. I don't know how those governors work out of their
The
data.
data
Who
that you
lets
are
them
seeing,
do that?
is the government that are the one they prepared for you to see that they are doing good.
It's too low.
It's even worse than that. It's
That is
worse than that.
unacceptable. That is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. I don't know how a Nigerian president sits there and accepts this. I guess maybe he cannot exactly I don't know how this is possible in Nigeria, where the gap is that big. After 60 years, it's too much. 14%. It means that most of the people you see on the street, they don't know how to read at all. It's way too much. Katsina, almost all the northern states are the same. None of them are southern states. The southern states are 90 something percent. If you look at like from the ocean to about, I said from the ocean to around 120 miles inland, all of them they are the top 10. They are the top 10 educated people in Nigeria. From the ocean to 120 miles outside the ocean, they are the top 10 states. The rest are even some. You'll be surprised. Ogun State is even less educated than some South states. That one shocked me because we hear about a lot of people emerging from Ogun State and all the rest of it. I was like, where are all these literacy people that we hear about in Ogun State that even River State is ahead of them, or Delta? I didn't expect that at all. And it just shows you that Nigeria, sometimes you have to look deeper to understand the structures and things that are going on inside that country. The Imo, that's the southeast, quite a lot of states in the southeast are highly educated. In the southeast, that's not surprising. You guys tend to win the JAM award and all the rest of it, so that's to be expected. Imo, I think it's Imo that tends to do that. Actually, Imo is number one. I think one
No,
other.
it used to be Imo, right? Before Uzodinma came. Uzodinma now destroyed Imo completely. So it used to be Imo. It used to be Anambra, then Imo, then Anambra, Imo now Anambra. So it fluctuates. And now Edo is coming up. I think Edo is number 3 now, number 4, right?
Yeah, they are all.
And that is one thing I give to Obaseki. Yet people are not understanding the guy, but it's okay. They've elected a stark illiterate.
Let me read the top 10 now, so you see what I mean by about 120 miles from the ocean. Imo State 92%, River State 89%, Lagos 89.something%, Abia State 89%, Anambra 88%, Delta 87%, Enugu 86%, Bayelsa 86%, Ogun State 85%, Ekiti 84%. So it's quite those south states, and most of the southern states. I don't think Edo is even on this list actually. Edo has not even appeared on this list yet. But Edo will show up somewhere close to that area too. It's between southeast, south states and southwest. And like I said, the ones closer to the ocean are the ones that, and it may have more to do with their encounter with the Europeans. Maybe
no, I think it has everything to do with way of life.
You think so?
Yes. You see, was it not in Lagos, the West, that the what they call them, the Western missionaries came first? It was in the north, in the southwest, now Lagos area, and that, right? But yet the southeast is triumphing, then south. It's way of life of people. That's it. They believe in.
But to be fair though, the southwest shows up in 10%. That's the top 10. The three of the. That's why I said from the south. If you look at the south, They are all the ones that show up in that top 10. You see
Yes,
anybody that
I'm not ruling out the effect of the Westerners, you know. I'm not ruling out that. But it's all combined, like it's interwove kind of
yeah,
way of
I
life
agree
and
with
the
you.
effect of
Maybe it's the way of life to an extent. The reason why I tie it to their presence is because even here in the UK, you still see the presence of the Romans after 2,000 years. That's scary. That's after 2000. Maybe it's just something about the area. I don't know. Like you said, maybe it's not the Romans that did it. Maybe it's just the Londoners and the southern people in the UK are already just somewhat more advanced already. That's why one can always tell. But if it does correlate though. The Romans were here, and this south was more is more this thing dominant in the country, and in if we translate that to Nigeria, it will mean in the future the South will dominate Nigeria one way or the other. That's what it's going to mean.
well, it is unfortunate that they would have, but with the crop of element that we have today called leaders from the South, I see the North dominating the South if care is not taken, because they have the arms, they have everything, they have the government, they have the army solidly behind them, terrorizing and taking up
They better
villages.
get educated. If they are not educated, it's not going to work out. Sooner or later, the educated people will start taking over top positions. You can't escape from it, no matter how you try to. Sooner or later, it's a war of attrition. Even if they have more numbers.
But we had Buhari that showed us that education has no meaning. It's all about nepotism. He flush out every educated person there and fill it up with his people. So
yeah, that's
this
because
kind
Nigeria
of
is not functioning. The moment
So
Nigeria starts functioning, they will start losing ground.
This thing that you are saying now, for it to happen, it must be that we the people must begin to elect our leaders. So when we begin to elect our leaders based on merit, and in return, the leaders begin to appoint or institutionalize things based on merit as well. This is when you will now see the educated one taking up leadership or positions in the country. But as far as this kind of system is happening today, where one tout, one cattle rearer who contest for election four times, then eventually they gave him that position on a platter. Then he will begin to flush out educated people out of the system and filling it up with his brothers that are from the cattle ranch too.
My concern is
nothing is
that
going to change.
if you look at the balance, I'm a little bit concerned because based on this narrative that I just painted about, because the South is more educated and all that stuff, they're going to dominate the country. But there is also the flip side that because the North is growing at a higher proportion in terms of population, that soon there will be a bigger majority of the country, which means in democracy term, they will be getting their own people more and more elected into office.
Okay,
so
Paparas, let me shock you. Let me shock you. You see that fake news or fake data that the North, that the North is more populated than the South is false. I always maintain this position. I participated in their census, 2006 census. I know what we saw there. This is just empty land, right? It's like saying that life survived more in the desert than the savannah area. Does it make sense?
But why do you say the North is desert? It's not desert.
I was shocked to dry see land. I was in Castina. Fathers, let me tell you the magic that happened in Castina. I was in Castina State. That was where I was stationed, right? You will go out to the field, maybe today. You came back, your clothes, mostly I wear jean there. Your jean would be dust everywhere, like you'll be soaked in dust, right? So you'll be forced to wash that jean immediately. You can't even put it in your room. You wash the jean, right? I'm not making things up. Let's say around 1 p.m. afternoon, you wash that jean. Thick jean, spray it, go into the bathroom, come out, go into your room, put on your clothes, you come out, that jean has dried immediately. It will dry like Momo. I'm not joking.
That's how Amatan is now. When you went there during Amatan,
now
this thing you are doing.
See, the thing is, we know what played out. You see that data you are seeing is fake, is not true. These people, they don't have the population. Yes, they tend to marry a lot of women, right? They tend to breed a lot of children. That is the same way they buy, because there is no health system, there's no health care. They buy in thousands every day. They buy every day. The rate of infant the infant mortality rate there is high. Even women will carry belly, the way they die there is too much, man, because of their inability to access quality health care. So they give birth a lot, they buy a lot. So the number is not balancing. But on the other side, in the South, they tend to have better access to health care, and they are more educated when it comes to childbearing and all that. So they tend to retain as late, maybe they don't born as much as, but those few that they gave birth to tend to stay.
They do have, see,
you people
the
don't
reason
allow
why I
another
believe their
person to
number,
talk.
the reason why I
You
believe
just
their
came now.
number is that
You just came. When you come, listen first.
this fanatic Muslim is here now. Yeah,
You just came.
they already call him the
Hold on,
fanatic.
let me no. Before you guys go further, I need to point in.
Go ahead now.
That's where you always marginalize me. It's okay.
What did I do?
So I actually I used to think it's solely forefather that is that don't believe in God. I didn't know Evo Kenera same group. You
We
guys
believe in
God.
God. Who said we don't believe in
I
God?
believe in God. What are you talking about?
That was just a joke. That was just
okay.
a joke. I just need to Popo? Oh. I'm coming. You guys should come.
Go do your domestic work.
Let me help this guy here.
Go and be a great dad now. That's their job. So you were saying there, go ahead.
So I've forgotten what I was. So their population is just made up. Honestly, they don't have the population. Now, let me break it down again. When you come to the core north, like the one that we believe that are far north, right?
Yeah.
You have Christians there, a lot of Christians. Matter of fact, the ratio between the Christians and the Muslims are like 45, 55. I will give 55 to Muslims and 45 to Christians. When you come to the middle belt, the one that they are claiming to be North Central is predominantly Christians. I'm not joking. Predominantly Christians and maybe a little few, like very few Muslims. Now check the number out. Then you come to the Southeast, 99% Christians or 98% Christians. Then the 2% is just maybe traditionalists or non-believers. Come to South, predominantly Christians. Southwest, you have, let me give 60% Christians, 40 Muslims. Now, how is it possible that the Muslims today are now claiming to be more populated than Christians in Nigeria? How?
I think the reason why is because the reason why I find it more believable, not only because of the Nigerian data, also because of the Niger data. Niger is known as the highest birth rate. I think there was a time it was definitely the highest birth rate in the world, like the entire world. Niger state.
You're talking about Niger Republic?
Niger, yes.
Okay. Now, this is it, right? When you're talking about Niger now, the Nigerians, where you will find them in Nigeria, is places like Katsina,
exactly
Sokoto.
what you talked about.
Yeah, Katsina, Sokoto, right? But when you come to places like Maiduguri is predominantly Christians. Kaduna is predominantly Christians. The Muslims are just in the cities. In the bigger cities.
They
but
say it's
Kaduna,
half in Kaduna, it's just about 50 or so.
No, it's not half and half. Southern Kaduna is 99% Christian. Southern Kaduna. Then the Northern Kaduna is mixed, half and half. Now, how is half and half now? The half going to be? It's one to three.
I have to always go with objective data out there.
You
The
understand?
objective data says that it's half and half, And
now the data, who made up that data? They just want you to believe that they are more in that they have population. They don't have.
But it
You
doesn't. Data
say why here?
correlates. Okay, let me explain why I believe it. If you look at from Niger Republic, the birth rate is very, very high. Northern Nigeria is high. Then the further south you come, even within the north, if you start coming further south, the birth rate starts reducing until you get to the south, where it's actually just quite a lot lower. So from the north to the south, you will see that the gradation is just that the birth rate comes down. Whether it has something to do with the fact that they are in the dry area and their children don't survive. The one thing they interviewed one lady in Niger, she said she had more than 10 children or so, about 12 or so, and only one survived. That was in Niger. And maybe that's why they have a lot of children. That tendency is still there in the north. It's not only about just religion. That's the game they are playing.
I'm back. So
Welcome.
the reason I joined this team, actually, Kene has been making a lot of sense, The only thing, right? So let me correct one thing.
Just match break a little bit according to my issue. The Niger that you're talking about, forefathers, I just checked their population. They are just 27 million population.
The growth rate you have to worry about, not the. The birth
Go ahead.
Let me quickly correct this first. Actually, in Islam, you are not obligated to pray in Arabic. You can pray in any language. So in Islam, understanding is God understand any language. So part of the stuff, I don't want to go into what Ken was saying. Ken was saying a lot of things. To be honest, Africa, we abuse religion. Let me put it that way. We were unable to differentiate between building a nation and keeping religion aside. I'm not saying don't be a Christian, don't be a Muslim, don't be this. We are too loud with religion. We put it at the forefront, using it kind of deceiving ourselves. Like a lot of times, Kenneth was saying, I'll give you an example from both Christianity and Islam. When we were in university, we used to have a study group, like about 6 of us. There was this lady, she was Ito Christ Embassy. Any small thing, she's speaking in tongues. So I remember this night. This lady, she was doing business, she would not come to school. I remember this night, we were doing solving problem. I was like, we will study this team, we will know carry over. Hey, shabalalalala. After first year, she got like 5 carryover. In my mind, I don't know how we can't think, we can't differentiate between. That is not God's job. It's your job to study. See, God has delegated responsibility. It's our parents' job to pay our tuition to kind of make sure they can't come and help us write exam. You need to work hard for God to bless. So the thing is, God does not really owe us anything. What I think, God has given us everything. He does not owe us. We have free hair we don't pay for. We have free life we don't pay for. When you go to God, you're supposed to go attack God. In the north, what you see happen, part of the story Kenen was saying, okay, let's say somebody does not have a job. He want to get married. He's not educated, not that he's waiting for a job. He does not have hard work. They tell you alayakao. Alayakao means God will provide. This is all nonsense. You know what I mean? They really people have actually abused religion. Okay, on Friday, I'll give you a big example. Last week, me and 2 of my friends, we were in the mosque environment. One is from the north, the other one is from Kwara. Then we discussing about the hardship in Nigeria. Then I was kind of saying, this Nigeria problem, man. I think it, in my opinion, it started from IBB. You know what this guy said? The one from the north. No, don't say that. You can't say that. Provide solution. I'm looking at this guy. He want to bully me. I say, me. When I open fire for this guy, I said, how dare you for telling me not to talk about my country? Because what they do in the north, they tell you, oh, in Islam, protest is haram. I'm like, you guys need to stop this bullshit, man. That is an error. Okay, look at Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a Muslim country. They got rid of their prime minister when she was misbehaving. Nigeria is not even a Muslim country. Nigeria is when you even live in an Islamic state, you cannot bring those rules like, okay, you are not supposed to do this. Nigeria is not an Islamic state. That is one. The second
You know why?
thing is,
You know why
yeah,
they tell them that protest is haram? Because their leader, the Islamic clerics, are colluding with the politicians.
exactly.
Just the way Christian clerics are colluding with the politicians, giving them fake hope.
Exactly the point. So, because look at where the country is today, you are telling people, oh, you can't protest, you can't do this. Come on, Arab world that Islam originated from the Arab world. Look at the protests that blew away all the leaders in the Arab world. And we are in Africa, and you telling people, when people are buying bag of rice for 100,000 naira, people are hungry, people are, just like Kenneth said now, people are dying because they can't take treatment. They don't have the resources. They don't have good hospitals. The indirect killing going on in Nigeria, if you test statistics of it, how do you test somebody? Do you know the people that die from bad road accidents every day? Even the former Kaduna State governor, this son just died on the road from accident. Bad roads. That just happened last week. We need to understand. I'm not saying don't worship God, but I don't think you can use that to build a country.
See, when
science
sorry
and
though,
technology.
AY, what do you think though? Like because of the level, that educational part is quite consequential because if people in a state are not that educated, you can see why it's easy for them to be nudged in any direction, given that politics you need at least to know policies and all the rest of it.
Okay, let me tell you this. Go online. Prophet Muhammad said, knowledge is the lost property of the Muslim. Say anywhere you find it, go and grab it. The same prophet said, for example, when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. That education of the women you must focus on it. How come? So what these people do, right? They pick and choose. They try to hold people down. Look. When you see what is going on in the north, you want to cry, to be honest. The so-called the elite in the north, which I think I can know, they actually attend the best schools in the world. The common man, you put them on the street, you turn them to Alimajiri, you are telling them not to. Some of you are the people who sponsor this Alimajiri for them not to get the education. How do you think, just like what you said now, how do you think Boko Haram are recruiting people?
Yeah, you can see why.
A friend of mine said to me one day, he said, if somebody does not have hope, he said, can do anything. When you feel that hope is lost, there get some thing where you know people are now, because you know, man, I have plan for tomorrow. I have hope for tomorrow. You know, like these people, it's not, I'm coming. It's not that even with 5,000 naira, they feel by person because of ignorance. Do you understand it? So this is still big. They brainwash you like, oh, Boko Haram is recruiting people. When they start, how do they recruit people? It's because of the high level of ignorance. They don't have both Islamic and Western knowledge. How is it going to differentiate that what you want to do is wrong? They tell you to go bob somebody. You can't think.
That is really bad. After 60 years, and they are still that behind. No, I find that astounding.
Here is it. Travel to UAE, travel to Saudi Arabia. I see the development, the technology going on. I see the infrastructure. Those are the people who hold the religion.
Yeah, but when you hear sometimes, even Kenny, when you hear sometimes the way Kenny talks and many Southerners talk, you will be thinking that the Northerners are the ones living large and their lives are good. This, man, it's abysmal.
Some of them.
Some of them. There's always good people, but
here is it. Let me tell you how the North operate, right? You have the elite class that say top 10%. They actually living extremely large. Then you have no middle class. You have poor. The number is too wide. The difference is too much. Like in the South, you see a lot of middle class. You are able to build small house, buy small car. You are able to manage. In the South, the middle class is large. In the North, you have the early class that they don't even marry the poor. They no go marry from poor family. Yes, I share cannot grow for not. If I be
they can marry from poor.
can never marry from the poor.
Poor people are very disgusting to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Man, thank you guys for coming in. Anyway, this was just a quick one for us. It looks like all the faith people, they gave up very quickly the moment we started doing double barrel.
I heard the Canadian bashing the head.
Ekene started it. The moment I joined, everyone
they were strangulating Dexter. I was like, what now? I was driving. I said, oh, let me reach home first. They were strangulating the guy. And he was telling them the truth.
Okay. Imagine how will it come? You that is educated living in America, you are saying, oh, it they feed people. Come on, guy. We grow above this. Why don't you build industry and employ people?
Exactly.
And we keep deceiving ourselves. We keep going with the ignorant. We gotta switch. We can't continue this way.
One in Warri sells key to heaven. He sells Bethsaida pool water. But he went to Bethsaida and got the pool water, and he was selling it. He sells that salt, that Lot's wife salt. He went and so many things. Sometimes I don't want to be very good. I see some Christians like they are going Kolo. They have mental problems.
Some of our people from Nigeria, there are things you are bringing. You coming to Saudi Arabia, or if they see them,
you sell heavenly credit card. Somebody just he sell heavenly credit card that's unending, and you will pay for it.
And you just keep deceiving people. Why don't you joke? I mean, we got religion in Nigeria. For me, keep it in the religious houses. They should stop disturbing the public. Like, let's focus on developing the country. Let's build our country. We are not moving. Look at how the country is messed up.
It's not good at all.
Here is it. The corruption you're talking about in Nigeria, high-level corruption. Who is committing it? Is it the juju worshiper? It's Muslim and Christians. They are the one. They will see. They are the one committing. Davido's father was just giving testimony. Was telling them how they wanted to stop his power plant. That's the biggest power plant now in Nigeria. You want to stop it, and when you know Nigeria don't have light, you even see a man that will invest in power plant. You are stopping the work.
Guess who is trying to stop him?
Who?
I don't
bad politicians. And guess what they used to show them in? Quran and Bible.
A Bible. Yeah.
Okay, so what is this power plant he is looking to build? How many megawatts? When
I say 1,000.
No. It's 1,200. 1,200, I think.
Yeah, you say about one. I heard 1,000.
Yeah,
megawatts.
Yeah, gigawatts. Where is it? What state again?
Megawatt, not gigawatt.
Megawatt.
1 gigawatt is 1.2 gigawatts. I tend to prefer to count it in gigawatts. I don't know.
Okay.
You can't count gigawatt and megawatt is not the same.
Yes, of course. We use megawatts so that it looks like it's a lot. Like 1,000 this is the gigawatt megawatt. 1,000 megawatts is 1 gigawatt. It's a lot, but it's not in the bigger scheme of things, like from Western or developed countries, it's tiny. Like Iran now can do 70 gigawatts, which is 70,000 megawatts. You see what I mean? So when you look at it, America does over 1 trillion. 1 trillion gigawatts. This is how many? I've forgotten. 1 trillion megawatts. 1 trillion watts.
Yeah, but it doesn't really work like that, though. I mean, 1,000 megawatts is huge, though.
It's tiny. Stop.
No, hold on.
Okay, for which area?
Basically, he's trying to, according to him, it's 15% of Nigeria's consumption.
Yeah.
15%.
By Nigerian standard, yes. By Nigerian standard, that's high. That's true. I accept
that. Yeah, you're right. AY, 1,250 megawatts.
Megawatt.
Which is 1.25 gigawatts.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let me see. Total. Let me see that of US. That's just don't even say the word.
No, US don't have trillion. No country
US
have
is one
no
point
country.
something 1,189,492 megawatts, which is
Wait, oh, hold on,
1.1
hold on,
billion
hold on, hold on. We
kilowatts.
need to explain this. Somebody on the comment section, Daniel, is saying it's small. It's not that small as you think. 1,000 something megawatt can give light to a state. Can give
Yeah,
big light
it's
to a
not that
state.
By
small.
Western standard, is tiny. That's the reason why people
No,
are saying
hold
that.
on, guys. Hold on. No. Hold on. That is a lot of energy. Okay,
It's
can you
tiny. By
imagine?
Western standard, is still
You
small.
hold on
For a
now.
state, yes. For a state, maybe you
You
can argue
hold
that.
on. It is even more than a state, but here is it, right? It can actually cover up to 3 states. Here is it, right? Just imagine every state had that power plant of 1,200 megawatt.
So 36 gigawatts, the entire Nigerian state.
Huh?
The entire
Nigeria is less than
the entire
5,000 megawatt now. You don't know?
yeah, I think you are looking at it from where we are right now. You are not looking at it from where we need to be. Where we need to be, it needs to be a lot higher. I agree with you.
I
36
know.
is way better than 3 to 5 gigawatts that we do now.
Where we need to be, for Nigeria to be industrialized, we need at least 25,000 megawatt.
Yes, definitely. Like the UK
You are
now is,
muted,
I'm
Kene.
looking
Kene,
at
you are muted.
I'm looking at the
Yes.
UK one is
Look at what I just
101
found now. I
gigawatts.
was trying to look up Maryland, right? Maryland generate 37.13 37,139 gigawatts. Gigawatt.
It couldn't be okay in the US.
Yeah, Maryland is
That
state.
makes sense. Yeah, that means this. That makes
And
sense.
then they consume 11,908 megawatts.
Imagine.
That is pure industrialization.
One state generates
One
more than
state.
how many times more than Nigeria?
Yes.
It's crazy.
Oh God.
Okay. Now look at it, right? What is going on in Nigeria, right? That is why the pain is coming from there. Like with all year we'll be selling for years. We can't generate 20,000 megawatt. Don't you know it is a big shame because of corruption, because that's our resources, we just mismanage it. Nigeria don't have any reason not having 24 hours constant electricity. It is a big shame. You know, like, I don't know, man. The whole thing, like, the structure just need to go
Without
down.
power, you
Let's
can't
rebuild.
develop now. And
We can't do anything.
We can't go anywhere without power.
We can't go
It's just
anywhere.
impossible.
You need energy to be able to do anything. And
Energy is very, very important.
I have to take it with that he is, 1 gigawatt from one state. That's quite commendable. I wish other states can replicate it. Even half states replicate that. That would be a
Femi
lot.
is building too. Femi is building. Elumelu to Elumelu is building. Femi power station, I think, is like 300 megawatt.
Did I share that this thing? Nigerians, we don't do I don't know whether you were there when we were discussing underground structures and when we were looking at some of those vehicles that they used to. Did you see it?
Father is coming underground structure. We don't even have.
Don't start now. Don't start now. Don't start now. Those underground structures, the engineering involved. My point is that it's a good business now in Nigeria, and it's a good business on the continent because I think we've not even built any. So if you have that kind of stuff, you can be able to make a lot of money out of it. That's one area of growth in the continent. I don't know which other area that electricity is another area of growth. Because Nigeria doesn't do a lot of electricity, and many countries are going to gain from electrical projects if you have the capacity to supply it. I was trying to find this in men. You need to see this machine. Somebody suggested the machine is so big that they use it to borehole under the ground. It's some massive machine. The kind of hole it digs is just unbelievable, and they said it's worth about 2 point something billion this in dollars. If Nigeria was serious about anything, if we mean to build, we can build very, very fast. We had a long conversation about this actually about 2 days ago, about different areas in Africa, why we are not building anything. Because if you look at it, the money is not that much. You know, when I asked about how much it costs to build a spaceport and the rockets and everything that you can use to start deploying satellites into space, they said about altogether everything 2 point something billion this in dollars. Like, so are you telling me all this money that these people are borrowing, they cannot even use it to do anything significant in Nigeria?
I have said this to you. They are not interested. Do you get it? They are not interested. The thing is,
sad.
The cost of building is actually cheaper than the cost of destroying. Listen, if you put, let's say, if a state take this loan they are taking and build even a railway system, you start paying over time. What they do when you hear borrowing, they borrow this money, they share it among themselves. Sometimes they use the money, they don't use it in any capital project. They kind of like share it among themselves. That's it. That's the problem we are having, because there are a lot of, what did you build? We didn't build roads, we didn't build hospitals, we didn't build nothing, we didn't build schools. Our schools, most of the top schools in Nigeria, they were built like in the 80s, 70s. If you go there, is those structure you will see meet there. It's just few new structure in some schools. They are not building any new thing.
Can let me ask though, you know how people can mentor people and sponsor people and all that? Can people like Dangote not help create more people like him, billionaires, trillionaires, that take charge of other areas of the economy too?
Baba, Dangote is a pure capitalist. Those men no send you.
Yeah, well, it's still a kind of capitalism now. Okay, you may not be, because
use the right word.
as much as
He's
he
a
can
strong
do
monopolist.
every capitalist is a hidden monopolist.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care.
Every capitalist is a monopolist. Who business wants to make money and say, "Oh no, this is too much money. Let me spread it around to my competitors." That's not how it works.
No, Ababio said this is too much money. He can't even.
He's not a businessman, and that's why he's talking that nonsense. So my take is that like in this thing, tunneling, mining, pharmaceutical, all those areas, if Dangote cannot get involved in it directly,
let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, what I observe, right? The reason why you see Nigeria, they come fighting online. Nigeria love their country. See, if you fix basic things, electricity, basic things, road security, a lot of Nigeria, even abroad, will go home and invest. A lot of people will go home and invest. Right now, when you see what people like Dangote are passing through, when, for example, you say I have $100,000, I want to go invest in Nigeria, I can easily turn this money around in no time, at least get 50% of profit in America. Now you are looking at the risk is just too much. I can easily turn my 100K around within a year. I don't make more than 50K. But when you taking this money back home, you are taking off a lot of things. The risk, people don't even know why you're doing this. Like, you want to help. We want to help our people, but it's just frustrating. There are a lot of frustration. So the only help most of us can give now is more like helping the community. You feel build borehole, you feel help build 3 classrooms for school. That is not enough. We need re-empowerment that is sustainable. That we have a lot of brilliant students living in university. Invest in these people. The truth is, our government, both the federal, the state, they don't care. They don't just care. Just look at it that way.
They will deliberately frustrate you out of that business.
Yeah, except we really have people that are ready to make that sacrifice. I kept saying it. That is, you will not going to see any change in Nigeria.
Yeah,
Assemble half people.
before, you see, this is why I thought when Dangote said he was going to go into steel, I was quite happy. And but if he doesn't, other people should go in there, because, like, let me show you this now. How are we going to start doing this our heavy manufacturing? If we cannot start making our own steel, we can't do any heavy
You don't hear
manufacturing.
minister when say they're going to stoop to the produce pencil that during Buhari. I was
Pencil.
laughing. Toothpick
Pencil.
and pencil.
You know that toothpick, that toothpick they use in Nigeria is imported.
Yeah,
sponge, iron sponge, they import it.
We are in deep mess, though. We are in deep mess. That's just the honest truth. We must say the way it is.
Look,
we are in deep mess.
Look at how small the people are. Look at the machine.
Yep.
How do you? This is Caterpillar here. Caterpillar looks like nothing. How do you build this if you don't have steel manufacturing in your country? You can't build anything like this. And it's not because they are geniuses. It's because we don't have the environment. And do you know how much power this thing chews? The power this machine is going to be using is crazy.
Yeah.
We don't have access to it. We don't generate power. We don't generate.
Are
you putting this? Are you wishing Nigeria this thing? See, we enjoy Tiaroba. See, we enjoy Tiaroba Mercedes, Tiaroba Range Rover, Tiaroba Land Cruiser. That's what we enjoy. That's the highest technology we know. See, forget about this. We enjoy life. We are moving people.
was reading now, right? With the power, excess power in America, for example. Even data centers now, they are building their own, they want to have their independent power plants just to run data centers.
Of course, that's what they are doing now.
Massive that's what's going on now. Nuclear for that matter. If I tell you how much with the power they're talking about, go online, check Terra Power. It's held by Microsoft Big Gate. Go and check how much billions he has invested in that company. Check what is going on with their nuclear power program. They want to they go purely renewable. That is his plan. Like by 2030, they will be producing majority of power in America. Clean energy.
Hold on. Are you looking at this thing? The engineering involved here. That massive stuff is being moved underground with something that is not even a vehicle, like something very tiny. Man, our people need to get their act together. We can't keep doing. Yeah, exactly. Like some kind of self-propelling forklift. Probably something relying on hydraulics and very, very definitely tough steel. And this is like can bear a lot of weight and move in a kind of organized way. But look at the thing they are moving. It's like lifting a whole house. This is more than a house because it's almost all steel. And the ground to hold it even is a work of engineering, because the ground has to be strong enough to bear this kind of weight.
Yep.
The only thing we move, we lift are heavy women. Oh Lord.
Oh God. This is I just hope we start taking ourselves seriously regarding this sort of stuff. This is why it's a shame Dangote decided, to back off that steel manufacturing, because if we cannot start doing all this heavy manufacturing, then we don't have a chance to build anything.
We have to do something. Otherwise, it's not funny anymore, to be honest.
It's not funny.
It's not funny anymore.
When they want to protest, they should be protesting for this type of things. Not all those things that are not going to give you up.
Yeah. Because miracle will not happen, I'm telling you. For
okay,
us,
look at the likes of Innocent. I think there is other Pujo, or whatever they call themselves. There's one Anamco. There's one other from the south, I think from Ogun State, that they produce vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Now, instead of the state governors to support these companies with constant power supply, no, they will not do that. They will not. Because all they are after is next election. That is it.
Yeah, Nigerian politicians are interested in next election. They were interviewing Audios of Kalu. Now I was watching when I was driving home. I was just laughing. she was just firing him like, They are not interested. They are interested in power. And to be honest, they are not interested in the people. All of them. This is just the honest
May
truth.
God help us. So I'm
Yeah.
telling you, man, may God. You know, this title is God with us. I don't know about that. I'm beginning to worry that maybe God has decided to abandon us because
We
the rate
have
things are going right now. Things are not right.
God is with us. We are not with God. That is the
yeah.
problem. We are not with God. See, for us to start to begin to have,
I'm beginning to think it's the other way around.
for we to begin to have this kind of
I'm beginning
mindset,
to worry. God has
this
abandoned
kind of strong zeal to build something like this, I don't know. I don't know the kind of miracle that will happen. You have to flush all this.
the kind of amount of
You have to flush these people
mind
out completely.
organization that does this is just out of this world. You have
You
to
guys are
really be
even talking
organized.
about technology. We don't even have roads. Roads. Come on, roads.
Road we don't
We
even
don't
have.
have roads.
Imagine that.
Yeah, that's why when you're talking of technology, me, I'm just laughing.
See,
we don't.
you see, the reason why we don't have roads because we think that if you have roads first, it's not how it works. You have to start having all of them because all of them
Yeah,
also help
agreed.
keep the others going. Because if you keep relying on road only, like the roads are often the problem because if trucks, big trucks that carry heavy load come on that road, it's not designed to be on the road. Let's say it's designed to be on the rail. It's going to damage the road. And this is why our roads, many of our roads, it's not necessarily because they didn't build it well, because the vehicles that are going over it are not meant to be there. They should be on the rail. They should be traveling via rail, and or the road needs to be built in a special way for those sort of heavy trucks. Because somebody could just go to America, buy something, and the stuff that they bought is so massive, and they will just drive it on the same road anyway, even if the road is not designed for it. So all those
In
things is what
fact,
is killing our road.
the last minister of power is being investigated now for how many billions of naira. These guys are just crazy people. They are just crazy lookers. They don't care. It's just sad. That's just the honest truth.
And this machine, I think this machine, as it is tunneling, it is creating it like it's like kind of tiling the walls as it's tunneling. You know what I was saying? I said, Nigeria, all the money we are borrowing for defending currency, you don't need to borrow that money to defend currency. You just need to discuss. Tell people to just stop buying stuff for 1 month. Take that money, buy this thing, put it on the ground, and let's just keep digging from digging from River State to Kano. No, stop. Because we need all these parts. Because the thing about underground is that it's so useful. Because one, it remains almost the same. It's not like under the weather where the rain falls and all that nonsense keeps happening. It remains almost the same. And whatever you put underneath there is protected. So in other words, it's not like cables in the sky that they are subject to storms and all those things. On so many levels, it's so useful. And we don't tap into all these things to enrich ourselves in any way, not to mention for security reasons. You don't even go there. Transportation, wiring, even sewage systems. Most of these things is part of the sewage system of cities, but we don't build our stuff where we keep building some ways like some kind of primitive
people. You know, sometimes people don't know the mess we are into, right? How many times have you ever seen the Senate or Rep discussing any tangible thing, like say technology, like discussing anything tangible? I can tell you in that whole Senate, it's one or two persons are very like even making input on having serious discussion. They will even shut you down.
See,
they'll shut you down.
Let me say, you see, the reason why I think some people are saying that God is with us. The reason why I say God is not, I fear that God has abandoned us. Because I think that God earlier on gave us so much. He gave us like so much nice environment, food.
We didn't make use of it.
He spoiled us so much that when time ran out now, the game of the world is being played somewhere else. And my worry is that we are not partakers. Yeah, it's painful.
You
painful
you don't see
imagine.
the in the past in the last 1 month, hurricane has happened in America like twice. Can you just imagine, God forbid, the hurricane happen in Nigeria?
Exactly.
Can you just imagine what will happen?
Was it not people that caused that flooding we got in Nigeria?
Over 150 just died in Jigawa State from petroleum tank.
Imagine.
Like, because of poverty, that is why people will see a tank
Wow.
park or wherever, they go in there to pack petroleum. What were they thinking? Petroleum is highly
What are they
flammable.
going to do? They see money, they have to go for it now. They don't
But
think
this thing has happened many, many times. People will still see petrol just because of 5,000 naira you want to make, you go kill yourself.
Yeah. This guy is talking about how this thing tunnels even under the ocean. We are not serious. Oh my god, that scares me, man. And the thing is, you know what annoys me most? These things don't cost that much money. I'm surprised how much they cost. When you look at the price, I'm like, then why we not buy this? Even if you can't build it, buy it. If you cannot even build your own, we can't invent a spaceport, buy it. Because I know we are borrowing money. What is all that money doing? Just buy these things so that you have people. Because if you want to start tunneling in Nigeria, I can tell you that there are going to be so many takers. The moment you start bringing this out, if I know somebody, if you know somebody, let me know that has any experience in tunneling, and I'm willing to partner with them because I think there's a lot of scope of doing this on the continent. I'm telling you, man, I'm willing to. If I was partnering with that kind of person, I will argue with our government. This is negligence of duty. You have to do it. Literally.
Yeah, Roland just say highlight that statement. Said Iran got their nuke project buried deep into 200 miles inside mountain. Yeah, I know it's Sisa Mountain. I didn't even know it was that deep.
It's not down. I think he's talking about maybe horizontally deep, because maybe it's very, very deep. But in terms of height, I think it's around 100. Maybe I don't think it's more than 200. If it's up to 200, I don't think Americans can get to it. 200 meters, you can't get it to it. You literally have to dig the entire place up with a nuke. I don't think they can get to it, but I think it's around 100 or so. I've never heard that it's so deep that inspectors used to go there.
Yeah. So, Israel, they've reneged from bombing their nuclear facility and the oil facility.
Well,
since America really gave their strong
I knew they were not going to bomb the nuclear one. The nuclear one is too much, and the
even
oil
the oil,
one,
they will not touch it.
The oil one, they said they're not going to touch it now. It doesn't mean they're not going to touch it around though.
Yeah, I think America really sounded one or more. If you touch this thing, all of us are in trouble.
Yeah, because they're saying that they were going to bomb all the oil refineries.
All the oil in
they did that though. I'm secretly thinking, is it not good
Nigeria
for
can
Nigeria?
make money,
It would be good for Nigeria, isn't it?
But they will steal the money again.
That will be like, Christmas, all my 20 billion, I will recover it this year.
The oil wait for during Gulf War. Where is the money? Baba, forget this thing. Even if you say, $500, you will not see anything.
They don't care. They will be like, Jesus, this is blessing. I'm gonna put backup of 2 times now what I used to get before. I will pay all my debt off. Dangote will be so happy if that stuff happens.
That they actually paid majority of his debt already.
Yeah. Oh, that's excellent.
For the refinery.
That's excellent. It's done well. He's the only thing that has improved in Nigeria, actually. Okay, I would say the payment system in Nigeria, that where every market woman now has payment machines.
Yeah,
I think that one and Dangote, and the payment one didn't happen now. It happened even before Buhari left. But the Dangote one is this most. I think Dangote is a positive change. The autonomy to the local government, I think that one is a positive. But
that is not. Yes, it's a positive change, but it's not a change. It's not happening.
It's not happening.
It's not happening.
The state government, the state governors will still hijack the local government.
They still hijack the local government fund till today.
Oh my! I thought I thought the federal government said they will be paying it directly to the local government. Why are they still paying the governors?
The money, they will tell you to bring the money. That is what is going on.
You mean they give the local government the money and the local government take the money and go and give it to state government?
Yes, because the state government is the one that appointed it. Like
exactly.
They call it election, but it's just appointment.
Yes. The only way I see that thing will happen.
And then they will be signing agreement left, right, and center.
Yeah. The state electoral commission, you need to allow INEC to go to the state and conduct the elections. Maybe that will help, because what is going on, the governor will sit down in his office. this is who I want in that local government. This is who I want in that local government. That is what they do. There is no election, to be honest.
When I tell
kept
people that
telling you
our
this
governors are very powerful, people think it's a joke. Our governors
Yeah,
are
yeah,
they
yeah.
control things anyhow. You know,
And
in Nigeria, in the UK, that Scotland is in its own country. But I think I don't know who organized the election, but when they organize the election, it's all over the country. But I don't think the Scottish government has any power to literally influence the election in any way inside Scotland at all. And
bro, you did you see Fubara that move his men to ANPP? What was the party? I think ANPP or something.
Yeah, I've heard of it. They said
They
that party is
cleared
doing
the
well now.
state. It's just normal. They don't do election. They don't do election in state. Forget it. Don't even worry yourself.
Wow.
Even the Reverend Father Ibeno, he cleared all the local government.
So it's just a gang war now on the ground.
They
If you
don't
dominate
do
the ground, you
election.
win.
Yeah, yeah.
That's sad.
And they must see, forefathers, you see this federal government nonsense that we are talking about. The federal government will now work with the state government to make sure that the local government is captured, because the local government is captured for the state government and the state government is captured for the federal government. You see how they work now?
Just sad, really. Just sad situation where we just sit there and keep getting all these terrible outcome. They are fighting for what now? For a country that they should be coming together to build. Why don't we ever have a unity, a government of national unity even?
One useless woman in Anambra State that is in the Federal House of Rep. Election is forthcoming now. You know what she's sharing to the people? She bought 5,000 exercise books and pencil and biro and sharing. And then the praise singers are everywhere on social media, singing for her, praising her.
God help us. May God help save us. You know, I keep saying God save us. I'm actually thinking that.
And that money is constituency money. Money they gave her to go and build something in their constituency. She will use it to buy exercise books and pencil and share. And
to be honest, I'm not gonna lie, it's bad. It's really, really bad.
It's really bad. I'm becoming more and more alarmed every day. The more I look, I know people are not in the space that I'm in, but the kind of things I see, it worries me.
That's why we are saying, for us to better manage our resources, you have to divide that country into units so that they will be very close to you.
It's already divided. What do you do?
We are not. We are not. We are not.
Government money.
You know why? If we make noise, if you make noise,
individual families.
For example, now.
Hold on.
For example,
what do you want federal government to do? Take the money and give it to individual families.
Hold on now.
Take the money and give to the state governor.
Hold on now.
Hold on. I don't know what's wrong with them.
See, like, let me set an example with Anambra State now. If we make too much noise, they will release battalion of army to come to our villages and flush us out straight. You see what is going on? But if they are very close to us, they can't do that. They can't do that nonsense, because when they send army, we will now descend on them and their family members, because we know where they live. They live in our midst. Their papa house.
When they have the area boys, they have all these police.
No. The area boys are from. They are from the local. You know, they are the part of the locals, right? So we have that proximity to deal with them.
But they are the ones in power. You see, if a state governor, let's say, like, is from your state, you are the man that is challenging him. He has the police. He has the area boys on his side. What are you going to do to him?
Why are they running away from Southeast today?
The governors are there.
No. Governor wanted to celebrate his daughter's. He wanted to give his daughter hands. Give her out for marriage. He celebrated that in Abuja. Governor of Anambra State, as shameless as he is, he went and celebrated that in Abuja.
The governors are in the Southeast there.
No.
They are in the Southeast there ruling the state.
Yes, I know. But last time, they paid a visit to Imo State governor, right? See, these people, they know.
What are you going to do? I just told you, if he has the
whenever
gun,
they are coming,
are you not the one saying they should have state police? If he has the police, has the Agberos, has all of them on his side, what are you going to do to you? You're going to go to his family house?
You know why state police is better? Those police are our brothers.
But they are working for him.
They are Emeka. See, they are Emeka. They are Obinna. They are Abdul Rahman, Abdul Razak. They will not open fire on their people.
They will if they are ordered to.
They will not. So because you are in police, they will ask you to open. No, because you are in police, they will ask you to open fire on your mother in the market square, and you do that.
No, they are not going to open fire on their mother. They are going to open fire on the people.
Those people are their brothers. That is why they call it. They call it local police, community policing.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Community policing.
They do their job.
But if you send somebody from Niger to from Meduguri to Anambra State, he will open fire to everybody because he has no relationship
you
there.
American police opening fire. They will open fire.
American police are community police. They open fire to criminals. To criminals that want to cut their lives. To criminals.
Cannot criminalize.
No, but in Nigeria's case, it's not about the criminals. It's the people protesting against injustice, against bad governance, and yet police will open fire on them. But in America, they don't do that. They open fire on armed robbers. Deadly armed robbers. That's what they do. It's two different things.
And he said you guys.
What we are talking about is to encourage community policing, state police. Do you understand? State police is better. Let's start from there. Let's have state police.
No, you can have state police, but I can assure you that if people don't learn how to fight for stuff, it's not going to make a difference. You can have local government police, have all of them.
What Ekene is saying, to be honest, if you want security in Nigeria, let each region, each local government police their people.
Now, you see what is happening? You see what is happening? What is happening in Edo State today? Before the election, before this election that they just conducted in Edo State, there was what they called vigilantes, local vigilantes that secured the community, and they were very effective, more effective than police officers, right? But just before the election, they kind of nullified and say, "Oh, they are not going to operate anymore. Let them give room for free and fair election." Blah blah blah. Now they have forgotten to reinstitute them back, just the way they forgot that they put Nigerians on lockdown. They forgot they put on Nigerians COVID. Now they forgot to call them back. You see the kind of evil that is going on in Edo State today. Fulani herdsmen killing people. And then the police will now harbor them and give them safety. So a few days ago, the community in Edo State went and burned down the police station.
Hold on now. I think my worry is that we keep saying these things wherever there is power in Nigeria, that is where, and that power, if the people themselves haven't changed, the power will still behave the same way. It doesn't matter whether, if you look at the African countries, whether you are small or big, it's not the predictor of whether you are going to do well. You are going to do just as bad. Don't have.
I understand what you're saying, but set the standard, set the standard, and people must change by force. Have a society where there is constant power supply, where there is good roads for farmers to bring out their crops, where you encourage farming. You encourage education. Matter of fact, you make education mandatory to secondary school level. You must send your child to school.
Yep.
Do you understand? If you don't send your child to school, you should be arrested.
If you look at the states that are doing the best in Nigeria, they are some of the most centralized states in Nigeria that are doing the best.
Set this standard, fathers, and then wash out and see how that society is going to fix itself. People will think well now.
Fund the primary.
Make it free, but mandatory.
Mandatory, yeah, I agree with you.
All those things are things you build on top a foundation. If you don't have your security infrastructure in place, you can build it like we built it in the 80s and all the rest, and the whole thing is going to crumble again.
Talking about security, that is what you're saying. We're saying the same thing. Job security. Sorry.
Job security.
Yeah. Food security. Food security. Electricity security, infrastructural security, you know, those are educational security, you know. So we're trying to set in.
Security is a modern term that is
then
quite
security of lives and properties all follow.
Security of life and property. Life and property is number one because self-preservation has to come first. If you don't have that aspect, the ones that have the ability to threaten yours will decide whatever else you have. And for me, that part needs to be taken care of. It's also economic too because we are losing money because of it. You know, if you care about economy, you care about.
See, Fofada, you know, there is something I usually tell you, right? You see, again, our leaders we currently have, and the past leader, they were not ready to build the country, right? So, very dark man, the popular guy, he just opened up like a foundation NGO to help get youth corpers, good teachers into government schools. He has been raising money since last week.
To go and do what in government schools?
Like he want to hire teachers to private school, to government schools that don't have teachers, just to help the students, right?
Yeah.
Which I see is a good thing. I even set him money too. In the 48 hours, he raised 70-something million naira.
Wow.
Yesterday, Don Jazzy set him 100 million naira. 100 million naira. What that tells you is Nigeria, the ordinary people, they're actually ready to work with the government to help feed the state, to help feed the country. We have government that are not ready.
I've talked about, not ready. I've not talked about it before.
Because let me say
you
this.
See the pattern even in the ASU strike. The same thing happened during the ASU strike.
Let me quickly say this. Even, for example, you have a governor that is serious. He said, I want to make sure the government school are working in. Work with the communities of where you have those schools. I said, you guys should give me, if it's okay, the budget for the schools in that community is 200 million. I want the community to raise me 100 million. I will match it, naira for naira. If you raise me 100 million, I'll give you 100 million. Let's do this. There are lots of ways to build cities, to build communities. Again, they are not ready to.
Were you not on a panel where I was saying that? Why is it that we are not asking all these people to put money together?
Individuals will do. Okay, look at it now.
Could. Nobody's marshalling them.
Look at it this way, right? If you, I'm sure somebody can give out $1,000. I can give out $1,000 to my community. You can give out $1,000 to my community.
Maybe we should suggest to Peter Obi to embarrass our big men in Nigeria.
There are a lot of things where if I have to make sacrifice for my community to be good, $1,000 is nothing.
Let's tell Dr. Rudolph now. Dr. Rudolph can pass information to Peter Obi to ask the rich people in Nigeria to put money together for some major cause.
Some people actually in the southeast,
no, they are doing it.
They actually do. They
in the southeast, they are doing it.
The southeast is the only place in Nigeria.
Like for example, you come to southeast. Maybe a single person might even decide to tie the road to his community, or even give them water, or build school, or even say, you know what, give me 10 smart students, first class students. I'm going to train, I'm going to train them to university level.
They do in the southeast.
They do it all the time.
Okay, now just imagine carry that model I put in every community. Just imagine somebody that can do that. Now, in terms of community, the Southeast are more organized because they have unions in almost every community. These people, you can say, raise me this amount of, okay, I'm going to match this, let's do this, let's do this. Implement that in every state. Just see how Nigeria will flow. There are a lot of ways. Again, we have government that they are not interested in doing anything for the people. They are not interested.
Those small things can only go as far. That's the thing. They can only go as far in terms of the key areas that needs to be influenced. Like if you want Ajekuta still to work, then you can push so that the billionaires in the country, they should come out and do something about it.
Now,
and make sure this thing works.
I want you to search for this guy called Obi Jackson. from Ihala side, I think Okija, Obi Jackson. This guy built massive secondary school, massive hospital in his hometown. Just look at, just search Obi Jackson Secondary
Which
School
state
or
is he from? Which state?
Anambra State or Obi Jackson Hospital.
Yeah.
Obi
First class
Jackson
hospital.
Foundation. He does have a Obi Jackson Foundation.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I've heard of this guy.
Oh, yeah, you've seen him now. Yeah.
Mm.
That's it. Yeah, there's a lot of people, Nigerians, that are helping. You see, the reason why it's not coming out, it's not something that people put head together and scale it up. Because like if like the Nigerian government are running overseas for healthcare, if all the billionaires in Nigeria say, you know what, we need to, that's one area they could easily get into. Actually, we are going to put head together and make sure we build something that is going to be sustained, that there is going to be a great world-class hospital, and it's going to have all the necessary professionals to help to treat all the top people in the country. If they did that, yeah, and they put hand together, you know what is going to happen in Nigeria? You know how Nigerians are. They are very vain. If one billionaire donates 100 million, the other one like, that one cannot top me. I have to donate 200. And they will start competing with each other, so that everybody will start saying, this one is donating more.
Nigeria are generous. You see, Nigeria in abroad, trust me, you have a lot. You can raise shitload of money from Nigeria abroad. They will help.
You know.
Nigeria love their country. See, you see, when we come here to fight, right? See, no matter the differences we have, I can tell you, Nigerians love their country. That's one thing I can tell you for sure. But because the country is not working, people are frustrated. But if Nigeria was working today, even a lot of people abroad, even if they are not living there permanently, probably they will spend 50% of time of the year in Nigeria. There are a lot of things.
I'm more interested in the big things. I'm not always interested in all those philanthropy, because I've seen it happen. I see sometimes I come across as if I don't care, but I grew up hearing all these things like in the background when I'm growing up. Education, no healthcare. No, nobody mentions anything strategic for Nigeria. The only time I heard about one thing that seems a little bit strategic was ECOMOG when they went to this thing
Liberia.
That was the only time. All you hear about is education, healthcare. Education and healthcare is everywhere, on and on. Agriculture too. You hear about agriculture, but still, where has it gotten us? We have the graduates, we have the professors, but if you look at the kind of education we have, even it's just to serve. Many of the people that build some of all those great machines, I don't know how many Nigerians that are in there.
See, let me quickly say this, right? So, even I get your point, right? Nigeria even mess up as a country because they would have been able to harness some of the resources in Africa by working with these people, even in form of whatever they want, how they want to do it. Countries do it now. Oh, see, Rwanda, Paul Kagame. You know, Paul Kagame, where do you think he's making money? Most of the money is used to build this country. It's from Congo. He has army in Congo.
Yeah.
Go and investigate. Yeah.
He's terrorizing Congo.
Yeah.
with the help of Western world.
Yeah, he's part of the people that are looting in Congo. It's a lot of money makes from there. Oh yeah. That's just the honest truth. It's army on ground. Yeah, what they call them. They are struggling on ground doing what they are doing. Mining and all those. They do a lot of stuff, you know.
All the like. I want to change the topic a little bit. All the panelists that has been here before. When I come on and I'm obnoxious, I ask some questions and people get cross. The last time when Dr. Dele Ogun was here, people were really, they felt strongly about him. People really like that guy. I didn't know him before then, and because of the question I asked, you'll be surprised how deeply some people felt. Like people like Ovie was so strongly against the question I asked. Like, but I have a right to ask the question. He is not as obsessed as you are, and a lot of people really tag me for that. Like, why do you say that? But it's what I heard him say. That's what I was reacting to. So this is why that conversation I had on Sunday, I had that conversation. Like, is it that there's something in our culture where we don't like to examine ideas as much? We don't question authority at all. The reason I said it earlier on, the reason why I feel like these things need to start happening is because I grew up hearing all the things many of them are still saying till now. And I look at Nigeria, I think, okay, something is wrong. That is not right. I can't have this. We have to start questioning everything, because I heard this when I was growing up and it hasn't changed anything. That is why you have to ask questions. And if the idea is strong on its own, it should stand on its own. So when people, and many Nigerians were just like, oh, let's go back in time. Let's go back in time. What do you mean go back in time? I don't understand it. That's why I had to ask that question. What do you mean go back in time? Because all these other nations that we are mentioning, all of them didn't go back in time. America didn't go back in time. China didn't go back in time. Russia didn't go back in time. France didn't go back in time. I don't know. If you want, maybe UK, you can argue that UK a little bit went back in time because they went to Cromwell, then they backslided a little bit and they went forward. So the UK is a little bit unusual compared to all the other nations. But all the major ones changed. So I don't know what they meant by going back in time in terms of governance and saying we should go and renegotiate our these alliances with each other and all that stuff. Let's discuss all those things. Everybody wants to talk all the time. In Nigeria, that scares me. We always want to talk about talking. When are we going to be talking about acting on something that is going to actually change the lives of our people? That's what we knew. Look at the very dark man. Is he not acting? That's what they call acting. He's actually trying to help change things. He's not saying we have to go to the constitution first. We have to have local policing first. It's irrelevant. Those children are going to get trained because of what he has done. All the other points will still remain anyway.
Did you also see how the same very dark man is being beaten down by the same society that he's trying to save?
Oh yes. Nobody
when the people, the same people that we revere, the same people that we think we're actually defending the masses, or the people that are actually defending the constitution, are actually the same people that they were busy running down the masses, running down the constitution behind closed door. But they will always jump in front of TV and begin to sensitize themselves, begin to paint a picture for us to see them as good people. Now, when they are being exposed, instead of them to explain what happened, they are busy slamming very dark man with 500 million naira lawsuit. Just imagine somebody that called himself a senior advocate. There is this other senior advocate from the southeast called Olisa Abakoba. He said he made one statement against our people. When I mean our people, against Indibo. I was like, hold on. I thought
where is he from? Which state is he from?
He's from Anambra State. I was like, I thought this man has sense. So I went to the comment and I wrote something in response to what she said. His daughter ran out immediately and began to insult me. She didn't know that I have chieftaincy title on social media insult. I cursed the hell out of her father and her grandfather, all of them. Now, not long after that exchange on social media, Buhari gave him an appointment. The same people we thought that were standing for the downtrodden. All they were doing is just to find their way into the leadership and begin to make their own honey too.
Yeah,
that's now you see this one that call himself Falana, that is busy shouting, government this, government that, they defend the constitution, defend that. Not knowing that this man, he has been behind the closed door, collecting 10 million, 5 million from left, right, and center, defending stupid things. Now, when he's been exposed, instead of him to ask the person that made that audio to explain how and where did you give me 10 million. He's now slamming who exposed the stuff with 500 million. You see the kind of people we refer, we adored and think that they are fighting for us. See, Nigeria, we are on our own. We are on our own, and that is why we think the way we want to think. Last time there was this military guy that came on the platform. I think he has been on the platform twice now, thrice. And he was telling us that he single-handedly wrote a constitution for Nigeria to accept, which is fine. I'm not opposing that. But somebody was trying to ask him question. And somebody again from the platform, the person living somewhere in Chicago, now came out and began to insult the other panel, a panelist that was just simply asking questions that he has no right to ask the military, the ex-military officer such question. Again, the same person from Chicago. Last time we had a guest here. He came and he was slamming the guest with questions, and I was like, I thought you are allergic to question, asking guests question. The other time you were defending your own. So we think the way we want to think. We tend to defend our own. So we choose what is right for in our own eye, in our own eyes. So it might be wrong, but since it is right in our own eyes, that is what we choose, and we talk. We tend to defend it. So we are not serious. See, I always say that even in as much as we call out the politicians, we, the sheep that are being led to a known destination, we are not serious yet. When we are serious, when we become serious, our leaders, our so-called leaders, they will not have option than to do the right thing. For example, you see what this guy is doing today, VDM. If Nigerians should solidly support this guy, support him with everything but their resources and their voices, I swear there will be a greater movement. Not this thing that
the guy is gaining momentum.
You
see what I mean? This is what I was saying to people when they were saying, Tinubu is going to win. Like, you don't know where the leaders are going to show up from. The ones you see now are not the ones. Showore may not be the one. Look at this VDM now. He seems to be gaining momentum. And he's doing stuff. He's physically doing stuff.
He will tell you what you are doing wrong, and he will still tell you that you are going to learn, and you are going to learn it in a hard way. He is not afraid of them. He's not afraid of dying. So if he can have his type 100,
and people are willing. You see,
people like him, have his type 100 on social media, calling out evil in Nigeria, Nigeria is going to have a turnaround for good.
Because it's not only about, when we used to say that Showore is about he doesn't have experience. I don't think it's only about experience. It's about what they believe you want to do for the country. That's what they are looking at. When I picture Showore in the minds of people, I don't know whether that is true, is that he wants to get rid of all the corrupt people. You're just going to see dead bodies of corrupt people all over the place. That's his vision. That is where he stops. There's nothing bigger than that. He doesn't have any clearer vision other than that. But this in a very dark man, he seems to be actually doing things. He's doing the things that Showore says he's going to be doing, but not physically doing, revealing people.
You know why VDM?
Reporters,
you know why VDM's movement is more potent than Showore's own. Why? VDM has no ambition of becoming a leader in that country. He has no ambition of becoming.
That helps.
You see, but if you have an ambition of becoming there are some things you tend to compromise so that it will get you there because you have interest. He has no interest in anything. Somebody that will tell you that if you want to, what are you going to disgrace him with? He will disgrace himself first, and then
and that is part of the problem. Isn't that the part of the problem with P2P? P2P is playing it too safe to an extent. Maybe just his nature. I don't know, but he's playing it too safe. He's not. And whenever he wants to release information, he waits for a while. Whenever something happens, he waits for at least a day or so before he releases information. You want to be at the cutting edge because at that time, that's when people are paying attention to that topic, and you want them to be seeing you saying something that they agree with at that time when they are talking about those things. I think as a politician, he's not capitalizing on it enough. But so I agree with you in terms of very dark man. He doesn't seem to care about any of those things. But he's gaining momentum and he's doing things that I actually respect it. Revealing that Bobrisky didn't go to prison, and it triggered that kind of massive conversation in Nigeria about how elites are not this unanswerable. He's not even a press man. He's the one revealing all these things, and then he's now doing foundation for people.
Exposing the police, exposing the custom, exposing the immigration, exposing all of them.
Even Falana, my God, the guy, he doesn't care. Everybody's going after.
Falana is a shameless man. Honestly, I used to respect that man. I thought he was one of those that has sense in Nigeria, but I don't know that he's part of themselves. He's even worse than all of them. Falana is very shameless. If I were Falana, I would respect myself. The little respect is there that he still, have for, that Nigerians still have over him. He should just respect it, carry it, and get to his house.
Is it possible to be in Nigeria and not to be a little bit corrupt? Is it possible? Are we setting too much standard for Falana? That you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna want to get it.
You ask a serious question, because me myself, last time on this platform I said, I've never given police shit. I've never given bribe, and I would not give. You guys thought I was joking. Not until last time I went to Nigeria. Hey, devil wanted to cause overtime. My friend, I was with my friend, and we were sharing money. It's okay to say police officer drink water, And then he brought out his phone, which I thought he was just normal, and he was videoing, taking a video record of what was going on. When we got to Benin, one police officer changed it for him. Say, before you know it, the police officer called gun. He must surrender the phone to him. I'll look at it, I say, Then the story will be like, Kenneth and his friend were traveling down to east, and they were shot, or his friend was shot. I don't want that kind of story. He's married, he has children. I was like, officer, please forgive and forget. We were right, too. We were right, but still, the gun is there.
Exactly. You have to respect that.
Before you know it, once you open mouth and say forgive, they don't capture you with that. Yes. And I know that they capture us. Before you know it, they move us to their station. Now I beg. Before you know it,
out of it now.
Before you know it, we were right too.
Yes.
No, honestly, and the funny part was that nobody knew our movement. So anything could happen to us, and people could not trace. If you understand, we're trying to hide our movement and all that, right? Now, because of that, I just want the case to end. Let's just go in peace. I gave them 10,000. Oh yeah, take. Let peace reign. We left.
That's why I said the question is a serious one.
Thank you. So see, I think what I did, yes, it was against my belief or my way of life.
Yes.
But on the other hand, I think sometimes common sense will save you.
So are you wrong for calling Shore out? It's not easy to be Nigeria and not be corrupt.
See, my brother. See, there will be a time that all these things, like this kind of thing that just happened now, wouldn't have. For example, if I have like a senior police officer, or I know of a senior lawyer that I can just ring, hey, this is what your boys are doing, call them to, but I don't have such. So my brother, before you know it, the person is gone. Police officer, they will say, oh, he's having mental problem, and nothing is going to come out of it. The person that is gone is gone. And then you leave your children behind to suffer.
So where are you now? Where are you that you can be a little bit corrupt in Nigeria, or you can't? Because you
can be a little bit. Do I say corrupt? No, that is not corruption. No, that is not corruption. I was held to ransom. No. I was held to ransom over something that does not make sense. In short, it's not because of me. It was not. I was free. I was free to go, but it would be a great betrayal for me to leave my friend behind. No, I can't do that, right?
But this is where
I was free to go.
Like so, little by little.
No, that is not corruption. I was held. It's just when you are being kidnapped, we were kidnapped indirectly. Invariably, we were kidnapped. indirectly we were before the gun, like you have to give us this, that kind of a thing. So we have to save our life first.
But isn't that how we
so that
become
is not corruption. There was a time, there was a time, before I left Nigeria, I know send. You see how VDM do his things. I was like, in short, I was even better than VDM, just that I didn't have there was no social media like that then, right? I could fight them, collect the gun. I mean, I don't send anybody. Do you understand? I was that bad. But
I used to
now
be like that when I was
have responsibilities, man.
I used to be like that when I was in River State. When I came to Lagos and they were asking for buy, I was like, I didn't understand it. Man, before you know it, I joined the queue. I started submitting to police people. You see, the system corrupts you. And this is why it's not as straightforward as we like to think. You have to be prepared for it all and know, okay, like now,
I know
that now, okay, there are certain things you can compromise on, but there are other areas you cannot. I think we have to first isolate people in high offices. We have to isolate them. So if you have high office, you do these things, you face the consequence because lives are at stake.
There's something that happened recently. I bought poles, electric poles. I bought the cable to connect electricity. Yep. They now say that I have to go and pay NEPA or whatever they call themselves. I think they changed to one useless name now. I have to pay them for me to connect my cable. I was like, hold on. I bought the poles. I bought the cable. I will pay whoever that is going to connect it for the labor. And you are now saying that I have to pay them special money for connecting my electricity. Is that how you guys do things? They say that's how they do it too. You have to pay them before. I said, but I will be paying my monthly bills. They say, well, you have to pay.
Yeah.
And I say, waka shege, I'm not paying. Leave it like that.
You see that?
But in another way, I'm spending more on generator.
You see that?
That's how they catch you.
That's how they catch you. You have
in
to
this
submit.
case, how are you going to change? I tried to call their headquarters. They will not pick my calls. I will send emails. They've not responded to anything till today.
Why would they respond? They don't have any incentive to respond. You are the one that is not with electricity. When you finish crying,
in that case,
pay.
What do you expect me to do? Because if I give that money, it will be equated to bribe.
Yes. You have
so what am I going to do?
You have to, because that's what they do. Like now, they will tell you, like here in the UK now, if you want to use meter, they will give you meter. Here, Nigeria, you have to buy it, and they have different types. And if you don't do it, they will penalize you. They will keep charging you high bills, and they'll tell you that it's over recovery or whatever they call it. The situation in Nigeria is that you have to learn to compartmentalize corruption practices. The high office corruption is the one maybe one needs to go after first, because if the people at the top remain super corrupt, the people at the bottom, I don't think they have hope. I don't know. The thing is an insidious problem. Because look at how strongly you are against corruption, but somehow you partook in a lower level form of it.
Under the right circumstance.
Exactly, under the right circumstance, with the right incentives. He ended up 10,000. Go see the before you know it, he becomes Jagaban. That's how he starts now. That's how they become Jagaban. Before you know it, he starts saying, Miloko, it's my turn. I have to get my own. So this is how it starts.
Exactly. But well, the thing is just that in a society like Nigeria, there's no way you can just live without being a little bit corrupt. Otherwise, as Kenny said, no, that's the truth, forefathers. And
you can't move, you can't function. It's like you can't function in that society. You're not corrupt.
You look for you know the word PR when you say public relations. If you go to companies and you start hearing marketers say, "Oh, we allocated this for PR," PR is basically corruption.
So then, how do you navigate it then?
No, that you can't, because when you have a system that doesn't encourage merits, that doesn't encourage how will I even put it now? Look,
Integrity.
not even merit now, not even merit. I would say a system that doesn't cater for its citizens. Like the poor, the poorest of the poor shouldn't be too far away from an average living. So that every labor there will be dignity in it. Your money should satisfy you or you get the point, on a fair basis. Your money, the money you earn should satisfy you, and the system should care for you. Look, once big people, once your citizen begin to see that my system care for me, I don't really need, because to be frank, some people don't want to be too rich in life.
Yes.
You get the point.
You'd be
And that
surprised how
doesn't,
many people don't care too much about wealth that much.
you get the point. And those people, a lot of people don't want to, they just want to have a good roof on their head, have a means of transportation, and just do the things that is needed to be done with what they are doing, and they are okay. Now, when you say those kind of people, that in order to achieve that, you just need to be corrupt to achieve that, then you are already pushing those generation of people, or let me say those set of people, into wrong hands. You get it? Because, okay, if my salary can't cater for me, then you are asking me to begin to look elsewhere within the system. So how can I live? Okay, look at Kenny, for example. What happened with him and his friend shouldn't even be worth even bringing out a baton from pocket. Now somebody was cocking a gun.
Straight up.
You get the point? If he had died,
He said he will waste him. He will waste him, and nothing is going to happen.
You can imagine that.
And they hide, the badge down where their names are, right? They deliberately flip it up, all of them, so that their name will not be revealing.
Imagine.
So you see now,
And other motorists that stopped to help were like, that's how they behave. Like they will buy you, and nothing will going to happen.
That is it.
Yeah.
And that is how it has. Look at this. You see, that is what we are talking about. Look at this lady, this lawyer that died in Lagos that was pregnant. She just went like that. If the law takes over, maybe we don't know. Are we even hearing anything about the story of the?
I think they convicted the guy.
The matter is done.
Yeah, they convicted the man. I think they convicted him to death or something like that. But I know
now you cannot imagine if they convicted the man, and maybe somebody should do an investigative journalism work on that. Now maybe the man is sleeping somewhere in a private prison now. Who knows? Based on what VDM brought out.
Exactly. That is another issue again.
Or maybe he's not even in the prison at all.
So or maybe they post him to a different region. Maybe they send him to the north.
Yeah, but the question still remains though: how do we navigate it? In other words, in order to be able to get to the top and change it,
Baba,
do you get to the top as a corrupt person and then go to the top and change it?
That is, look, it is now left for a good heart, to be candid. If you want to get to the top as a good person, it's not going to be possible.
It's not going to be possible.
So you need to snatch ballots and get to the top.
No, yes. The thing is that you must see, you must be.
You know what? I have to give it to Kede. Kede is honest.
Change it for them, all of them.
Kede doesn't flinch. He's honest with his opinion. I have to give that to you. Go ahead.
See, why is Wike popular today? I'm not saying it's not ballot boxes or anything, but there are a lot of allegations about that. But look at that level of allegation that Koro eyes, people saw it, yet they are hailing him. He's one of the top guys. The thing is, the system rewards such craziness. So you must be seen. If you want people to fear you, if you want this set of elites to be afraid of you, that they either buy you or they try to drag you to your fold, you must be seen as capable of doing that.
Okay, so now let me ask then after you do that and you get there, you have to remain focused that your job when you get there is to sanitize the system, isn't it?
Exactly. No looking back. Even if it's your blood brother that is messing up, send him to his father.
You must not be that crazy again to want to follow this path that you just laid down. That you must now, yes, I've gotten there. I will now show with all, you must play
anybody
this kind of
anybody that does what I did to get here, they get punished. Is that what you're saying?
You see, that is the thing. You now you like burn the train. What do you call it now? You burn the bridge that took you there. You now
break the bridge.
Yeah. So welcome, one man. Yeah, go ahead if you want. Finish what you're saying.
So from there, you now begin to let me say, initiate a new level of thinking. Of course, you are going to have a lot of resistance, but if you are that tough to have done that, then I believe you should be tough enough to face the resistance, because now you have some powers behind you. I mean, you have some powers within your to really influence things the best way. So that is just the thing I say.
Yeah, the conversation we are having here is turned a little bit very real for me right now, and I must give it to Kene that he started coming up with all these experiences and owning up to it. Most Nigerians like to pretend like, well, we are all good and all the rest of it, and we are good. It's just that it seems like to do anything in Nigeria, you have to be corrupt, to an extent anyway. Welcome, one man went to me. Maybe you'll be able to shed more light.
There's one more thing. Just a minute. You went to gas station. I already know the size of my tank, 16 gallon. I convert gallon to liter, so I already know approximately how many liters is going to fill it. Now I had 50 liters for generator. I said, okay, fill the tank, fill the 50 liters. Nigerian pump is in liter, right?
Yes.
You know how many liters that fill that 50 liter?
More than 50 liters. It's about
59 liters. 59 liters filled 50 liters.
That I know for sure.
Now, in that case, I refuse to pay. I will not pay. The manager said, lie, I must pay.
Wow.
They will say that is the reading on the machine.
How are you sure the jerry can is not too big?
It's written there, and it's written 50 liters. They say, this is this on the machine. I will pay what is on the machine. So, Nigeria, how are you going to start? Where will you start from? Is it the tomato? You go maybe on the roadside, you see fresh tomatoes, fresh looking tomatoes hang in a basket. You want to pay. You don't know that beneath that tomato is just vacuum, empty stuff. They just find a way to stack it. Underneath it's empty.
Kede has seen a lot of things. Kede has had a lot of experience. Welcome, woman. Let's hear from one man.
Woman, go ahead.
I'm quite fascinated to hear what one man thinks about this. Woman, thank you for joining us. What do you think about this? I think this is about the first time I've seen you when I'm actually hosting away from your end. So thank you for joining us.
Yes, you probably won't hear anything regarding what you were saying. I was on my way to bed and I kept hearing noise from the cheap seats. So I just tried to come in. I'll start with somewhat. Did you actually say Kenneth said something sensible? Did that?
Yeah.
I have to scroll back then and capture that moment in time. Said something sensible.
Kenneth is being real, man.
Have we finally reached that point?
So one man, you will not stop drinking. I've urged you to stop drinking, and this is weekday. Why would you be drinking on a weekday? It's not good now.
Anyway, I was just passing by. I saw you guys are just popping here. No, I wasn't even in your conversation. I was in a different conversation, but I just really came in to say hi. Let me leave you guys. I'm listening in the background.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, we're just here for a while anyway before we close out. Yeah, man, Kene, I think you are giving us something to think about. I think this conversation is going to go on. It's a serious conversation actually. How do you navigate Nigeria? And Kene literally said, slash ballot box. Hey God, this is a problem.
No, I didn't say slash ballot box. That's not what I said.
You said
that's not what I said.
You have to slash ballot box to go change it.
I did not say that.
Okay,
I did not say that.
What did he say?
No, what I'm saying is you asked a question. So is it not? Are we saying that it's impossible to get there with clean hands? And Amy say, yeah, and I agree with Amy. It's impossible. You can't get there
And then I
as
said, are we to snatch ballot boxes? And what did
no,
you say?
no, no. You may not snatch ballot boxes. Okay, for example, Fubara did not snatch ballot boxes. What was his name? Wike paid boys that snatched ballot boxes for Fubara. Fubara get there now and change it for Wike. Do you understand?
Wow.
So you see that kind of style now. You may come through the back. You may be a beneficiary to ballot box, not you necessarily, because you know what they are snatching is bad. Just like what they call it, Yaradua.
Yaradua,
So Yaradua knew that what they were doing was bad. So when he came in, he said, yes, how he came in through the wrong door, but he's ready to fix it. And indeed, he was trying to fix it, and then untimely death snatched him away. So in that kind of case, you can come in, you can be a beneficiary, even the benefactor, right? You will change it for him.
Change it now quickly.
Arrest him and jail the idiots.
And then another thing is if we want to go another route, is that the first suggestion is for the politician now that we're talking about to be capable of doing that. It may not necessarily do that, but it should be capable of doing it, so that it brings that kind of fear within that group of elites to also reckon and say, oh, this is a force to be reckoned with. You get the point? And now the second thing is that if the people really want it, the people should now go and fight for it. Now, look at if you look at every polling unit, for example, you will have maybe like 100, at least maybe 100 voters will come and vote in a polling unit just to be on the conservative side. But you realize that the number of thugs that normally come to those polling units may not be more than 4, and they will disrupt things. Now, the people must now become the thugs themselves. Like, if you are coming to disrupt, we are also here to make sure that you don't disrupt by disrupting you. And we are not going to be afraid to do what you are even free of coming to do. For example, look at, I remember, during the exercise period, there was this particular video where this set of guys came down from the government vehicle with their machetes, whatever form of weapon they think they could wield then, and they came against the populace. A time the populace first of all, tried to be afraid and wanted to run away. But suddenly they just woke up and said, come, how many be you now safe? Look at the numbers of we here. Are you saying you are going to make this happen? And they just faced them back with stone and everything. Do you know, just simple stone alone, this guy couldn't withstand them. And they ran away. Are you getting my point? That is the power of numbers. And not just numbers in common sense, numbers in brevity. You need people, we just need an average Nigerian to be brave, and everybody to be supportive, to be collective. We should have this collective consciousness of
numbers in unity.
Yes. So that, and you remember this story in the Bible that they wanted to build the wall in one particular place, and Nehemiah, who led the building, he made sure that every builder, as they were using one hand to build, they have weapons in their pockets.
Yeah, to make sure that the people that wants to stop them,
exactly. See, if
oh my God, Amy, you see what you just painted is the right. I've always tried to explain this in a different way, but in religious terms, that's a very good painting of what I'm describing. You have to have the ability to secure what you are building.
Exactly. You must have the ability to say we want to look. And funny, this is the nation that can grow up to become something better in the future. That is the mindset every Nigerian must have. You see, when all of us are cowering together, the microscopic few will always have the edge.
Yeah.
But the moment you know something, the moment 3 people want to rob somebody, and like 10 people just come and say, hey, waiting there happen there. Who do you think will run away? Is the nefarious ones, the ones who have the nefarious mindset. They will run away and say, okay, now these people are guiding themselves. That is, we must be able to do that to ourselves. The moment that concern me, now waiting the kill us, and now waiting go kill the whole thing with that. It must concern you. It must concern you. You must put mouth. You must choke mouth. We need. That's why we need.
The people that are causing the problem are the people that represent the parties. They are the front line of the problem, because if you are in a polling unit and you sell out to the rival party, you are going to misrepresent the party you are supposed to be there for. Hence, they can be able to cheat. Otherwise, the system to an extent is almost foolproof. It's just that the human beings are not foolproof. The system itself is supposed to be foolproof, other than the human beings.
And you see, this is also why I said I need Peter Obi, for example, because I support him. That what I expect from him now is not just quietness. He needs to start. For me, I think I would have advised him to have a group of data analytics guys and a group of loud-mouthed talkers who articulate. Bring this group together. The purpose is that for every policies that the government is doing, you are researching, you are painting it out there that this is wrong, and it should be loud-mouthed talkers that can move opinion.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
In what aspect? Yes. In one aspect.
Kenneth Okonkwo was a loudmouth talker.
Yeah, he was.
He betrayed.
That is the point.
They were not helping now. They left Abure. Abure is there causing trouble. PWB is there saying, I'm sorry, I'm a gentleman. What did you want me to do?
This is why I'm going with my statement that made me say all those things. From there, as you are moving opinion, you're already shaping the landscape of voters in their mind. You're already having, you're having a picture of that landscape. Because now because for you to vote rightly, you need at least 60% of voters to be aware.
Yeah.
Not just voters that you can buy. You should be aware of what is happening. So you need loud talkers who will strategically say things that will make the awareness come to light all the time.
All the time. You're right there.
That is one strategy of this thing. Is like a ladder. You must
climb. You know this. Why is it that they don't know it? I feel like some of these our politicians are willfully incompetent. Like they are you don't want Jagaban to win again.
That's the thing exactly. I think that is also part of it. Willfully incompetent is there. Then number two, maybe they don't want to.
Willfully, not willfully, willfully.
I know willfully. They willingly want to show incompetence.
They actually they don't know what to do, because you know it. I know it. But they are not doing it.
You know that thing is what I'm trying to say is that it is a long-term game. But a lot of them are playing short-term game. They are playing short-term. You get the point. Because, for example, what I'm saying here is one of the reasons why I'm saying, and why I keep saying on this platform, that how I wish Peter Obi will just say 2027 presidency is none of. I'm not bothered about it. Anybody can win it, and I'll support. You know why? It's taking away a particular thing from there that I'm not desperate. So I will anything I'm going to do now is because I want a better future.
Yeah.
You get the point.
It doesn't even matter whether he's running or not. He's still saying he should say the right things.
Because some people, that is some intelligent guys who can really do this work. They want to hear those kind of things. So that that's what you can see.
So that they will go and compete with him. They can compete instead of his position. What do you mean? Some intelligent guys want to hear that kind of stuff from him.
A lot of people are that they've, like me, for example, we have people like who have seen the whole landscape and they've pictured everything and see the scenarios, what can happen. They've permutated and they feel like, oh, come on, everything is still going to be a deep shit, even with the so-called saviors I think you have. So, but in order for you to convince those kind of people, and trust me, those people have foresight. They can reason things out. In order to convince them, you have to let them know that I'm not in this for my greed.
Yeah.
And the only way you can tell them is, come, the highest seat, I'm not interested. I can go, but it is not. This is not the purpose, and that's why I'm telling you. Anybody can come out and compete with me in 2027, or anybody can. I'm not. But this thing, anybody that wins, this is still the structure we are going to follow. This person will carry this my particular structure. But what I'm building, I'm only building to have a formidable opposition that any intelligent person can come and lead. I'm not afraid to throw the reins and give that. I want people. I want an organism that will lead this thing well. It's not just for me. I'm not building a soldier for myself. I'm building a
I feel like from my experience in the UK, it doesn't matter whether you are running or not, you can still comment properly and on issues. And I feel like the way he's commenting, he's on Twitter. Yes, people on Twitter are hearing him, but majority of Northerners don't have a clue what he's doing there. And those
No,
ones
you
are
see,
even they are not even
that is
literate.
true.
Many of them are
That
not
is
literate.
why. That is why it's not. You see, to comment to all those to get his points to those places, he need those vehicles. He can't be the one to do everything.
Exactly. If he's not doing it himself, see, in the age of technology, you can do it yourself. Trump can talk to everybody. In the age of technology, in a way, you
No,
could
no,
reach.
he's talking to everybody. He does that on Twitter Spaces. He's talking to. He's putting himself out there. There's nothing else we think.
I am seeing him, but the volume like you are describing is nowhere near where it should be. If you want people to be remembering you, and so that they can have you at the back of the mind, even if they don't like. See, let me just say.
You are missing my point. You are missing my point now. You just said something. Look, that is my point exactly. It is not about him.
Of course, it doesn't have to be about him. It's about the idea that he's sending forward.
And that is what that is the thing that can make other intelligent guys to come and join and say, okay, yeah, let us see what we can do. We know this is a behemoth of a problem, but let us see how we can put resources of mind, strategy, thinking together, and understanding the peculiarity of the Nigerian space. Let us see how we can make it work.
You see, when you are honest about what you want to do, people they may not agree with you the first time, the second time they may not agree, the third time, they may not, fourth time, but one of the times you will say something, everything you say will suddenly make them. Then they will start seeing that, oh, this guy is actually honest about his opinions about stuff. I may not necessarily share every single thing he's saying, but whatever he's doing, he believes it, and they will know, because they will know that you've said things that they didn't like. You didn't have any interest in doing that. You've said many things they didn't like. Then one day suddenly you say something that they like, they'll be like, man, this guy doesn't care whether I like it or not. He's just saying what he believes. And because of that, they are more likely to even sign up to the things that they didn't even agree with at first. They will give you benefit of the doubt because of it. So honesty is a very, very important aspect for people. If you want to
100%.
convince them to vote for you, you
100%.
want to be honest with
I
Ali to an extent anyway.
I believe that too.
Yeah.
Although that's the way I see it. Like if I was in his position, this is what I would have done. You see, after the elections, the first 6 months, I would have tried to unite a kind of a Peter Obi Leadership Institute or Labour Party in Leadership Institute.
Okay.
And we just create a kind of scholarship for potential leaders to come and learn the Labour Party ideology.
Yeah, exactly.
You would have broken down the ideology so that any Labour Party candidate or anything that's going, this is the ideology we are following. Before you know it, you begin to let people come flow in, and from there you are already changing the minds of certain set of people with that. Now those people will become strategic in your plans again. Of course, it won't be, because it is open. You have even sinister minds from other parties. They'll come and so sit there in order to know what is happening, which is no big deal to me. But at least you are putting your mind out there. You are putting your mind, but now it is no more your mind again, because you've made it look like this is what we are all looking. This is what everybody is working towards. It is not. This is not one particular person's vision again. It is now a Labour ideology.
But yeah,
so
they take you out. The idea remains.
So you see, it is within that leadership institute that you begin to develop a group of think tanks. Okay. How do you think we can? They will sit down. How do you think this is the scenario of Nigeria? This is the way they won this last election. What do you think we would have done right? And let us use that to project 2027. Look at what is happening. These think tanks will now sit down from this, and from this will be youths. Trust me, they will bring it out and say, okay, this is the data that is supporting this aspect. Let us channel it this way. This is what we can do in this aspect. Let us channel it this way. For example, now if you say you want an average Nigerian to be bold to fight for his vote, that come, this vote must count. Nobody can come and in fact, we shouldn't be hearing that ballot boxes were snatched again. We should know that anything about snatching of ballot box should never again happen in Nigeria. It is part of that thing that these think tanks will be, okay, what can we do to bring the consciousness of Nigerians to the point that you must hold your ballot box and garrison the region where it is being done, so that nobody can come and do nothing. There's a mindset to that. They begin to put in information out there. You still have like 3.5 years to make sure that this thing works in that line. And if it doesn't work that first 4 years, at least the organism is already growing.
Exactly.
And it becomes a long-term vision. And that is how this thing are done. You begin to, before you know it, these think tanks, we know that, okay, let us have a voice that will continue to make noise like this regularly. Maybe every 2 weeks, they will continue to go to certain places and make noise to make sure that consciousness is big and work on. Now, as you are doing that again, some technology guys are already looking at, okay, what can we do? What designs can we have in order to, okay, we must plant so and so in these places, and these technologies can serve us as eyes. All these little things, which together, of course, it's going to take a lot of thinking, a lot of going up and down, and trust in Nigeria. But these are things that once you utilize it properly, Baba, see, before by 2030, the next, maybe 2027 can still go, no problem. But the next upper election, it must be like we've captured certain things that no, there's no way you can fight this.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's but
I think we're going to carry on the conversation. Today is Thursday now. It's not going to be long. I think we'll probably do it tomorrow again too. We're going to carry on this conversation. Today is Thursday and it's very early. We're going to round up now. But this matter is going to go on and on. And I really believe that some of the stuff you said today, I've learned quite a lot. But you did cement the idea of ideology. I think it's becoming more and more serious that we need a coherent ideology that transcends an individual. Whether the individual is not there, the ideology remains. The direction Nigerians needs to be traveling. We need it badly. We really need it badly. So thank you for coming, Amy. I really appreciate you. Oscar Blackbone, I see you there too. Quinty A. Lotteridge, Roland G. I see you there, Roland G. And who else is there? Adesina. Adesina is here. Oscar Blackbone is there. Uwa Osakwe. Thank you for Niger Patriot is there too. AY was here. So thank you all for joining us. We are going to catch you tomorrow. Actually, I'm sure there's going to be a show by Electricity tomorrow. If he doesn't have one, I will do a weekly roundup tomorrow. I will do a weekly roundup tomorrow. The Hamas leader is Senwa was taken out today. America threatening Israel with potential sanction if they don't allow food in. Shetima and President Tinubu not in country. It's like it's on and on. So I'll probably do a weekly roundup tomorrow if electricity is not on. Even if it's on, I'll still do some tomorrow. So till tomorrow, we'll catch you all again. Thank you all for joining us today. Bye.